What would happen if the strongest demon king in history, a final boss no hero could defeat for 10,000 years, suddenly reincarnated into the body of a bullied high school girl who had just taken her own life? The people who pushed her to despair thought they had won. They had no idea that the girl they broke was now possessed by a monster far more terrifying than anything in their world. The story began in a parallel world. The legendary Demon King Avalon ruled as the final boss of the most difficult dungeon ever created. For 10,000 years, countless challengers tried to defeat him. Every one of them failed. Eventually, Avalon grew bored. He had conquered everything. There were no more battles worth fighting, and no opponents capable of entertaining him. Standing before the gate of ultimate reincarnation magic, he made a decision. If no one in this world could defeat him, then he would travel to another world where unknown strong warriors might exist. With that thought, Avalon cast the forbidden spell and stepped through the gate. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed of a small house in 21st century Tokyo. But something was wrong. His new body was not his own. He had reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl. The girl had died only moments earlier, which allowed Avalon to take over her empty vessel. Her name was Yamamoto Akari. As Avalon examined his new body, he noticed poison flowing through her veins. Akari had took her own life. To Avalon, the poison was trivial. He simply reached into his body with magic, gathered the toxins, and pulled them out as if removing dust. He was almost insulted. In his world, being survived catastrophic attacks, yet humans here could die from such a small amount of poison. Looking into the mirror, he saw a frail girl with overgrown bangs, pale skin, and a body weakened by stress and malnutrition. Avalon decided that if he was going to use this body, he would improve it. Using magic, he restored Akari's health and appearance. Her skin became vibrant, her posture straightened, and her hidden beauty finally emerged. The materials were excellent. They had simply been neglected. On the desk, Avalon found Akari's diary. As he read it, he learned the tragic truth. Akari had been relentlessly bullied at school. Her father had died years earlier, leaving her mother to raise her alone. She wanted to become stronger and support her mother, but no matter how hard she trained, her magical power never increased. She remained stuck at E rank, the lowest possible level. The bullying became unbearable. Feeling worthless and hopeless, Akari apologized to her mother and chose to end her life. Avalon could not fully understand human weakness, but he did understand frustration, and he respected anyone who struggled against impossible odds. Speaking to Akari's reflection, he made her a promise. Since he had taken her body, he would repay her by punishing those who drove her to despair. Then, Akari prepared for school. When her mother called out and asked about breakfast, Akari calmly replied that she did not need any. Her mother was stunned. Akari looked healthier, more confident, and completely different. When asked about the change, Akari simply smiled and said that she had changed her image. Then she added that she looked quite beautiful. Outside, Akari walked through the crowded streets of Tokyo while studying the world through her smartphone. To the ancient Demon King, the device was an incredible source of knowledge. He quickly learned about the modern world. Years earlier, mysterious gates had begun appearing across Japan. Monsters poured out from these gates and attacked humanity. To fight them, powerful individuals known as hunters emerged. These hunters were ranked according to their strength and trained at special academies. Akari herself attended one of these schools. To Avalon, the conclusion was obvious. The strongest people in this world were the hunters, and if they regularly fought monsters, then they might finally provide the challenge he had been seeking for 10,000 years. At that exact moment, fate answered him. A nearby building exploded. People screamed and ran in terror. A powerful monster had appeared in the middle of the city. Instead of fear, Akari smiled. She was delighted that this world was offering entertainment so quickly. The beast roared and charged straight at her. Elsewhere, the government's Monster Response Office went into full emergency mode. Officials reported that a rare ZB-class monster had appeared in Adachi, Tokyo. This was a disaster-level threat that normally required multiple A-rank hunters to defeat. The nearest response team would need 30 minutes to arrive. The officials could only watch helplessly and hope the civilian casualties would be minimal. Back at the scene, the battle ended almost instantly. Despite using the weak body of a teenage girl, Avalon overwhelmed the monster with ease. To him, it was only a minor test. When the dust settled, the enormous creature lay dead. The terrified civilians stared in disbelief. A single schoolgirl had defeated a monster that should have required the strongest hunters in the country. Akari adjusted her school bag and casually walked away. If this was considered powerful in this world, then perhaps she would not be bored after all. Akari headed to her Hunter Academy, a school filled with students who dedicated their lives to killing monsters. In other words, a place full of potentially strong opponents. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. She wanted these so-called hunters to entertain her. Outside the school gates, the students who had bullied Akari were already waiting. They were stunned to see her. After everything they had done, they never expected her to return. But Akari was no longer the frightened girl they once tormented. With a calm smile on her face, she walked directly toward them. As Akari walked straight toward the group that had bullied her for years, the students were immediately stunned by her transformation. One of the girls looked her up and down and said that changing her image this much seemed a little excessive. Akari remained silent, but one of the boys suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at her and thought that something about this girl had completely changed. Another girl smirked and said that Akari had stayed unusually quiet. One girl reminded her that humiliating exposed photos of her had been spread all over social media, and yet she still had the nerve to come to school, as if nothing had happened. Akari recalled reading about this incident in the diary. In her previous world, the exposed bodies were displayed as symbols of terror. Compared to that, having her image exposed to the public seemed completely insignificant. Before she could respond, one of the boys grabbed her by the neck and shouted, asking if she was listening, while calling her ugly bite. At that moment, Akari remembered another part of the diary. The old Akari had always believed she was ugly. But the Demon King disagreed. The current Akari was anything but unattractive. Ever since Gates had appeared in Japan, humans who awakened magical abilities were ranked according to their power, measured in units called bites. Despite attending Hunter Academy for 2 years, Akari had remained at the very bottom of the ranking system. She was still considered the weakest of the weak. That was why she had become such an easy target. The bully sneered and said that she was not reacting the way she normally did. Then he demanded more money, reminding her that yesterday had been payday. Akari calmly asked whether he was struggling financially. The unexpected response left the bully speechless. Akari continued and said that he already owed her approximately 30,000 yen. If he wanted to borrow more money, he should first repay what he had taken. The bully's face twisted with anger. He demanded to know if she was mocking him. Akari looked at him with complete indifference. She said that if he possessed the same level of intelligence as the original Akari, he should be able to understand such simple logic. Then she added that perhaps he was not very smart. The students standing behind him burst into laughter. One of them whispered that she was definitely going to die. The bully stepped forward and furiously declared that he was Kashiwagi, the leader of the third-year students. Before he could finish his boast, Akari interrupted him. She asked whether he was threatening her. Kashiwagi proudly answered that he was. For a moment, Akari became emotional. As the final boss who had ruled the ultimate dungeon for 10,000 years, countless heroes had challenged her. For more than 5,000 years, everyone who dared threaten her had been annihilated. Never in her long existence had anyone treated her as a weak target and demanded money from her. The experience felt strangely refreshing. Tears formed in her eyes. Kashiwagi mistook those tears for fear. He smirked and asked if she was finally scared. In the next instant, Akari seized him with one hand and lifted him effortlessly into the air. The surrounding students froze in shock. Akari tightened her grip around his head and calmly said that she appreciated his courage. But he was far too weak. Kashiwagi panicked and screamed for her to let go. Without hesitation, Akari hurled him across the courtyard. His body slammed violently into a wall. The entire group stared in disbelief. One student shouted that it was impossible. An E-rank hunter should only be slightly stronger than an ordinary human. How could someone like Akari throw a person with such overwhelming force? Even more shocking, Kashiwagi stood back up. One of the girls gasped in amazement. Another student explained that Kashiwagi was a B-rank hunter. Hunter ranks ranged from E to S. Once a person reached B rank, they entered the realm of superhumans, possessing abilities far beyond normal people. Dusting himself off, Kashiwagi glared at Akari with murderous intent. He declared that he was going to kill her. Akari looked at him with a calm and almost excited smile. "By all means," she said. "Please do so." Inside the student council room, a beautiful girl sat calmly as the sounds of chaos echoed from outside. One of her subordinates knelt before her and reported that a major disturbance had broken out on school grounds. The third-year student Kashiwagi had started a fight. The girl showed little concern. She remarked that Kashiwagi was as energetic as ever, although his personality was unpleasant. Reaching the superhuman realm of B rank by his third year made him an undeniably talented hunter. She almost felt sorry for whoever had provoked him. This girl was Majima Kanan, the student body president and one of the academy's strongest students, an A-rank hunter. Outside, Kashiwagi released his magical power and charged straight at Akari. His fist came crashing down with enough force to shatter the ground beneath her feet. But Akari did not even attempt to dodge. She took the full blow head on without moving an inch. Kashiwagi laughed, convinced that victory was his. But Akari calmly asked a single question. She wanted to confirm whether he and his friends were truly the ones who had bullied this girl. The students around them gasped. Kashiwagi proudly admitted it. He boasted that he was one of the strongest students in the school, while she was one of the weakest. Then he ordered her to kneel before him, as she always had, to beg and smile at him like before. As he spoke, a magical status window appeared before him. His power surged. A nearby student was stunned by the amount of magic he was releasing. Kashiwagi selected a fire spell, and flames began swirling around his hand. The heat became so intense that the other students instinctively backed away. Akari watched the display with curiosity. The system used in this world looked different, but the magic itself was remarkably similar to the spells from her own world. Whether by coincidence or design, the principles were nearly identical. Still, she found his technique laughably inadequate. Then, with complete ease, Akari cast the exact same spell. Flame Orb, Level 1. A massive sphere of fire appeared above her palm. It was far larger and more powerful than Kashiwagi's attack. For the first time, genuine fear appeared on his face. Akari informed him that this was the weakest fire spell in her arsenal. Kashiwagi roared in frustration and hurled his fireball at her. Akari casually released her own. The two spells collided in a massive explosion that shook the entire campus. The shockwave sent students scrambling in terror. When the smoke finally cleared, a large crater had been carved into the ground. Kashiwagi was thrown inside the school, burned and completely defeated. Akari turned her gaze toward the remaining bullies. Then she asked a chilling question. Who is next? She reminded them that they still outnumbered her. Surely they had some strategy. Would they surround her and attack together? Would one of them act as a decoy while another struck at her vital organs? They trained every day to hunt monsters. So she invited them to show her the killing techniques they had spent years perfecting. The bullies were paralyzed with fear. Then they turned and ran. The sight brought back memories of her previous world, where countless heroes had fled in exactly the same way. With a snap of her fingers, Akari used magic to drag every escaping bully back to her. Then, with a single kick, she launched them all through the air. They crashed into the school building and piled on top of the unconscious Kashiwagi. In the next instant, Akari appeared before them. Her voice was calm, but her words carried overwhelming authority. She declared that she was the final boss, the Demon King. She had no desire to be a hero or champion of justice, but she intended to repay the debt she owed to the girl whose body she now possessed, and that meant delivering proper retribution. Akari stated the amount they owed. 3 million yen. The original 300,000 yen they had stolen, plus interest, multiplied tenfold as compensation for Akari's suffering. They would not receive money from their parents. They would not earn it by exploiting others. They would work for every yen through their own blood, sweat, and tears. And they had no right to refuse. Broken and trembling, every bully immediately answered yes. Akari reflected that even after reincarnating into another world, Not much has changed. Meanwhile, deep beneath the school in the mock combat room, Majima Kanan completed her morning training. Behind her lay the body of a defeated monster. One of her attendants handed her a towel and praised her hard work. Kanan smiled and said that a workout like this was barely enough to make her sweat. Just then, another student rushed into the room with urgent news. Kashiwagi, a third-year B-rank hunter, had been completely defeated. Kanan's eyes lit up with interest. She admitted that she admired young people with spirit. But Kashiwagi was still a member of her faction, and in this country, anyone who defied Majima Kanan would be taught a lesson through overwhelming force. 10,000 years ago, a mysterious sphere cracked open with the sound of a heartbeat. From that sphere, the Demon King Avalon came into existence. As Avalon opened his eyes for the first time, a figure stood before him and laughed with satisfaction. It was the god of that world. The god explained that he had created the earth, all living creatures, and every intelligent race. But his final and greatest creation was the ultimate dungeon. And at the deepest point of that dungeon, he created Avalon, the final boss. With Avalon's birth, the world was complete. But there was one final step. The god declared that Avalon must defeat him by killing the very being worshipped as absolute faith. Avalon would become the supreme existence and bring the entire world under his rule. The god attacked, but Avalon defeated his creator with ease. As he lay dying, the god smiled. Avalon asked why he looked so happy even in death. The god answered that he had fulfilled his purpose. Life does not exist to continue forever, he said. It exists to accomplish its role and then disappear, and Avalon had been born for the same reason. One day, he too would understand his true purpose. That memory faded, bringing the story back to the present. Majima Kanan studied the report about the student who had defeated Kashiwagi. When she saw the information on the screen, she assumed there had been an error. The student was Yamamoto Akari. Officially, she was still classified as E-rank. Takuchi, the student who delivered the report, assured Kanan that he had verified the data several times. There was no mistake. Kanan found it difficult to believe. In the hunter ranking system, a 1-rank difference still allowed for a possible upset. But a 2-rank difference was considered absolute. An E-rank defeating a B-rank should have been impossible. Kanan decided she would confirm the truth with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Akari walked through the school and reflected on the morning's battle. She appreciated that Kashiwagi had challenged her directly. However, fighting someone that weak had been disappointing. Since Kashiwagi was only B rank, Akari hoped to encounter an opponent at least A rank or higher. When she opened her locker, she found another cruel message. You are gross. Her indoor shoes had also been torn to pieces. Akari looked at the damage and found the prank unimaginative. After everything the original Akari had endured, she expected insults with a richer vocabulary. Without a second thought, she tossed the destroyed shoes onto the floor. A magic circle appeared beneath them. To the shock of everyone nearby, a small monster emerged and swallowed the shoes whole. Moments later, the creature spit them back out. The shoes were perfectly restored. Akari explained that the creature was a repair gremlin, a monster that fed on damaged objects. For such a creature, shredded shoes were a delicacy. She even offered to repair the shoes of the students watching. They nervously declined. As Akari walked away, she commented on how modest the students were. The witnesses stood frozen. They had never seen such strange summoning magic before, and many were only now realizing that their school had been hiding an eccentric and stunning beauty all along. Soon, an announcement echoed through the school. Yamamoto Akari was ordered to report to the faculty office. Inside, her homeroom teacher immediately began yelling. He accused her of causing a public battle in a crowded area and creating serious damage. He complained that he had been dealing with paperwork all day because of her actions. Then, he coldly reminded her that when she previously sought help about being bullied, he had dismissed it as something pathetic and told her not to increase his workload. Akari listened in silence. Then she came to a simple conclusion. This man was weak. Not just him, but every teacher in the room. None of them were stronger than Kashiwagi. When the teacher demanded to know whether she was listening, Akari calmly replied that she could not understand the value of listening to someone so incompetent. He had known a student was being bullied and had done absolutely nothing. Enraged, the teacher grabbed Akari by the collar and shouted at her. Akari glanced at his arm and remarked that it was badly trained. Then she grabbed his wrist and snapped it. The teacher screamed in agony as the other staff turned in horror. Akari looked down at him and said that a hollow vessel should learn how worthless his words truly were. Then she asked 2 questions. Why were all the instructors at this prestigious school so weak? And who was the strongest person in the academy? At that moment, Majima Kanan stepped inside. Calm and confident, she said, "I will answer both questions." The truly powerful hunters were out in the field fighting monsters. They earned far more money, fame, and influence than any teacher ever could. Those who taught at the school were simply people who lacked the strength to succeed as real hunters. And as for the strongest student in the academy, there was no need for debate. It was her. This was the first time Kanan and Akari stood face to face. Kanan addressed her by name and rank. Rank Akari. Akari studied her carefully and sensed something she had been waiting for. At last, she was standing before someone with genuine power. A small smile formed on her face. "I see," Akari said. "You are quite spirited. I dare hold some small expectations for you." Majima Kanan led Akari deep beneath the school to a massive underground arena. As Akari stepped inside, she was genuinely impressed. She remarked that it was only natural for a training institution dedicated to hunting monsters to possess such an extraordinary facility. Kanan explained that the arena was protected by multiple layers of magical barriers. There were defenses against fire, blades, blunt force, and countless other forms of destruction. The barriers were designed to withstand almost anything. That meant even an A-rank hunter like Kanan could fight without holding back. With a confident smile, Kanan said that Akari had a lot of nerve to claim she had expectations of her. Akari replied that finding someone worthy of her expectations was an exceptionally rare event in her previous world. Kanan should take pride in that. Kanan narrowed her eyes. Despite Akari's overwhelming confidence and her victory over Kashiwagi, Kanan still could not sense any significant magical power coming from her. She asked her subordinate, Kobayashi, to check Akari's official readings. Kobayashi consulted the scanner and reported that Akari's magical power was only 34 bytes, exactly what one would expect from an E-rank hunter. Akari found this strange. When she reincarnated into Yamamoto Akari's body, she assumed she had brought the magical power of her former world with her. Kashiwagi's fire magic had functioned exactly like the spells from her old world, so she believed the systems were identical. But neither the scanner nor Kanan could detect her true power. That meant the magic of this world and the magic of her previous world were fundamentally different. Even so, they felt far too similar to be unrelated. Akari decided to set that mystery aside for now. With a smile, she invited Kanan to begin. She wanted the strongest hunter in the school to display her power, and above all else, she prayed Kanan would not disappoint her like everyone else. Kanan laughed and called it an unusually passionate confession, but instead of stepping forward herself, she ordered her 2 subordinates, Kobayashi and Yoshikawa, to fight first. Akari looked at them in confusion. Kanan explained that she was the student council president and an A-rank hunter, the strongest student in the academy. There was no reason for someone of her status to battle an insignificant E-rank immediately. Besides, both of her subordinates were B-rank hunters and stronger than Kashiwagi. If Akari truly possessed unusual power, she could prove it against them. Before Kanan could finish speaking, both Kobayashi and Yoshikawa were slammed into the wall in a single instant. Kanan stared in disbelief. She had not even seen Akari move. Akari casually changed the subject. Akari explained that some people eat the strawberry on top first, while others save it for last. She enjoyed both methods. Eating it first provided immediate satisfaction. Saving it for later built anticipation. But only those who had never experienced true hunger could afford to wait for the best part. Those who were starving would seize the most delicious piece the moment it appeared. Akari's eyes gleamed with excitement. She confessed that she had been starving for 10,000 years while waiting for a worthy opponent, so she asked Kanan to present the most delicious part without delay. It was rude, she said, to keep a hungry guest waiting. For the first time, Kanan felt a chill run down her spine. Kanan finally accepted the challenge. Her folding fan transformed into a weapon, crackling with electricity. She released her full magical power and declared that the strength of an A-rank hunter would be shown to Akari in its entirety. If Akari believed she was no different from her subordinates, she was about to experience a painful lesson. Akari smiled. She said she was trembling with anticipation. A magical interface appeared before Kanan once again. Akari observed the strange window. Still intrigued by this world's unique system, Kanan selected her skill, Lightning Step. In a flash, she vanished from sight. The next instant, she appeared directly behind Akari. Her thunder baton was raised for a devastating strike. At the center of the arena, a massive sphere of electricity began to form. The story briefly shifted to provide some much-needed context about the true power of A-rank hunters. A veteran hunter named Tanaka Shizo explained just how extraordinary people like Kanan really were. According to Tanaka, when a monster gate appears, it continuously spawns creatures until the gate boss is defeated. If the gate reaches grade 3 or higher, the monsters that emerge become so powerful that even modern military forces are often helpless against them. That is where A-rank hunters come in. These elite fighters can clear such gates alone or with only a small team. In other words, an A-rank hunter possesses more destructive power than an entire armed force equipped with modern weapons. Back in the underground arena, Kanan's first strike landed directly on Akari. Akari countered by casually casting Flame Orb level 1. But Kanan used Lightning Step to dodge instantly and appear behind her. She kicked Akari into the air and struck again with devastating electrical magic. Watching from the sidelines, Kanan's subordinates were filled with admiration. They described her as fast as a flash of violet lightning and powerful enough to destroy a Terabyte-class monster with a single blow. This was the true strength of the Majima family. The House of Majima was one of the 12 distinguished families, the most powerful bloodlines in Japan. Under the leadership of Majima Junpei, an S-rank hunter and president of the Japan Hunter Association, the family had risen to dominate the nation's hunter society. Kanan herself was already an A-rank hunter, despite still being a fourth-year student. She regularly participated in large-scale operations led by the Hunter Association. She was one of the elite hunters who represented Japan. After unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, Kanan stepped back and stared in disbelief. Akari stood before her completely unharmed. Not a scratch marked her body. Akari calmly evaluated the performance. 30 points, she said. Not bad. Kanan was deeply offended. Receiving such a low score was insulting. One of her subordinates tried to comfort her by pointing out that her score on the most recent mathematics test had been even lower. Kanan immediately shouted at him to be quiet. Akari looked at her and concluded that Kanan might not be particularly intelligent. Kanan protested. Akari dismissed the issue. She explained that intelligence was useful, but it was not the most important quality. What truly mattered was a person's character, and whether they possessed abilities that made them valuable. With those traits, even a fool could survive in society. Kanan's pride took another direct hit. Furious, she declared that she would force Akari to give her a perfect score. She attacked once more with even greater intensity. Akari accepted every strike head-on. This time, she nodded with approval. That's better. 50 points. Rather than becoming discouraged, Kanan seemed genuinely pleased. Her subordinates noted that she looked happier than she did when receiving good grades. Determined to improve further, Kanan unleashed another powerful technique, Thunderball. The electrified sphere exploded around Akari. When the smoke cleared, Akari calmly raised Kanan's score to 80 points. Kanan's eyes widened. Even after all of that, Akari remained completely unharmed. For the first time, Kanan could no longer believe that Akari was merely an E-rank student. Realizing that ordinary attacks were insufficient, Kanan prepared her ultimate technique. Her subordinates instinctively fled the arena. A massive magic circle spread across the ground. From it emerged an enormous electric dragon resembling a thunderous Ghidorah. Akari's eyes lit up with excitement. At last, this was the level of power she had been hoping to see. Good, she said. Come at me. Kanan, enraged by Akari's continued condescension, swore that she would make her regret looking down on her. With all of her pride as an A-rank hunter and a member of the mighty Majima family on the line, Kanan unleashed her strongest attack. The gigantic electric dragon crashed directly into Akari. After unleashing her most powerful attack, Majima Kanan stood in the arena, breathing heavily. She was convinced that this was the overwhelming advantage of rank. In the world of hunters, a difference of 1 rank represented an order of magnitude in power. But as the smoke slowly cleared, Akari emerged completely unharmed. Not a single scratch marked her body. Then Akari calmly announced Kanan's final score, 105 points. Kanan stared at her in disbelief. She demanded to know what that score even meant. Akari had taken absolutely no damage, so perhaps the score was out of 1,000. Akari instantly appeared before her and grabbed her hand. Then she corrected her. Wrong. Full marks is 1 billion points. Compared to the average person, Akari admitted that Kanan was somewhat impressive. Her determination was admirable, and it was obvious that she spent every day striving to improve herself. For that reason, Akari awarded her an additional 6 points. Before Kanan could process those words, she activated Lightning Step and retreated, but Akari caught up to her in an instant. Raising a finger, Akari prepared to flick Kanan's forehead. Kanan instinctively blocked. The impact was so powerful that she was launched into the wall, and her weapon shattered on the spot. Akari then began to explain Kanan's weaknesses. The first problem was her magical construction. Her understanding of magic was too crude. To create even a tiny amount of electricity, one had to imagine countless details, including color, shape, structure, and the interactions of matter at the smallest possible level. True mastery required visualizing the world down to its most fundamental particles. Kanan, by contrast, only shaped her energy into rough attacks. The second flaw was even more serious. Deep in her heart, Kanan had already accepted that there were opponents she could never defeat. Whatever trauma she carried, it had caused her spirit to stagnate, and because magic was directly connected to the soul, her fear had limited her growth. Kanan was shaken. Everything she believed about the hunter ranking system was collapsing before her eyes. When she first heard that an E-rank student had defeated Kashiwagi, she assumed there had been some kind of mistake. Then she suspected that Akari possessed a hidden special ability, but now she realized the truth. Akari was not simply stronger. She was a fundamentally different existence. As Kanan struggled to understand, memories from 10 years earlier resurfaced. As a child, she had proudly announced to her parents that she had become an A-rank hunter. Her father praised her with pride. Her mother told her that she was already extraordinary. Her father reminded her that the Majima family had supported Japan for generations. As hunters, they carried the responsibility and pride of protecting the nation. But that happy memory was followed by a darker one. Both of her parents were murdered. The killer mocked everything they believed in. He told Kanan that talk of pride and duty was meaningless. In this world, he said, there were only the strong and the weak. Back in the present, Akari ordered Kanan to stand. Akari declared that strength itself was the reason Kanan had to rise again. Only by refusing to accept inevitable defeat could she open the door to new possibilities. Kanan trembled. Akari assumed she would remain broken, just like the countless challengers who had despaired before the Demon King in her former world. She silently cursed the god who had created her. If he had gone to the trouble of giving her life, he could at least have created opponents worthy of her. Then, to Akari's surprise, Kanan shouted and forced herself to her feet. Akari asked why she continued. Kanan answered with conviction, because there was something she absolutely had to carry through. With that, Kanan charged forward one final time. Akari's eyes lit up with genuine excitement. This was exactly the reason she had crossed worlds. Kanan grabbed Akari by the face and unleashed every ounce of electrical power she possessed. The arena erupted in a blinding surge of lightning, but when the light faded, Kanan dropped to her knees. Akari remained standing, completely unaffected. Akari told her to take pride. That had been the strongest attack she had delivered that day. Then Akari raised her hand and cast a spell of her own. Lightning Shock, Level 3. A massive explosion of electricity tore through the arena, shattering the ground and opening a huge crater beneath them. As she turned away, Akari gave Kanan her final verdict. She was still inexperienced, but Akari had great expectations for her. After Akari and Majima Kanan's battle shook the underground arena, students throughout the school began wondering what had caused the massive explosion beneath the campus. But one student paid little attention to the commotion. His name was Tanaka Manabu, a second-year student in Class 2, the same class as Akari. Manabu was the top student in his year and one of the few second years to achieve C rank. In the world of hunters, Rank was determined primarily by the amount of magical power a person possessed by the age of 7. Although training could improve one's rank, advancement became increasingly difficult at higher levels. In fact, no one had ever reached S rank without being born with extraordinary talent. Manabu himself had started as an E rank and worked his way up 2 full ranks, an impressive accomplishment. That was enough for a comfortable life. However, the people who truly enjoyed wealth, influence, and status were A-rank hunters and above. Manabu's dream was to secure a prestigious position in the Hunter Association or the government. Both careers required a minimum of C rank, and he was confident that through steady effort, he could achieve his goal. There was one unresolved issue weighing on his mind. Yamamoto Akari, the girl who sat next to him. He had never been romantically interested in her, but he knew she was being bullied, and he chose to do nothing. He convinced himself that the situation was none of his business. Intervening might damage his spotless record and jeopardize his future. When Akari stopped coming to school, he told himself that perhaps it was for the best. She was weaker than anyone else, yet she studied harder and trained more seriously than almost anyone in the class. As class representative, and someone who wanted to serve society in the future, Manabu began to wonder whether abandoning someone like her had really been the right choice. But he believed it was too late for regrets. After all, Akari was gone, or so he thought. The classroom door suddenly opened. Akari walked in. Manabu stared at her in disbelief. The timid and exhausted girl he once knew had been replaced by a stunning beauty radiating confidence. Manabu was so shocked by her transformation that he barely recognized her. He asked if she was really Akari. She confirmed that she was, though her unusual manner of speaking made him wonder what had happened to her. Akari leaned closer and proudly pointed to her face, declaring that this was what it meant for raw material to shine once properly polished. At that moment, 2 girls entered the classroom, Imai and Kitamura. These were 2 of Akari's most vicious bullies. Thanks to their influential family backgrounds, they had always acted without fear of consequences. They immediately grabbed Akari by the head and began taunting her. This time, Manabu decided to intervene. Before he could act, Akari calmly seized one of the girls by the wrist. The expression on her face was so serious that both girls froze in terror. Akari insulted them with absolute contempt. Then she struck the desk with a single blow. The table split cleanly in half. The 2 girls were so overwhelmed by fear that they collapsed unconscious on the spot. Akari looked down at them and asked whether she should sterilize the filth. Manabu stood in stunned silence. He could not comprehend the overwhelming strength and confidence of the girl sitting beside him. Akari then turned to him and asked if he had been trying to help her. Manabu admitted that he had. Akari praised his courage. She said that even the weak could shine brilliantly if they possessed the will to overcome fear. Manabu understood almost none of what she was saying, but he did understand one thing. He regretted not standing by Akari sooner. If he had defended her earlier, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Akari agreed. Had he acted sooner, the future might indeed have changed. Their conversation was interrupted when a substitute teacher entered the classroom. Their homeroom teacher, she explained, had been taken away by ambulance for unknown reasons. As she spoke, she noticed Imai and Kitamura unconscious on the floor and rushed to help them. At that moment, Akari spotted a flyer announcing upcoming gate practical training. Curious, she searched for more information on her smartphone. She quickly learned that the gates contained monsters far stronger than the ones found outside. Akari's eyes lit up with excitement. At last, she had found a place where truly powerful enemies might exist. Without hesitation, she decided to participate. Beyond those gates, she might finally encounter monsters strong enough to exceed even her own expectations. As Akari researched gate practical training on her smartphone, she learned that groups of 5 students, ranging from 2nd year to 5th year, entered real monster gates under the supervision of a teacher. This was one of the most important parts of Hunter Academy's curriculum. Students who completed this training had a significantly higher survival rate after graduation and were considered far more valuable than ordinary hunters. While she was reading, a familiar voice called out. Majima Kanan had found her. Akari looked up and immediately referred to her by the score she had given her during their battle. Kanan quickly corrected her. Her name was Majima Kanan. She then noticed Akari staring at her phone and asked what she was doing. Akari casually explained that she had discovered Twitter. Since the previous day, she had been posting blunt truths online and watching people react with outrage and confusion. To Akari, provoking strangers on social media was surprisingly entertaining. Kanan could only think that Akari was exactly the type of person who would thrive on social media chaos. Kanan then made an extraordinary request. She told Akari that she was granting her the privilege of training her. Akari, however, paid almost no attention. She was too busy composing another post criticizing young people who blamed society for their own failures. Kanan was left speechless as Akari walked away without giving a proper response. Soon, the instructor Ikimura gathered the students and introduced himself as the supervisor for the gate training. Akari politely said that she looked forward to working with him and added that she hoped to encounter a monster capable of causing a natural disaster. Ikimura was alarmed by her comment and wondered why this second-year student was so frighteningly confident. He also asked why she was not wearing armor. Akari calmly replied that there was no reason to intentionally make herself easier to defeat. Before the instructor could process that statement, a fifth-year student approached. His name was Gotu, a B-rank hunter. Recognizing Akari as the famous E-rank student who had suddenly become the talk of the school, he was immediately captivated by her appearance. With a smug grin, he declared that if she followed him, he would personally protect her. He boasted that although Ichimura was the official supervisor, his own rank was higher, making him the true leader of the group. He even suggested that Akari spend some private time with him after the training. Another student, Sasagawa, a D-rank hunter, joined in and praised Gotu's generosity. Before the situation could escalate, Majima Kanan stepped forward. She proposed rearranging the groups so that she and Akari would be placed together. Gotu initially objected, but the moment Kanan released a small amount of her overwhelming magical power, all resistance disappeared. Even Sasagawa admitted that defying a member of the Majima family was a terrible idea. With the issue settled, the students prepared to enter the gate. Just before stepping through, Kanan told Akari that they were now in the same party. Akari observed that Kanan was pursuing her with unusual persistence. Kanan replied with complete seriousness. There was someone she absolutely had to defeat. Akari studied her determined expression and smiled. Those were the eyes of someone with genuine resolve. For the first time, Akari began to wonder what it would mean to raise an opponent capable of surpassing her. Meanwhile, elsewhere in another dungeon, a far more dangerous situation was unfolding. An elite raid team stood before a powerful gate. Leading them was Kawakami Kenjin, an A-rank hunter and captain of the Viking Gold Guild. Their target was a terrifying monster known as Gaon of Pleasure. 2 days earlier, this creature had slaughtered 20 hunters, including 3 A-rank fighters. The only survivor reported that the monster smiled as it killed. Kenjin explained that some dungeon bosses possessed emotions and intelligence. Certain monsters could even cooperate with humans, but Gaon was different. Its emotions were clearly malicious. Kenjin estimated that the creature was at least ZB class, possibly even stronger. As the raid team entered the dungeon, they prepared to trap the monster with a magical barrier. But the moment they stepped inside, they were met with a horrifying sight. The floor was covered with the corpses of dead hunters. Then one of the team members pointed to a strange black orb floating nearby. It was a connection hole, a dimensional passage linking one dungeon to another. Before they could stop it, the portal vanished. Kenjin immediately understood the danger. Connection holes often linked to nearby gates, and the closest gate in the area was the one currently being used by students from Hunter Academy. Inside the gate, instructor Ikimura warned the students that this dungeon was a danger-type map, which meant traps could appear at any moment. Everyone needed to stay alert, but fifth-year student Gotu was barely paying attention. For 4 years, he had lived under the authority of older students. Now that he was a senior and a B-rank hunter, he believed it was finally his turn to command others. Since instructor Ikimura was ranked lower than him, Gotu convinced himself that he was the true leader of the group. In his mind, he was a god. Unfortunately for him, reality was far less satisfying. Majima Kanan effortlessly defeated every monster they encountered, leaving Gotu with nothing to do. Watching her only made him more frustrated. Even though Kanan was younger than him, she was an A-rank hunter, the student council president, and a member of the powerful Majima family. The gap between them was enormous. At one point, Gotu deliberately bumped into Kanan. While pretending to apologize, he secretly stole her student council badge and handbook. Meanwhile, Akari observed that the monsters inside the training gate were disappointingly weak. Kanan explained that training gates were intentionally maintained at low difficulty, allowing stronger monsters to appear would be too dangerous and too costly. Akari sighed in disappointment. That meant there was little chance of encountering a creature powerful enough to tear her body apart. Later, the group arrived at a safe area and stopped to rest. Akari asked instructor Ikimura whether there was any possibility that a monster strong enough to destroy an entire country might suddenly appear. The instructor had no idea how to respond. At the same time, Kanan realized her student council badge and handbook were missing. When she spotted them lying on the ground nearby, she walked over to retrieve them. There, Gotu had planted a sign that read, "This way for stupid blonde girls." Furious, Kanan rushed in the direction indicated by the sign. The moment she stepped forward, she triggered a trap. A barrier slammed shut behind her, sealing her off from the rest of the group. Kanan shouted in frustration as she realized she had been tricked. Watching from a distance, Gotu smirked with satisfaction. He had heard rumors that Kanan was not particularly intelligent, and he was delighted to see how easily she had fallen into his trap. Back at the resting area, Ichimura announced that it was time to continue exploring. Akari was asking another student whether they knew anyone truly strong. Then Ikimura noticed that Kanan was missing. Gotu immediately lied. He claimed that Kanan had been caught in one of the dungeon's division traps, but would certainly escape on her own. He insisted that the group should move forward without her. Ikimura objected and argued that they should help, but Gotu lost his temper and punched the instructor. He declared that with Kanan gone, he was now the highest-ranked member and therefore the leader. The younger student were too intimidated to argue. Inside, Gotu reveled in the feeling of controlling others. This was the authority he had dreamed about for years. When a student pointed out that they were moving away from the official training route, Gotu dismissed the concern. He had no interest in repeating the same safe exploration he had completed many times before. His true objective was the gate boss. Even weak gates produced magic stones worth a considerable amount of money, and Gotu intended to keep all the rewards for himself. Ikimura protested that training gates were carefully preserved so future students could continue using them, but Akari focused on only one thing, the gate boss. If it was stronger than the ordinary monsters they had encountered, then perhaps this training would not be a waste of time after all. Gotu proudly confirmed that the boss was much stronger. He led the group through a cave toward the boss chamber. In his mind, everything was proceeding perfectly. According to the information he had gathered, the gate boss was a GB class monster known as the Blue Grizzly. It was strong, but still well within the capabilities of a B rank hunter. More importantly, it was weak to fire magic. Gotu had prepared specifically for this battle. The magic stone and the glory of defeating the boss would belong to him alone. But the moment they entered the chamber, the Blue Grizzly was cut cleanly in half. Gotu stopped in shock. Standing behind the dead boss was another creature, a monster that did not belong in this gate. It had entered through the connection hole from another dungeon. The smiling beast, known as Gaon of Pleasure, had arrived, and as it gazed upon the terrified students, it began to laugh. On the other side of the cave, Majima Kanan continued fighting her way through the division trap. These traps were among the deadliest dangers inside dungeons. Once activated, the victim was sealed inside and forced to battle an endless stream of monsters. The exit would only reopen after every creature had been defeated. More than 40 hunters died to these traps every year in Japan, but Kanan was not an ordinary hunter. One after another, she destroyed every monster that stood in her path. Even while exhausted, she declared that enemies of this level were no match for Majima Kanan. At the same time, the rest of the students faced a far more terrifying threat. The invading monster stood over the corpse of the Blue Grizzly. Gotu stared in disbelief. This creature had never been mentioned in the gate's information, and even though the original boss was dead, the dungeon had not disappeared. Instructor Ikimura quickly explained what had happened. When a boss monster was killed by another monster, the new creature inherited the role of gate boss. This rare phenomenon was known as a pole shift. The monster slowly turned its gaze toward the students. Gotu tried to reassure himself. As a B-rank hunter, he could defeat most gate bosses, but before he could even react, the monster sliced off his arm in a single strike. Gotu screamed in agony. He had not even seen the attack. His armor had been cut through effortlessly. The speed and power were beyond anything he had ever experienced. The monster smiled. Instructor Ikimura recognized it immediately. This was Gaon of Pleasure. Only 3 days earlier, it had annihilated an A-rank party and earned a name as one of the most dangerous monsters in the region. No one could understand why such a creature had appeared in a student training gate. Goto's panic turned to desperation. First, he had been overshadowed by Kanan, and now this monster had appeared to ruin everything. He looked around at the others. The instructor and third-year students were only C rank. The second years were even weaker. In his eyes, they were expendable. As Gayan approached, Goto realized he was about to die. In a final act of selfishness, he shouted that as leader, he was ordering everyone else to serve as decoys while he escaped. When a student protested, Goto stabbed her in the leg. He screamed that anyone who disobeyed him would be killed, but before he could say anything else, Gayan struck from behind. In one clean motion, the monster split Goto in half. The student erupted into panic. Ikimura felt a crushing sense of despair. Even escaping seemed impossible. There was nothing he could do. Then Akari stepped forward. She looked genuinely intrigued. She remarked that the situation had become quite interesting. She announced that in accordance with their deceased leader's final order, she would act as the decoy. Ikimura desperately told her not to go. He refused to sacrifice one of his students. Akari dismissed his concern. As Gayan lunged toward her, she delivered a single kick that sent the enormous monster flying backward. Akari observed that if such a blow had not shattered its head, then it was a surprisingly sturdy creature. Enraged, Gayan attacked again. This time, Akari caught its massive axe with her bare hand. A delighted smile spread across her face. Finally, she had found a worthy opponent. She cast Flame Orb level 1 and struck the monster. Gayan survived. Though badly injured, Akari's excitement only grew. This creature was stronger than any monster she had encountered since arriving in this world. Because of that, she decided to raise the stakes. She activated Flame Orb level 4. The spell created 32 flame orbs at once. Akari invited Gayan to show her whether it could endure such an attack. For the first time, the monster hesitated, but it still charged forward. The fireballs struck one after another, battering Gayan relentlessly until it collapsed in ruins. Akari admitted that the battle had been enjoyable. Still, she felt disappointed that monsters lacked the ability to grow stronger during combat. Just as she prepared to finish Gayan, she suddenly stopped. A new idea had occurred to her. Elsewhere, Majima Kanan finally emerged from the division trap. She was exhausted after fighting countless monsters and making her way back to the group. As she walked through the dark corridor, a massive figure stepped out from the shadows. Kanan froze. Standing before her was Gayan of Pleasure. Then Akari appeared behind the creature. She reminded Kanan that she had asked to be trained. Akari agreed to take her on as a student, but only under 2 conditions. The first condition was simple. Kanan had to defeat the monster standing before her. Kanan stared at Akari in disbelief. She had just survived a deadly trap and was completely exhausted, and now Akari expected her to defeat the same monster that had slaughtered elite hunters. Majima Kanan's brutal training began immediately. The moment the battle started, Gayan of Pleasure swung its massive weapon with overwhelming force. Kanan activated Lightning Step and barely avoided the attack. Even so, she was stunned by the monster's terrifying strength. Still, she remained confident. If the attack could not hit her, then its power meant nothing. Kanan counterattacked with her lightning techniques, but Gayan moved with shocking speed. In the next instant, the monster appeared behind her and kicked her so hard that she crashed into the cavern wall. Khan gritted her teeth in disbelief. Its speed matched her own. This confirmed what she had feared. Gayan was unquestionably a ZB-class disaster monster, a creature so powerful that it normally required several A-rank hunters to defeat. Akari watched the battle and asked if Kanan was ready to give up. She reminded her that the monster was far stronger than she was. Kanan acknowledged the truth. Only an S-rank hunter could likely defeat Gayan alone. But that was exactly why she had to overcome it. If she wanted revenge on the person she was pursuing, she needed the strength to defeat monsters like this by herself. Akari smiled with satisfaction. This was the determination she wanted to see. Kanan unleashed her ultimate spell once more. Summoning the electric dragon Ghidorah, the attack blasted Gayan backward and inflicted significant damage. But even after taking the full force of her strongest technique, the monster stood up again. Kanan clenched her fists. The problem was not her technique, it was her output. The limitations of her rank restricted both her magical power and the destructive force she could produce. For a moment, she wondered whether she simply had not been born with absolute strength. Akari then offered a final piece of advice. When casting magic, everything depended on imagination. To create electricity properly, one had to visualize color, shape, structure, and the countless interactions that governed the natural world. As Kanan reflected on those words, she realized how narrow her thinking had been. Until now, she had relied entirely on selecting pre-existing spells from the status window. That method was efficient, but it also limited her creativity. Magic was not confined to preset skills. If she truly understood the principles behind it, she could create entirely new techniques. At that moment, Kanan remembered something one of her teachers had once explained. Electricity could generate magnetism. Looking around the dungeon, she noticed the abundance of minerals embedded in the walls and floor. An idea flashed through her mind. Using her electrical power, she magnetized the surrounding stones and sent them floating into the air. Gayan turned toward the barrage of rocks, but Kanan had already vanished. Appearing behind the monster, she condensed her lightning into a tiny pebble. Her raw power might not be enough to incinerate Gayan, but if she concentrated all of that energy into a single point, she could pierce it. With perfect precision, Kanan launched the electrified projectile. The stone shot forward like a railgun and tore straight through Gayan's skull. The monster collapsed. For the first time, Kanan had defeated a disaster-class monster entirely through her own ingenuity. Akari watched with genuine approval. She praised Kanan for fighting to the very end without surrendering, even against an opponent far stronger than herself. There were not many people in any world capable of such determination. Kanan accepted the compliment with pride, but Akari then asked an important question. Was the person Kanan sought revenge against truly someone worth going this far for? After all, by this world's standards, A-rank hunters were already among the strongest beings alive. Kanan answered quietly, yes, but the man she wanted to defeat existed in an entirely different realm. The story then shifted to explain the enormous influence of the Hunter Association. Without the association, modern civilization would collapse. If gates were left unattended, monsters would overrun the country and destroy normal life. The magic stones harvested from dungeons had also become one of the world's cleanest and most efficient energy sources, powering both cities and advanced technology. More than 95% of all hunters operated under the Hunter Association. Inside the association's headquarters, an employee knocked on a door. She announced that Mike Zachburn, the CEO of Frankbook, had arrived for a meeting. A man's screams echoed through the room. The mysterious man casually explained that if one extracted the pain nerves and ran electricity through them, the victim would cry out in fascinating ways. The visiting CEO stood frozen in terror. Then the man remarked that the noise was too loud for conversation. Without hesitation, he crushed the victim's head with his bare hand. The room fell silent. When the CEO asked whether the victim had been a subordinate who made a mistake, the man shrugged. It was nothing personal. He simply selected random people and killed them to pass the time. For others, hobbies might include taking walks or going camping. This was his. Finally, he turned toward his guest and asked what sort of flattery the chairman had come to offer. This monstrous figure was none other than Majima Junpei, NS rank hunter, president of the Japan Hunter Association. Elsewhere in Japan, a young woman dressed in an elegant kimono sat watching news reports about recent monster incidents. A servant approached and presented her with footage of every battle involving monsters classified as ZB class or higher. Among those recordings was the incident at Hunter School, where the disaster monster Gayan of Pleasure had invaded the student training gate. The servant explained that the footage had been captured by the body camera of instructor Ikimura. According to the official records, Gayan had been defeated by the A-rank hunter Majima Kanan, but after watching the video carefully, the young woman immediately reached a different conclusion. She had found the person she had been searching for. In the aftermath of the incident, Goto's funeral was held quietly with only his immediate family in attendance. At Hunter School, deaths during training occurred every few years, and because Goto's recklessness was the direct cause of the tragedy, the school issued no formal apology. Among hunters, risking one's life and dying in battle was considered an accepted part of the profession. Akari attended a classroom lesson and found the experience surprisingly enjoyable. She explained that being locked in a small room with many people, forbidden to speak or even stand without permission, reminded her of being captured, stripped of her freedom, and turned into a slave. To Akari, it was an oddly refreshing experience. Majima Kanan said, now that she had successfully completed Akari's first condition, Kanan reminded her of the promise to train her. Akari assured her that she intended to keep her word, but she had forgotten to mention the second condition. Kanan asked what it was. Akari answered without hesitation, when you become strong enough, kill me with your own power. Kanan was left speechless. Before she could respond, a luxurious car arrived and stopped in front of them. A servant of kimono lady stepped out and asked if she was Yamamoto Akari. Akari confirmed her identity. Kanan noticed the 3 maple leaf crest on the man's clothing and immediately recognized it. He belonged to the Reizei family, once the most powerful of the 12 noble families. The Reizei house had been surpassed in recent years by the rising Majima family. The man explained that the head of the Reizei family wished to meet Akari. At first, Akari saw no reason to go, but when the messenger mentioned that his family knew she was searching for a strong opponent, Akari's interest was instantly captured. The man then turned to Kanan and said that the family head would also like to speak with her. Soon, Akari and Kanan arrived at the Reizei estate. Akari observed that the residence was remarkably traditional and lacked the flashy atmosphere she associated with. Kanan immediately protested, insisting that the Majima family was also an ancient and distinguished house. After walking through the enormous estate, they were led to a sliding door. Inside sat Reizei Shion. To Akari's surprise, the head of one of the oldest and most prestigious families in Japan was a 17-year-old girl. Shion explained that both of her parents had died 5 years earlier, forcing her to assume leadership at a very young age. She then addressed the real reason for the meeting. Shion admitted that she had secretly reviewed the footage of the battle against Gaian of Pleasure. Although the official report credited Kanan with the victory, it was obvious from the video that Akari possessed the power to kill the monster instantly. Then Shion asked a startling question. Was Akari truly a human from this world? Kanan was shocked by the suggestion. Akari, however, calmly asked Shion why she believed that. Shion explained that Akari's strength existed on an entirely different level. At the same time, her measurable magical power was absurdly low. The numbers shown by the system were clearly meaningless. Akari decided there was no reason to hide the truth. She openly revealed that she was a reincarnated being. In her previous life, she had been the Demon King and final boss of the ultimate dungeon in another world. Kanan struggled to believe what she was hearing, but Shion accepted the explanation immediately. The gates already connected to other worlds, so the appearance of someone from another world was entirely plausible. It also explained why Akari's true magical power could not be measured by the systems of this world. Akari was impressed by how quickly the supposedly rigid and ancient Reizei family adapted to the truth. She even remarked that a certain useless blonde should learn from Shion's intelligence. Kanan immediately demanded to know who Akari was referring to. Ignoring the comment, Shion continued. When she first saw Akari fight, she sensed that Akari was searching for a worthy opponent. Now she was certain. Then Shion posed the question that changed everything. Did Akari want to battle the strongest monster in this world? Shion explained that many people believed the modern world had become something like a game. Monsters emerged from gates. Certain humans awakened magical powers. Skills were activated through status windows. All of these phenomena suggested that someone had intentionally designed this system. Akari quietly agreed that such a possibility seemed likely. Shion then revealed that if this world truly functioned like a game, there must also be a final stage. Only the Hunter Association and a select few influential figures from each nation knew of its existence. The final quest, known as the Descent of White, was the most difficult quest in existence. It could only be activated by gathering every key and bringing them together in one place. Once this final quest was completed, all gates across the world would disappear forever. Akari immediately understood the significance. This was the true clear condition of the world. Shion continued. At the deepest point of the Descent of White waited the ultimate and strongest boss monster. The moment Akari heard those words, her heart began to race with excitement. This world contained a final boss greater than anything else. She smiles. Shion explained her true goal. Ever since the gates appeared, the world had descended into chaos. Although magic stones had become a crucial energy source, the destruction caused by monsters was far greater. The Hunter Association had become so powerful that not even national governments could control it. Shion wanted to restore the world to what it had once been, a peaceful place where ordinary people could live without fear. Then the 17-year-old family head bowed deeply before Akari. She asked the Demon King to lend her strength. Akari admitted that she had little interest in the political future of this world, but the prospect of facing the strongest boss monster imaginable thrilled her. She agreed immediately. Then she asked the obvious question. Should she begin searching for the keys? Shion revealed that she already knew where they were. Kanan confirmed this. As the daughter of the Majima family, she had access to confidential information that most people would never learn. The keys was held by the Japanese branch of the Hunter Association, and it was currently in the possession of Majima Junpei, Kanan's older brother. Akari turned toward her student. The person Kanan wanted revenge on was none other than her own brother. Kanan remained silent, but her expression said everything. Akari quickly summarized the situation in her own blunt way. In other words, she needed to defeat Majima Junpei and take the key from him. Still, one question remained. Akari asked Xian why she did not simply challenge Junpei herself. After all, Xian seemed exceptionally strong. Xian shook her head. Although she was powerful, she was nowhere near strong enough. Akari then asked Kanan whether her brother was truly that strong. Kanan answered without hesitation. Majima Junpei was the strongest S-rank hunter in Japan. As director of the Japan Hunter Association, he abused his authority to increase defense contracts and enrich himself. Worse still, he kidnapped random people from the streets, tortured them, and murdered them for entertainment. Xian added that many influential figures knew the truth, but no one could stop him. His existence was a brutal reminder of the world's most primitive law. In the end, everything came down to physical power. Society, religion, politics, and tradition meant little when one individual possessed overwhelming strength. And that was exactly what an S-rank hunter represented. Only an even greater power could oppose him. That was why Akari, the demon king from another world, was their only hope. After hearing everything, Akari smiled. This arrangement was perfect. Kanan's older brother, the strongest hunter in Japan, and the ultimate boss of the Descent of White, all sounded extremely interesting. She agreed to cooperate. Xian thanked her and explained that the Reizi family was secretly working with the police and prosecutors to place Majima Junpei into legal custody. Until then, they needed to wait. On the ride home, Akari asked Kanan if she was truly comfortable with this plan. After all, Akari might end up defeating her brother before Kanan had the chance. Kanan replied that she would be satisfied even if someone else brought him down. Of course, she still hoped to defeat him with her own hands, and until the operation began, she had no intention of giving up. Akari was pleased by her determination. Then she asked Kanan to prepare a reasonably difficult gate for the next day, not for ordinary training, but for something far more intense. Kanan assured her that using the influence of the Majima family, arranging such a gate would be simple. Akari smiled and warned her to prepare for a truly thorough training session. The next day, Akari arrived at the designated gate. To her surprise, a group of students was already waiting. The moment they saw her, they bowed in unison and greeted her respectfully. "Good morning, Boss Akari." Akari looked at the crowd and thought to herself that the number of students following her seemed to be increasing. The sight immediately annoyed her. Kanan explained that when she mentioned Akari was going to train her, several students insisted on joining as well. One of the boys stepped forward and said they had been deeply impressed by Akari's overwhelming strength during the recent battle. Another student added that they wanted to become as powerful as she was. A girl bowed and begged Akari to accept them as her students. Soon the entire group lowered their heads and addressed her as Boss Akari. Akari looked at them coldly. Not long ago, many of these same students had tormented the original Akari. They had spread humiliating photos online and pushed her to the point of taking her own life. One student asked, "What do you mean by that? You are still alive." Akari casually suggested, "You're so clever. Let's turn your head into a soccer ball." The boy immediately apologized. After a brief silence, Akari made her decision. She had already repaid the debt she owed to the original owner of this body, and if her goal was to cultivate opponents capable of defeating her, then having more students to train would only increase her chances. She agreed to accept them, but there was one condition. They must never use the power they gain to harm anyone weaker than themselves. The students eagerly promised. One of the boys even swore that he would abandon his bad habits from now on. Satisfied, Akari prepared to begin. Kanan commented that Akari was surprisingly kind-hearted. Akari immediately snapped back, calling her an incompetent blonde and a fake nouveau riche. Kanan protested at the harsh insult, but Akari ignored her and ordered everyone to move out. The group entered a third-grade, jungle-type gate. Kanan explained that the dungeon had approximately 3 weeks remaining before overflow, the point when monsters would spill into the real world. This was a difficult gate that an A-rank hunter could clear alone, but anything more dangerous would require multiple A-rank hunters. With Kashiwaji and the other students present as support, the challenge should be manageable. Akari nodded and told everyone that the current level was sufficient. Their objective was simple. They were to complete the quest. As they advanced through the jungle, monsters attacked from every direction. Kanan immediately entered the battle, and the students followed her lead. One of the boys instructed the others not to focus on defeating every monster. Instead, they only needed to survive long enough for Kanan to demonstrate her strength and allow them to use their own abilities effectively. The students worked together surprisingly well. They coordinated their attacks, protected one another, and maintained a disciplined formation. Akari observed from the rear, carefully watching how they handled themselves. After a long struggle, the monsters were finally defeated. Kanan asked whether anyone had been injured. One of the girls admitted that she had suffered a minor wound, and Kanan handed her a recovery potion. Akari was genuinely impressed. The group cooperated far better than she expected. One of the boys bowed proudly, thanking her for the praise. Kanan explained that the students had already gained considerable experience exploring gates under her leadership. Soon, they reached the boss chamber. A student excitedly suggested defeating the boss immediately, but Akari stepped forward. There was no need to kill the gate boss. The purpose of this expedition was to test and improve their abilities. Destroying the boss would only cause the valuable training environment to disappear. Instead, Akari led them deeper into the jungle. When they reached a secluded area, Kanan asked what she intended to do. Akari explained that the most efficient way to grow stronger was to fight opponents slightly above one's current level. Kanan agreed with her reasoning. However, before the real training could begin, Akari needed to remove the surrounding monsters. A dark and overwhelming aura erupted from her body. The sheer pressure spread throughout the jungle. Every monster in the gate sensed it. Akari ordered them to get lost. They fled in terror. When she turned back, she discovered that all of her new students had collapsed unconscious from fear. Without concern, she stepped on one of the boys and told them to wake up and show more spirit. Kanan pointed out that there were no monsters left to fight. Akari smirked. There was no need to rush. She was about to summon their opponents herself. A massive magic circle appeared, marked with a glowing star. From within the circle, numerous monsters began emerging one after another. The students stared in horror as they found themselves completely surrounded. Akari looked at them with a satisfied smile. Then she gave the order. Now, their real training would begin. Meanwhile, in Hunter Association building, Majima Junpei sat eating while one of his managers stood nearby. Junpei asked for her thoughts. In ancient times, before laws existed, humans had likely eaten one another. Junpei smiled. When he ate meat, he enjoyed imagining that he was trampling on the life of the creature that had been slaughtered to create the meal. That thought made the food taste even better, and if crushing the life of an animal felt so satisfying, then crushing a human life was even more pleasurable. The manager then reported that there was one matter he needed to know. The government and the police had begun exhibiting unusual behavior. Upon hearing this, Majima Junpei slowly smiled. Back in the gate, one of Akari's students screamed that he was definitely going to die. Akari, sitting calmly on a tree branch above the battlefield, called out to him using the wrong name as usual. She told him that it was already the 10th day of training, and ordered him to clear his mind and face the challenge. He desperately corrected her, reminding her that she had forced him to fight monsters stronger than himself every single day. He shouted that he had nearly died more times than he could count. Akari simply laughed. If he truly seemed about to die, she promised that she would step in. He protested that she had said the same thing many times before, while watching an airplane pass through the peaceful sky visible from within the gate. Akari reflected on how tranquil this world was. Compared to her old world, even the skies felt gentle. When the boy tripped and accidentally avoided the monster attack, he turned to Akari and complained that she was not taking his struggle seriously. Akari apologized only half-heartedly. Then she explained an important lesson. The process of becoming stronger was inseparable from the risk of death. If one wished to survive, they had to use every ounce of intelligence and strength to figure out how to defeat their opponent. Many people claimed that studying and training were the keys to growth. But in Akari's eyes, real progress could only be achieved through actual combat. As she observed her students battling across the jungle, Akari thought to herself that 10 days had passed since the beginning of her special training. Every member of the group was steadily improving. To her surprise, she seemed to possess a genuine talent for leadership. She even wondered whether she should have started training followers much earlier. Nearby, Majima Kanan continued her own battle. Using her evolving lightning abilities, she created replica versions of herself to confuse her opponent. The monster crushed the clones, only for the real Kanan to appear from behind and deliver the finishing blow. Akari watched with satisfaction. Kanan's rate of growth exceeded all expectations. By overcoming her fear of stronger opponents, she appeared to have removed the psychological limits that had held her back for years. Even so, Akari believed Kanan still had a long way to go. With a smile, she remarked that the blonde girl was raising her expectations. After the battle, the exhausted students collapsed to the ground. Some said they thought they were going to die. Others admitted they could not move another step. Akari then asked one of them a blunt question. Why had he resorted to extorting money from her? Could he not have earned money honestly instead? Kanan answered on his behalf. The Hunter Association held an almost complete monopoly over gate management and the rewards earned from dungeon exploration. Students and unlicensed hunters received only a tiny fraction of the profits. Unless someone was an A-rank student like Kanan, it was nearly impossible to earn a decent income before graduation. On top of that, every citizen was forced to pay a monthly defense contribution fee to the Hunter Association. In effect, people paid both taxes to the government and additional taxes to the association. For lower and middle-class families, the burden was severe. Hearing this, Akari finally understood why Yamamoto Akari's mother had been forced to work such long hours just to survive. Still, Akari stepped on former bully and told him that financial hardship was no excuse for bullying and extortion. He sincerely apologized. A few days remained before the gate overflowed. Kanan suggested that it was finally time to defeat the gate boss. Akari agreed. She told everyone to rest while she handled the monster herself. The students were thrilled. A student asked if they could observe her battle and use it as a reference for their own growth. Akari had no objection. She stood before the gate boss, a gigantic serpent. The creature lunged at her with its jaws wide open. In the next instant, its head was severed. The battle ended so quickly that the students were left disappointed. As the group headed toward the exit, Akari asked Kanan whether the next training gate had been prepared. Kanan confirmed that she had secured a far more dangerous gate located deep in the mountains, near the site of the recent incident. Privately, Kanan reflected on the terrifying truth. Akari's strength was on an entirely different level. She had become so powerful that even Kanan found her frightening, and despite all of her progress, Kanan still could not imagine defeating her. Suddenly, every phone in the group emitted an emergency alert. Kanan checked the message and immediately went pale. A first-grade gate had appeared in a nearby city. Even worse, only 3 minutes after manifesting, the gate had already entered overflow. Normally, gates took 1 to 2 weeks before overflowing. But in rare cases, monsters poured out within minutes, or even seconds. When that happened, organized countermeasures were nearly impossible. Because this was a first-grade gate in a densely populated urban area, Kanan feared it could become the worst gate disaster Japan had seen in decades. The students shouted that they needed to evacuate immediately, but Akari's face lit up with excitement. She asked only one question. The boss of a first-grade gate must be very strong. Before anyone could stop her, Akari dashed toward the city. At the same time, in his office, Majima Junpei received the same emergency report. Junpei sighed in irritation. Only S-rank hunters could handle first-grade gates, and responding to such disasters was a nuisance. Nearby, a terrified woman tied up and wept as she remained at his mercy. Junpei leaned close to her and asked whether she was grateful that her lifespan had been extended a little longer. Then he turned to his manager with a cruel smile. Now it was time to go and protect the good citizens of the country. Monsters poured into the streets and began attacking civilians without mercy. People ran in terror as destruction spread across the city. Then Akari arrived. With a delighted smile, she threw herself into the chaos. Each monster possessed its own unique strength, and to Akari that made the situation irresistible. She rushed through the city and cut down every creature in her path with overwhelming ease. Watching her from a distance, Kanan admitted that she was no longer sure which was more dangerous, the monsters or Akari herself. The student asked what they were supposed to do. Kanan immediately took command. She instructed everyone to split up and protect civilians according to the emergency procedures they had learned in class. If they followed their training and did what they could, they would still be able to save lives. The students nodded. Meanwhile, the military attempted to stop one of the largest monsters using tanks and heavy artillery. The barrage had no effect. Modern weapons were completely useless against the creature. At that moment, Majima Junpei appeared behind the soldiers. He mocked them for wasting defense funds. The military officer recognized him as a representative of the Hunter Association. Junpei casually remarked that if the government doubled the mandatory monthly defense contributions, he might consider ending the disaster. The officer was outraged. Those contributions already existed specifically to handle situations like this. Junpei merely shrugged and said he could wait until 100,000 people died before taking action. As he spoke, a monster lunged at him from behind. Without even turning around, Junpei destroyed it with one hand. The officer stared in disbelief. A creature immune to tanks had been erased with a single blow. This was the true power of an S-rank hunter. Junpei asked what the military intended to do. After all, protecting civilians was supposedly their job. He added that he personally did not care whether people lived or died. The officer was angry, but with no other options, they were forced to rely on this monstrous man. Elsewhere in the city, a centipede-like monster attacked a mother and her baby. One of the students stepped in and killed it. As he looked at his own hands, he was stunned. Even though it was a relatively weak monster, he had never imagined he would be capable of defeating one so easily. The harsh training Akari had forced him through was clearly working. The grateful mother bowed and thanked him. For a moment, he remembered his own mother. He told the woman to take her daughter and run, and he urged her to treasure her child. Then, he turned to face the approaching monsters with newfound confidence. For the first time, he was using his strength to protect others instead of hurting them. Back on the front lines, Akari stood atop a mountain of monster corpses. She wondered if she had already finished defeating everything nearby. The battle had been entertaining, but not enough to satisfy her. Kanan asked how many monsters she had defeated by herself. Before Akari could answer, a powerful explosion shook the city. Kanan received an urgent message. A squad of hunters was requesting immediate support against the boss monster that had emerged from the gate in District 5. Kanan immediately understood. A first-grade gate of this magnitude could not be cleared without a properly organized high-level force. But before she could say anything else, Akari was already running toward the source of the tremendous magical power. As she crossed the mountains, Akari felt something extraordinary. On the other side was a presence more powerful than anything she had encountered since arriving in this world. When she finally reached the battlefield, she stopped in astonishment. Before her lay the enormous corpse of a gigantic lizard-like monster. Even Akari was momentarily speechless. Akari quietly asked herself, who could possibly have done this? A student reminded her that only the strongest beings in the world, S-rank hunters, were capable of feats like this. She had heard the words S-rank many times since coming to this world, but now, seeing evidence of such overwhelming power with her own eyes, she felt genuine anticipation. Perhaps she had finally found someone worthy of her full attention. Elsewhere, a young man stood atop a building and answered a phone call. He calmly reported that the YB-class boss monster, Diablo Hydra, had been successfully subjugated. On the other end of the call, Majima Junpei clicked his tongue in annoyance. Because of this unnecessary intervention, he had lost the opportunity to extract even more money from the government. The young man apologized and explained that he had simply been passing by and decided to help. Junpei sighed and remarked that Akiyama Shun, you are still a same genius as always. After ending the call, Shun examined the countless monster corpses scattered throughout the city. It was immediately obvious that they had all been defeated in one-sided fashion by an overwhelmingly powerful individual. The first high-grade gate disaster in more than 10 years left many casualties across the city. Even so, the overall damage was kept to a minimum because the S-rank hunters arrived quickly and defeated the boss monster. The public felt relieved. At the same time, they were reminded once again that modern society depended entirely on hunters and the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, Majima Junpei returned to his office in an unusually foul mood. His manager immediately noticed his irritation. Junpei jokingly asked whether he should vent his frustration by beating her. Without hesitation, she removed her jacket and calmly told him to go ahead. Junpei said she had not changed at all. Instead, he asked her to prepare some alcohol. As she opened the liquor cabinet, the manager delivered an important report. The police and the Reize family had begun moving in earnest. According to their intelligence, they had secured a powerful fighter who was not affiliated with the Hunter Association. Junpei raised an eyebrow. He asked whether such a person truly existed. The manager then played a video obtained from a spy. The footage showed Akari in battle. For the first time, Junpei fell silent. Back at the disaster site, military personnel were cleaning up the remains of the monsters. Kanan approached Akari to discuss the rewards. Hunters of A rank and above who responded to the emergency would receive compensation based on the number and type of monsters they defeated. However, monsters that emerged after an overflow did not drop magic stones, with the exception of the boss. As a result, the Hunter Association was forced to pay large sums without receiving any financial return. Akari listened briefly and concluded that there were no more strong enemies to fight. Since the battle was over, she decided it was time to go home. Before she left, her student stepped forward. With a deeply emotional expression, he admitted that for the first time in his life, he felt like a decent person. Saving a mother and her child had changed something inside him. He bowed to Akari and thanked her sincerely. Akari stood in silence, uncertain how to respond to such heartfelt gratitude. Kanan noticed her hesitation and teasingly suggested that she should simply raise her hands and accept the praise. Instead, Akari flicked Kanan on the forehead and knocked her to the ground. Then she turned back to him. Akari acknowledged that he had grown up in a difficult environment and that this likely contributed to his violent behavior. But she made one thing very clear: circumstances alone did not define a person. At his core, he possessed an aggressive and rather trashy personality. He sheepishly admitted that this was true. Akari then gave him the most important lesson of all. People like him should direct their aggression toward protecting others. This world was filled with monsters and corrupt humans who preyed on the innocent. If he truly wanted to become a proper person, he should become the kind of scoundrel who drove out even worse scoundrels. As long as he stayed within the law, his eyes lit up with excitement. He eagerly accepted her words. The rest of the students bowed deeply and pledged to continue following Boss Akari's guidance. Akari quietly admitted that taking occasional detours like this was not such a bad thing. Several days later, the students gathered once again for training. Akari's student clenched his fists with determination and declared that they would work even harder. The others remarked that he had become incredibly motivated. In fact, he now forced everyone to arrive early for extra training sessions. He argued that the stronger they became as hunters, the better their future earnings would be. At that moment, a new voice interrupted them. Majima Junpei had arrived. The students were instantly overwhelmed. They had seen him only on television and the internet. The magical power radiating from his body was so immense that it was difficult to believe he was human. Junpei looked at the group and began speaking casually. In his opinion, the most effective form of harassment was to harm the people someone cared about. The students were confused by his words. Then, without warning, Junpei attacked one of them. His hand pierced straight through the student's body. Junpei calmly explained that this was his way of harassing the Reizai family. The student roared in rage and demanded to know what he was doing. Junpei replied that it was irritating when weak people underestimated him and believed they stood a chance. That was why he despised such behavior. All Akari students immediately activated their magic and charged. Junpei smiled and dismissed them as insignificant. With effortless strikes, he sent every student crashing to the ground. The students lay in agony. Junpei looked down at the fallen students and announced that he would finish them all. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice rang out from behind him. Kanan had arrived. Junpei turned toward his younger sister with a faint smile. It had been a long time. Kanan glared at him with fury and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Majima Junpei looked at his younger sister with a smile. He asked whether this was really how she intended to greet the brother she had not seen in such a long time. Kanan ignored his mockery and demanded that he explain what he was doing. Junpei answered as casually. He said he was simply punishing those who threatened the order maintained by the Hunter Association. The Reizai family had become troublesome, and this was his way of passing the time. Then he asked whether Kanan wanted to join in. Kanan's expression darkened. She quietly stated that nothing about him had changed. Junpei nodded without shame. He admitted that he had always enjoyed killing people and watching them suffer, and he had always hated anyone who irritated him. Without hesitation, Kanan attacked. She unleashed her lightning magic and shouted that he should die. The attack struck Junpei directly, but it had no effect whatsoever. Junpei smiled. He reminded her of one undeniable fact. He had always been the strongest. Kanan froze in disbelief. An attack that could destroy powerful monsters was completely meaningless to him. Refusing to give up, she activated Lightning Step and circled around him at incredible speed. Junpei laughed. That was the very technique he had taught her. Then, in an instant, he used the same skill. He appeared directly in front of her. Kanan tried to retreat, but Junpei was already behind her. He kicked her with overwhelming force and sent her crashing to the ground. As he walked toward her, he coldly compared her to an inferior copy. She had improved, he admitted, but she was still nothing more than a weaker version of himself. His words were painfully true. Every technique she possessed had originally been modeled after her brother's abilities. For years, he had been the strongest person in her life, and she had unconsciously used him as the standard for her own growth. But things were different now. Since meeting Akari, she had developed new techniques. One of them was alloy bullets, a railgun-like attack that used magnetic force to launch metal projectiles at extreme speed. In theory, it possessed enough penetrating power to break through even an S-rank hunter's defenses. The only problem was creating an opening to fire it. Kanan charged forward and clashed with Junpei directly, but the gap in power was overwhelming. He crushed her assault and knocked her to the ground once again. Junpei chuckled. He could tell she was preparing something. But with such an absurd difference in strength, it made no difference. Just then, something grabbed his foot. One of the students looked up at him with a fearless grin. Junpei told him not to waste his life on meaningless actions, but he refused to let go. He declared that Junpei was the perfect opponent for him. Junpei kicked him away effortlessly, but Kanan smiled. She praised her fellow student's spirit. Using the precious seconds he had bought her, she completed her preparation. Standing behind her brother, Kanan unleashed alloy bullets. The projectiles shot toward Junpei before he had time to react. At that moment, the scene shifted to the Reizai estate. Reizai Xian was reviewing documents as her staff delivered updates. Because the Hunter Association controlled most communications infrastructure, transmitting information securely had become increasingly difficult. Still, the Reizai family had gathered the latest anti-hunter equipment available. They had also assembled as many high-ranking hunters as possible from the police. Xian thanked them for their efforts, but she knew that no amount of preparation could guarantee success. Their opponent was Majima Junpei. The man before her struggled to understand why so much force was necessary to confront a single individual. Xian answered with chilling clarity. An S-rank hunter should not be thought of as one person. Such beings possessed enough power to destroy a nation. If a country attempted to fight them, using only conventional military weapons, it would likely be defeated within a single day. Government buildings, infrastructure, and even nuclear facilities could be seized or destroyed directly. An S-rank hunter was not merely an individual. They were the equivalent of an entire country. Back at the training grounds, Junpei grabbed his defeated sister in one hand. He remarked that she had become somewhat stronger, but even if her talent increased from 100 to 200, the improvement was meaningless against someone whose talent was measured in the hundreds of millions. The student from earlier lay on the ground in shock. Even after all the training Akari had put them through, Kanan still could not make a meaningful dent. Junpei dropped Kanan to the ground and smiled coldly. Then, he looked at the students around him and asked, were they going to continue harassing him? Elsewhere, Akari was walking through the city, talking to herself as she think about shopping show. Even though she had no intention of buying anything, she found herself repeatedly stopping to look at the products. Thanks to that distraction, she arrived late to the training grounds, but the moment she got there, her expression changed completely. Her students had been slaughtered. Bodies were scattered across the ground. The cheerful atmosphere of their training had been replaced by blood and silence. At that moment, Majima Kanan called out to her. Kanan apologized, her voice trembling. She said that even though she had been there, she could not stop him. Akari immediately understood. Kanan was talking about her brother. Kanan lowered her head and admitted that despite all the training Akari had given her, she had still failed. Nearby, one of the students was barely alive. His injuries were so severe that anyone could see he was standing at death's door. Even so, he reached out to Akari and apologized. Akari looked at him and quietly thought to herself that he was still breathing. Then she spoke in an unusually solemn tone. She said that she was sorry. Her magic could destroy countless enemies, but it could not heal others. With trembling hands, the dying student held out an envelope. Inside was 3 million yen. The students had earned the money by taking real quests outside of training and by working part-time jobs. The boy smiled weakly and said he was glad he had been able to deliver it to her. That was all he wanted. Moments later, he took his final breath. Akari stood in silence. Then she said that she would not thank him. Compared to what they had done, This amount was only a pittance. For perhaps the first time since arriving in this world, Akari was truly enraged. She immediately called Reizi House. Akari apologized, but said she no longer felt like waiting for the planned operation. She was going to beat up Majima Junpei right now. Sheen would simply have to clean up the aftermath. Then Akari ended the call. Turning to Kanan, she asked if she could still move. If so, she was to guide her directly to her brother's headquarters. As they traveled toward the Japan Hunter Association building, Kanan remarked that Akari was surprisingly humane. Akari instantly snapped at her and threatened to finish her off if she continued talking. Kanan asked whether she was really that angry. Akari answered without hesitation, yes, very much so. Then she demanded Junpei's direct contact information. Inside the Hunter Association headquarters, Majima Junpei returned to his office. His manager welcomed him. Junpei asked for a change of clothes because his shirt had been slightly torn. The manager remarked that it was difficult to imagine anyone capable of even scratching him. At that moment, Junpei received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, Akari introduced herself. She politely stated that his harassment had been very entertaining. Junpei laughed and asked whether she had enjoyed it. If that was the case, he said, he would begin using the people around her to provide even more amusement. Akari calmly thanked him for the offer. Then she informed him that she was coming to beat him up. He should prepare himself. Without waiting for a reply, she hung up. Junpei smiled. He instructed his manager to alert security. An interesting guest would be arriving shortly, and he wanted to welcome her properly. Soon, Akari and Kanan stood before the towering Hunter Association headquarters. Two security hunters blocked their path. They announced that the building was on emergency alert and that no one was allowed to enter. Kanan immediately recognized how dangerous they were. These were not ordinary guards. Both were elite B-rank hunters with exceptional combat abilities. Akari simply told them to move. Before they could respond, she struck them and hurled their bodies straight through the reinforced glass entrance. The massive bulletproof windows shattered instantly. Kanan stared in disbelief. That glass was specially designed to withstand powerful attacks. Akari casually remarked that it was fortunate the guards were stronger than average humans. As Akari stepped into the building, dozens of hunters surrounded her. Kanan quickly assessed the situation. Most of them were B rank or higher. Several A rank hunters were also present. Akari looked around at the assembled force and sighed. This was not the warm welcome she had expected. She had heard that Japan was a country known for hospitality. If this was how guests were treated now, then perhaps that tradition had truly been lost. Akari shook her head in disappointment. One of the hunters shouted a single command, attack. In the next instant, every hunter in the building charged at the Demon King. Inside a hospital room, a severely injured hunter lay on a bed, covered in bandages. This was Suzuki Eric, an A-rank hunter and the vice captain of the security force at Hunter Association headquarters. As investigators questioned him, Eric described the terrifying scene. He explained that he had been one of the first hunters to rush in and confront Akari. Alongside him were several of the association's strongest A-rank hunters, including Uramura Kanji, Yu Yi, and Uzuki Kenya. And yet, according to Eric, all of them were blown away by a single kick. Back at headquarters, Akari looked at the fallen hunters and remarked that kicking them was far more satisfying than dealing with ordinary weaklings. The remaining security forces quickly regrouped. Their commander, Hirokawa Shinji, an A-rank hunter, shouted orders to his men. He warned them to treat Akari as if they were facing a ZB-class disaster monster. Support teams immediately began casting debuff and restraint magic. A strange blue aura surrounded Akari as multiple spells attempted to weaken her. Hirokawa ordered everyone to increase their output. Wind and fire attribute users unleashed long-range attacks from every direction. Soon, Akari was completely encircled by flames. Akari smiled with delight. A coordinated group battle like this brought back memories. She remembered a time when an entire small country had united to challenge her in her previous world. It had been a long time since she had experienced something so nostalgic. To the hunter's horror, the flames had no effect whatsoever. Akari calmly surrounded herself with a blue barrier that blocked every attack. The hunters were stunned. More than 10 simultaneous spells, combined with numerous debuffs, should have inflicted serious damage even on a ZB-class monster. Hirokawa tried to steady his troops. There were more than 50 hunters in the room. Surely they still had the advantage in numbers. Before he could finish, Akari appeared behind him. She gently pointed out that he misunderstood the nature of battle. A force of 1,000 people did not necessarily function as 1,000 effective fighters. At that moment, Hirokawa launched an arrow toward her. Akari caught it effortlessly with one hand and snapped it in two. Then she explained that most people feared death and cherished their own lives above all else. The commander began to tremble. Akari charged forward. With a single punch and kick, she sent numerous hunters flying through the air. The security force collapsed one after another. One terrified hunter admitted that they had no chance of defeating this monster. As panic spread, some began trying to flee. Akari seized two of them and continued her lesson. Not everyone possessed the conviction required to defeat the enemy standing before them. Watching from behind, Kanan could only shake her head. As usual, Akari's strength bordered on nonsense. Standing before the broken commander, Akari calmly explained that when 10 to 20% of a group suffered casualties, most organizations disintegrated from fear. What truly mattered in battle was an absolute determination to win at any cost. Did they possess that kind of will? Hirokawa was too terrified to answer. At that moment, a streak of electrical energy shot toward Akari. She dodged effortlessly and turned to face the newcomer. Majima Junpei had finally entered the battlefield. Junpei introduced himself and remarked that it seemed his gift had been well received. The battered commander thanked Junpei for saving them. Junpei glanced at him and coldly stated that this failure was the commander's responsibility. He grabbed Hirokawa by the neck. Hirokawa desperately begged for forgiveness, explaining that Akari was far stronger than expected. Junpei dismissed the excuse. Without hesitation, he snapped his neck. The commander died instantly. Junpei casually remarked that he had simply felt like killing someone. He always found a reason when he wanted to indulge himself. Akari looked at him and called him an idiot. To her, human beings represented potential. The proper approach was to make the most of that potential and hope for future growth. Junpei scoffed. Humans were disposable creatures. No matter how many were killed, more would always appear. The two monsters stood facing one another, both smiling. Behind them, Kanan felt her heart race. At last, the battle between Japan's strongest S-rank hunter and the demon king from another world was about to begin. But before the clash could start, Kanan sensed danger. She barely dodged a steel rod fired toward her. Standing before her was Junpei's secretary. Although not officially an S-rank hunter, she was regarded as one of the strongest A-rank hunters in the country. The secretary coldly criticized Kanan for siding with a rebel against the Majima family. Kanan gritted her teeth. She was already badly injured and could barely move. Even so, she knew she had no choice. Akari and Majima Junpei stood face to face. Both released their overwhelming magical power. Without another word, they charged at each other. Their attacks collided head-on and exploded, blasting a hole through the ceiling. For the first time in a long while, Akari's face lit up with genuine excitement. Junpei wore the same expression, still locked in combat. They shot upward through the same hole, trading blows as they went. Watching from below, Kanan realized she had to be careful not to get caught in the battle. But before she could focus on Akari's fight, several metal spears flew toward her. Kanan immediately activated Lightning Step and dodged every projectile. The secretary-manager, Mishima Fumiko, calmly remarked that compared to Majima Junpei, she was nothing more than dust. However, she was still more than enough to deal with Kanan. Kanan knew exactly who she was facing. Fumiko belonged to a branch family of the Majima clan. Despite not being an S-rank hunter, she was widely regarded as the strongest A-rank hunter in Japan and possessed power close to S-rank. There was nothing lacking in her as an opponent. Kanan gripped an alloy bullet in her hand and fired it toward Fumiko. The projectile shot forward at incredible speed. Fumiko was impressed. The bullet stopped just before her eye. She noted that Kanan had clearly continued developing her lightning-based abilities. What surprised her even more was that Kanan had also begun using mineral manipulation, the very earth-type technique that Fumiko herself specialized in. Kanan explained that she had simply been refining what she was already capable of. Fumiko said she would return the attack. Using her own superior magnetic control, she reversed the bullet and sent it flying back at Kanan. Kanan attempted to stop it, but immediately realized that Fumiko's power far exceeded her own. She barely managed to alter its trajectory. The bullet struck the ground with enough force to crack the concrete. Then Fumiko tapped the floor with her foot and activated another spell. Black Dragon. From the ground rose an enormous dragon made entirely of iron sand. The creature lunged at Kanan. Kanan used all of her power to resist, but the dragon overwhelmed her and hurled her into the wall. Fumiko looked at her with interest. She had now confirmed Kanan's method. By applying electricity to minerals, Kanan was generating magnetism and creating entirely new forms of combat. It was a clever development. Even so, the difference in raw ability remained overwhelming. Kanan forced herself to stand. As expected, she was facing the strongest A-rank hunter in the country. Then Fumiko asked whether Kanan still intended to defeat her brother, the man responsible for the deaths of her parents. To Fumiko, such an ambition was foolish. Kanan glared at her and asked a question of her own. With such extraordinary talent, why devote her life to serving a madman like Majima Junpei? If she went overseas, she could easily work under respectable S-rank hunters, and no matter how loyal she was, Junpei could kill her on a whim. Fumiko fell silent for a moment. Then she answered with complete sincerity. That was exactly what she wanted. Kanan stared at her in disbelief. Fumiko continued, her face flushed with excitement. She wanted Junpei to kill her slowly and cruelly. She wanted to be tormented and humiliated. If possible, she even wanted him to eat her flesh. She confessed that she had been intensely jealous of the woman Junpei had tortured a few days earlier. Kanan could only stare in horror. What kind of pervert was this woman? Fumiko leaned forward and asked whether Kanan understood this feeling. Kanan rejected the idea entirely. No matter how unusual Fumiko's desires were, one fact remained unchanged. Her opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Kanan tightened her fist. There was only one option left. It seemed she would have to use that technique. Meanwhile, the battle between Akari and Majima Junpei grew even more intense. Junpei charged forward and threw a devastating punch. Akari dodged effortlessly, but the force of the attack alone was enough to crack the entire ground beneath them. Akari smiled with excitement. She cast a powerful spell. Fireball, level 4. A series of enormous fire spheres materialized behind her and launched toward Junpei. Junpei responded instantly. Using his own magic, he created multiple thunderballs and fired them at Akari. The two spells collided in midair. A massive explosion tore through the Hunter Association headquarters, causing even greater destruction throughout the building. Akari watched the blast with shining eyes. S-rank hunters truly were extraordinary. Then she spoke the words she had longed to say for 10,000 years. Please defeat me. Who on the other side of the battlefield, Kanan was still facing Mashima Fumiko. Fumiko looked at her with disappointment. She told Kanan that all of her efforts had been wasted. Kanan remained silent. Fumiko continued. Since Kanan could not even kill her instantly, what hope did she have of defeating Majima Junpei? A-rank hunters and S-rank hunters were fundamentally different beings. S-rank hunters were transcendent humans, individuals born with extraordinary gifts far beyond ordinary talent. Kanan might desire revenge, but there were some things in life that could never be achieved. But Kanan smiled. She calmly replied that Akari had taught her something very different. Akari would never tell her to surrender. Instead, she would demand that she struggle to the very end without giving up, and that was exactly what Kanan intended to do. Then Kanan released an immense surge of electrical energy from her body. Fumiko was shocked. Electricity condensed and took shape at her back. Fumiko reacted with blocking with several metal beams. Then Kanan lifts her finger to attack. A concentrated beam of electricity shot from Kanan's fingertip, piercing through the blocks and forcing Fumiko to dodge. Although she avoided a direct hit, the beam sliced across her face. Using that brief opening, Kanan closed the distance. Fumiko immediately reacted with summoning an iron sand barrier to block the attack, but Kanan's power tore straight through it. For the first time, Fumiko was genuinely shaken. Was she actually losing in terms of raw output? No. More importantly, the quality of Kanan's electricity felt eerily similar to Majima Junpei's. When Fumiko demanded an explanation, Kanan revealed the truth. She had used the byproduct of a secret project known as the Transcendent Mass Production Plan. Years ago, governments around the world had attempted to artificially create more S-rank hunters. Since individuals of that caliber were both rare and immensely valuable, every nation sought ways to mass-produce them. Most of these experiments ended in total failure. One of the most extreme approaches involved transplanting cells from existing S-rank hunters into human subjects. Naturally, cells from Majima Junpei, the strongest S-rank hunter in Japan, were among those used. With the influence of the Majima family, obtaining his genetic material had been relatively easy. However, the experiments were catastrophic. The human body could not withstand the overwhelming power of an S-rank hunter. More than half of the test subjects died. Fumiko stared at Kanan in disbelief and called her insane. Kanan's expression hardened. Hearing those words from someone like Fumiko was deeply ironic. Kanan launched herself forward. In an instant, she closed the distance between them. Majima Kanan's attack struck Mishima Fumiko with overwhelming force. The impact was so powerful that Fumiko could barely remain standing. Refusing to surrender, she launched several metal beams toward Kanan. Kanan calmly stopped every projectile in midair. Then she sent them all back at once. The metal rods changed direction and shot toward Fumiko at tremendous speed. At the last possible moment, Fumiko narrowly dodged. As she regained her balance, she could not hide her shock. Even Kanan's mineral manipulation had surpassed her own abilities. Kanan might not officially be an S-rank hunter, but there was no doubt that she had already crossed the boundaries of an A rank. Kanan admitted that she did not know whether it was because of their blood relationship or because she was already a highly trained A-rank hunter. But infuriatingly, the transplanted power suited her body extremely well. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she spoke. Fumiko looked at her with a strange expression. She said she was astonished that Kanan had gone this far. Kanan replied that she understood the risks perfectly, but Fumiko clarified that she was not referring to the danger. What truly surprised her was Kanan's willingness to accept the power of the very person she hated most, the same man she sought to destroy. For a moment, Kanan fell silent. Then she answered honestly. Yes, the thought disgusted her, but if taking her brother's power made her stronger, she would endure it. That was the determination required to make the impossible possible. Fumiko slowly rose to her feet. She acknowledged Kanan's resolve, but she too had a dream she refused to abandon. She could not die until Majima Junpei personally killed her. A massive black dragon of iron sand materialized behind her. Fumiko declared that she would continue struggling until that day came. In response, Kanan summoned her electric Ghidorah. A gigantic three-headed serpent appeared and roared. The two colossal constructs charged at one another. When they collided, a tremendous explosion shook the entire building. The black dragon shattered, and Fumiko collapsed to the ground. Kanan walked toward her defeated opponent. Fumiko smiled weakly and remarked that if she had to be killed by this power, it would not be such a bad end. Kanan kicked her in the face. She had no intention of killing someone against whom she held no personal grudge. Looking upward, Kanan declared that there was only one person she truly wanted to kill, Majima Junpei. Above, Akari and Majima Junpei continued their extraordinary battle. The two exchanged blows with delighted expressions. Each kick and punch generated devastating shockwaves, yet neither showed any sign of weakening. Junpei smirked and asked whether this was truly the full extent of the Rize family's secret weapon. Akari was briefly surprised. Then her smile widened into a more dangerous expression. If Junpei wished to test her limits, she was more than happy to oblige. Akari announced that she would increase her output to 50%. She launched forward and struck Junpei, who barely managed to block the blow. The force drove him backward. Without pause, Akari raised her power to 70%, appearing behind him. She delivered a crushing kick that sent him soaring through the air. Akari's excitement grew even stronger. She praised him for maintaining his human form despite enduring such punishment. Then she teleported above him, 90%. With that declaration, she prepared a devastating punch. Junpei gathered his own power and countered with a punch of his own. Their fists collided in a cataclysmic explosion, but Akari's strength proved superior. Junpei was blasted through multiple walls before crashing to the ground. Akari landed in front of him. She called him magnificent. It had been 500 years since she had needed to exert herself to this degree. Then she asked the question she had been waiting to ask. Would he stand up again? Junpei cracked his neck and rose to his feet. He remarked that the battle was unfolding exactly as he had predicted after watching the footage. Akari was confused. Then Junpei delivered a shocking statement. He told her that she was weaker than he was. At that moment, he released immense power from his body. The strongest hunter in Japan was finally revealing his true power. Majima Junpei finally revealed the true source of his terrifying power. Among hunters, every magical ability followed a skill tree. Once a hunter acquired the first skill, they could continue developing stronger and more advanced techniques. At the very end of that path existed the ultimate magic, the final skill that represented the pinnacle of that attribute. Junpei had reached that point. With a calm expression, he activated his ultimate technique, Plasma Aura. In an instant, his body transformed into pure plasma. Lightning and energy surged around him as he took on the appearance of a thunder god descended to earth. Even Akari was visibly surprised. Junpei glanced around at the ruined headquarters and casually wondered how much rebuilding the Hunter Association would require. Then he turned his eyes back to Akari. Now, he said, it was time to kill her. Without warning, Junpei extended his hand and fired a beam of plasma. Akari dodged the attack. The blast tore straight through the wall, leaving a massive hole behind. Before she could counterattack, Junpei closed the distance in an instant. Akari seized the opportunity and kicked him, but her foot passed directly through his body. Junpei smiled. Physical attacks were useless. His body had become plasma itself. Then he struck, moving at nearly the speed of light. Junpei drove his fist into Akari's guts. The impact was overwhelming. Akari was launched through multiple walls. Blood spilled from her mouth, yet instead of fear, she burst into laughter. This was exactly what she had been searching for. Akari leaped back into battle and kicked Junpei again. Once more, her attack passed harmlessly through his plasma body. Junpei calmly told her that it would not work. Akari's excitement only grew. She immediately cast Lightning Strike, level 10. A massive tiger of lightning materialized and lunged toward him. Junpei destroyed the spell with a single motion. Then he appeared behind Akari and kicked her into the air. He teleported above her and struck her again, sending her crashing violently into the ground. Even covered in blood, Akari continued smiling. At last, this was the strength she had waited thousands of years to find. With renewed excitement, she cast her strongest fire spell, Fireball. Max level, gigantic fire spheres formed around her and rushed toward Junpei. But with one hand, he stopped every single one. Akari's eyes shone with pure joy. Then she made her heartfelt plea, "Please kill me, S-rank hunter." Junpei answered coldly that he intended to do so, whether she asked or not. After all, eliminating people was part of his job. As he prepared to finish her, Akari remembered a conversation from centuries ago, when she was Demon King. He had once asked one of his subordinates whether someone who possessed everything from birth could truly be considered fortunate. Power, wealth, honor. To him, such a life seemed deeply tragic. Without obstacles to overcome, there was no opportunity to fully use one's potential. It was like being trapped forever in a game that had already been completed. Eventually, such a person would spend eternity searching for a challenge capable of destroying their perfection and invincibility. Back in the present, Akari hung in Junpei's grasp, her body battered and covered in blood. Junpei described in horrifying detail what he intended to do. He would cut off her limbs. He would run electricity through every pain receptor in her body. He would torture and kill everyone she knew. And after reducing her to scraps of flesh, he would flush what remained down a toilet. For a moment, Akari fell completely silent. Then she smiled, a deep, delighted smile unlike anything she had shown before. She told Junpei that she had been waiting 2,000 years for someone exactly like him. The shell she had been using until now began to crack. The first form is broken. With those words, she activated her second form. Akari's body underwent a terrifying transformation. Dark wings erupted from her back. Her severed arm regenerated instantly. Every wound on her body disappeared, as if they had never existed. Her hair grew longer and turned pure white. Her eyes turned red. Standing before Majima Junpei in her restored and far more powerful form, Akari spread her wings and declared the name of her transformation, second form, Angramaniu. For the first time since the battle began, Junpei was visibly shaken. He stared at her in disbelief. Akari's magical power should have been nearly exhausted after their brutal fight. Yet now she stood before him completely healed and overflowing with even greater strength. Without waiting another second, Akari rushed forward. Junpei remained still. He was confident that his plasma body would protect him from any physical attack. But in the next instant, Akari's punch connected. The blow struck him directly and sent him flying across the battlefield. Even his plasma form could not nullify the impact. He quickly used his plasma beam. Akari closed the distance even through that attack and kicked him again, smashing him into the wall. Junpei couldn't understand. He demanded to know how she was able to touch him in his plasma state. Akari explained calmly. The pitch-black magic of Angramaniu completely nullified the special properties of all other magic. Abilities that granted immunity or unusual effects were rendered useless. After all, disabling troublesome powers was something final bosses often did. Junpei's expression twisted with rage. He charged forward and threw another punch. Akari met him head-on. Their fists collided, but this time Akari's power was overwhelming. Junpei's hand shattered on impact. He stared in disbelief. His magical power had tripled. His abilities had become far stronger, and still, it was not enough. Furious, he unleashed another attack and shouted for Akari not to mock him. Akari stood completely unharmed. Laughing softly, she reminded him of a fundamental rule. When a hero is about to defeat the final boss, the boss fully recovers and transforms into a second form. That was exactly what had happened, and she still had additional 8 forms beyond this one. Akari walked toward Junpei through all of his attacks. For the first time, Majima Junpei began to fear her. With a single push, he went crashing through several floors of the building. Then Akari cast Fireball level 42, a spell far stronger than her normal fireball magic. The attack caused a massive explosion that destroyed the upper floors of the building. When the smoke cleared, Junpei was left with only one arm and one leg. Akari walked toward him with delighted anticipation. She asked what strategy he would use next. Would he reveal another hidden skill, use the world's most advanced weapon, or awaken an even greater power through sheer determination? Her eyes shone with excitement. She urged him to stand up quickly so they could continue. Then she smiled wickedly and revealed an even more terrifying fact. To truly kill her, he would need to defeat her 7 more times. Junpei struggled to his feet, but this time, there was no confidence in his expression, only terror. His voice trembled as he begged her not to come any closer. He called her a monster. Akari froze. For a brief moment, memories flooded her mind. She remembered countless people from her previous world looking at her with the same fear, the same horror, the same despair. Her expression darkened. She quietly asked if he too was afraid. Then she seized him by the head and slammed him into the floor. As she stood over his broken body, Junpei weakly whispered one final plea. "Save me." Akari looked down at him without emotion. She told him that she no longer had any interest in finishing him herself. His fate would be decided by someone else. Akari turned around. Standing behind her was Majima Kanan. Electricity crackled around her body as she stepped forward. Majima Kanan slowly walked toward him. The moment Junpei saw his younger sister, he forced a desperate smile. "Kanan, perfect timing. Buy me some time to escape. We are siblings, right?" Kanan looked down at him and asked a single question. "Why?" Junpei stared at her in confusion. Kanan continued, "Why did you kill mother and father? They were happy, and I am sure they loved you too. So why?" For a moment, Junpei was silent. Then tears began to stream down his face. He claimed that things had only appeared peaceful on the surface. According to him, life at home had been hell. He said their parents beat him every day and poisoned his food. He described how they laughed while watching him vomit. Sobbing, he insisted that the trauma had twisted him into the person he became. Kanan listened quietly. Then she exposed his lie. By the time she was 10 years old, Junpei had already become stronger than both of their parents. Even if they had hated him, they would never have been capable of hurting him. And as an S-rank hunter, ordinary poisons would have been detoxified instantly by his magic. There was no way such weak methods could have affected him. Akari, listening nearby, laughed and added that strong people usually had no need to lie. They were simply not very good at it. Junpei's expression twisted with rage. He shouted at them to stop looking down on him. Then he finally told the truth. He admitted that their parents had been useful to him at first, but once they discovered that he was secretly killing others, they began lecturing him. They told him to stop his crimes and atone for his sins. Junpei could not tolerate being ordered around by people weaker than himself. They annoyed him, so he killed them. He boasted that the police could never arrest him and no prison could ever contain him. Kanan nodded. In that much, he was probably right. Then plasma bullets floats beside her. Junpei looked up in confusion. Kanan said she was glad he had told her the truth. Then she called him exactly what he was. A scumbag. In the next instant, she fired them. One pierced his heart. The other destroyed his skull. Majima Junpei died where he lay. Kanan's mind drifted back to a memory from her childhood. One evening, she sat trembling beneath a tree after suffering another electric shock during training. Her older brother approached her gently. He lifted her onto his back and comforted her. The young Kanan asked him to teach her how to use electricity better next time. Junpei smiled and said that he would. Back in the present, Kanan looked at her brother's lifeless body. "Goodbye, big brother." Later, Akari and Kanan walked out of the ruined Hunter Association headquarters. Rize Xian hurried toward them. Akari immediately remarked that Xian was late. Then she casually handed over one of the keys. She explained that it had been lying around in Junpei's room. Xian accepted it with deep gratitude. She said her judgment had not been wrong. However, she gently asked Akari to be more patient next time. Defeating a man like Junpei required more than military force. There were legal procedures, media strategies, public opinion, and countless political issues to consider behind the scenes. Akari replied simply that she would be more careful in the future. With that, she turned and began walking away. Behind her, Rize Xian and Majima Kanan stood in silence, watching the Demon King depart after casually defeating the strongest hunter in Japan and obtaining the first key to the final quest. Meanwhile, at the American Hunter Association headquarters, the leaders of the world's most powerful hunter organizations gathered for an emergency meeting. There existed 7 great hunter guilds located in Brazil, China, Germany, Russia, Japan, India, and the United States. Unlike ordinary guilds, these 7 were operated directly by the Hunter Association itself. In Japan, the guild name is Orochi, led by Majima Junpei, because the guild master also served as the head of the National Hunter Association. These individuals stood at the very top of the global hunter hierarchy. The Hunter Association collected enormous tribute from gate captures and monster extermination. Its financial power exceeded that of many nations. As a result, all 7 guild masters ranked among the richest people in the world. This meeting truly represented the center of global power. The representative of the Indian branch, Vikram Singh, who ranked 3rd in personal wealth worldwide, remarked that nothing like this had happened since the founding of the association. The Chinese representative, Zhang Ji, who ranked 2nd in personal wealth, said he still could not believe that the Japanese branch had collapsed. The Russian representative, Alina Petrov, ranked 9th in global wealth, stated that such a rumor would never have spread through their intelligence network unless it were true. The German representative, Max Muller, ranked 15th in personal wealth, asked how many S-rank hunters the Japanese government had secretly recruited. The Brazilian representative, Sofia Pereira, ranked 7th in personal wealth, replied that it had supposedly been only one person, and according to the reports, that person was an E-rank girl. The entire conference fell silent in shock. Then Nicholas Cold, the guild master of the world's largest guild, gatekeeper, and the richest man in the world, confirmed the truth. Yes, the Japanese branch had collapsed. And yes, a single E-rank girl had defeated Majima Junpei. He then displayed the recorded footage of Akari's battle against Junpei. As the representatives watched Akari's second form, they were left speechless. Max Muller could only mutter that she was a monster. Was this truly the power of an E-rank hunter? Zhang Ji quickly pointed out the political implications. The governments they had long kept under control might see this as an opportunity to challenge the association's dominance. For the first time in years, the balance of power was at risk. Nicholas Cold, however, merely laughed. There was nothing to fear. The association's military and financial power still far exceeded that of any government, and above all, they had him. At that moment, Akiyama entered the conference room. He calmly reported that the first-class gate that had appeared in Jordan had already been cleared. The representatives were stunned. Nicholas smiled and praised him for being as quick as ever. The young man replied that there was little difference between a first-class gate and a third-class gate. Only he could say something so outrageous. The Chinese representative privately reflected that even the S-rank hunters from Brazil and Germany had failed to notice him entering the room. This was the only hunter in the world to possess an SSS rank, the strongest hunter alive, the genius known as Akiyama Shun. As Shun watched the footage of Akari's second form, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Rize Xian thanked Majima Kanan once again. Although Kanan's impulsive actions had created many complications, she was sincerely grateful for Junpei's defeat. Kanan replied that she had wanted it as much as anyone. Xian then asked what Akari had been doing recently. She wanted to personally thank her. Kanan sighed and explained the situation. For the past month, Akari had become a complete shut-in. Akari lay comfortably reading manga. She said that battle manga were especially fascinating because they were filled with powerful protagonists who never gave up. She envied those characters. More than anything, she wished they could step out of the pages and kill her. She even wanted to enter the world of manga herself. Kanan shook her head and called this a perfect example of escaping reality. Akari ignored her entirely. Kanan then admitted that even Majima Junpei, one of the strongest S-rank hunters in the world, had only forced Akari to reveal 2 of her 8 forms. That made her wonder whether anyone in this world could truly defeat her. At that moment, Akari's mother entered the room and announced that an expensive car had arrived outside the house. Akari looked confused. It was Rize Xian. She explained that since Akari had been unwilling to leave her home, she had decided to come personally. Akari asked why she was here. She admitted that she no longer wanted to take even a single step outside. Kanan immediately remarked that Akari sounded exactly like a hopeless recluse. Xian then said there was something she wanted Akari to do. Kanan asked what kind of task she had planned this time. Xian answered after a brief pause. If she had to describe it in one phrase, it would be idle activity. Kanan nearly choked. Akari stared at her in complete confusion. Since the appearance of the gates, the global economy had fallen into stagnation. Whether in major capitals or remote towns, people lived in constant fear of the next gate disaster. Instead of focusing on growth and development, nations were forced to pour their resources into rebuilding damaged infrastructure and protecting their citizens. Under these conditions, many developing countries that once received international assistance were now left with very little support. The gap between rich and poor nations continued to grow wider. Meanwhile, Akari was handing out tablet devices to children in one of those struggling regions. The children cheered with excitement as they received them. Watching their happy faces, Akari smiled and remarked that helping others felt surprisingly good. She finally understood why so many wealthy people devoted themselves to charity. Kanan stood nearby, speechless. She never imagined that the demon king from another world would spend her time doing volunteer work. Earlier, Akari had been completely confused when Rize Xian suggested idle activities. Akari assumed this meant wearing provocative costumes and performing in front of crowds, just like in the manga and anime she had read. Kanan quickly corrected her, though she admitted there was some truth to that description. Akari confidently stated that with her appearance, she would have no trouble succeeding. After all, the material was excellent. Xian then clarified what she actually meant. She showed Akari footage of her battle against Majima Junpei. Xian explained that Junpei and the Hunter Association had long abused their authority, collecting tax money under the pretense of defense subsidies. Although many people knew of Junpei's crimes, fear had kept them silent. Now that he was gone, the suppressed resentment throughout Japan was beginning to erupt. Public opinion was rapidly turning against the Hunter Association. Xian thanked Akari once again, but defeating Junpei was only the first step. The Rize family's ultimate goal remained the same: to conquer the descent of white and bring an end to the era of gates. Akari nodded. She remembered that the keys to Final Quest were held by the leaders of the Hunter Association. Japan's key had already been obtained. That meant 6 keys remained, controlled by the branches in Brazil, China, Germany, Russia, India, and the United States. Xian warned that the Hunter Association now knew both of Akari's existence and the Rize family's intentions. From this point onward, secrecy was no longer possible. The conflict would become an all-out war. That was why the Rize family and the Japanese government wanted to use Akari in a public image campaign. Kanan immediately understood. They intended to present Akari as a champion of justice. Xian confirmed it. Yamamoto Akari, the E-rank hunter who defeated Majima Junpei, would perform volunteer work in developing countries and provide support to victims of gate disasters. The Rize family and the government would publicize these efforts. If Akari became recognized worldwide as a symbol of justice, they would gain allies to overthrow the Hunter Association and maintain peace afterward. Without hesitation, Akari refused. Then she walked straight back into the house. Xian followed her into her room and continued trying to persuade her. She explained that this strategy would also help Akari achieve her own goal. The remaining guild masters now knew how powerful she was. Unlike Junpei, they would likely avoid fighting her directly. To force such people into battle, Akari would need a vast network of collaborators and informants. From a purely strategic standpoint, this was the most efficient way to reach Final Quest and confront the ultimate boss monster. Akari admitted that Xian was probably right. Then she gave the real reason for her refusal. She was depressed and did not want to face reality. Xian nodded sympathetically. Even she had not realized how overwhelmingly strong Akari truly was until the battle with Junpei. As far as she knew, there was only one person in the world who might compete with Akari on equal terms. Akari's eyes lit up with excitement. Was Xian offering to become her opponent? Xian quickly denied it. She was nowhere near strong enough. However, she added that volunteer work often helped people who were feeling down. Many found that helping others improved their mood and gave them renewed purpose. Akari suddenly asked an unexpected question. Did the children in these developing regions have access to manga and anime? Kanan admitted that many probably did not. Akari immediately changed her mind. That was unacceptable. Now in present, Akari distributed the tablets to the children. Each device had been loaded with a large collection of manga and anime, specially arranged by Shion. As the children explored the stories with sparkling eyes, Akari asked whether they were enjoying them. The children thanked her enthusiastically. Akari laughed and told them that gratitude alone was not enough. When they grew up, they should become brave, strong, and courageous like the heroes in those stories. And once they became powerful enough, they were welcome to come and kill her. Kanan stared in disbelief and asked what exactly Akari was teaching these children. Just as she expected, Akari was naturally beloved by children. Kanan reluctantly agreed. Despite her bizarre personality, Akari was surprisingly good with them. Later that evening, Akari sat alone on a bench after the day's activities. Kanan approached and thanked her for her hard work. Akari sighed and admitted that dealing with children was even more exhausting than destroying a hero party. Kanan sat down beside her. As she reflected on everything she had seen that day, she asked Akari a simple but profound question. Even if no one ever defeated her as the final boss, could she still find a way to be happy? Hearing Kanan's question, Akari fell silent for a moment. Then she admitted that she had never truly considered the possibility. Manga, games, and anime were fun. The food in this world was delicious. Perhaps living peacefully and enjoying those things was not such a bad idea after all. Kanan smiled and told her that, while their situations were different, she had been able to achieve her goal because of Akari. Sometimes, she said, it was enough to simply enjoy the present. That, too, was a valid way to live. Akari did not respond immediately, but Kanan's words stayed with her. That night, lying alone in her tent, Akari reflected on everything she had experienced. Did she really need to be defeated? Being slain as the final boss was merely the role assigned to her by her creator. It was not a destiny she had chosen for herself. In truth, her creator had been unfair. He was the only one who had been defeated and died with satisfaction, while Akari was left behind to search endlessly for the same fulfillment. Perhaps Kanan was right. Perhaps she could simply enjoy the present. With that thought in mind, Akari quietly fell asleep. The next morning, Akari stepped out of her tent to find Ri Zishan waiting for her. Shion greeted her warmly and immediately noticed that something about Akari seemed different. Akari replied that nothing had happened, and that was exactly why she felt different. Shion then mentioned that some children were waiting in the village square. They wanted to give Akari a present. Meanwhile, Kanan dragged herself out of her tent. Mornings were always difficult for her because of her low blood pressure and her habit of oversleeping. When she reached the square, she stopped in surprise. Akari was surrounded by children holding sticks. Akari glanced at Kanan and remarked that, as usual, Blonde looked dull and lifeless in the morning. Kanan ignored the insult and asked what was happening. One of the children explained that Akari had given them so many wonderful things that they wanted to give something back. Another child added that Akari often said she wanted to be defeated, so they had decided to defeat her themselves. A third proudly declared that although they were only children, they were strong because they ran many kilometers every day to fetch water. Akari burst into laughter. She was genuinely delighted. Kanan watched the scene and thought to herself that the children were surprisingly adorable, believing they were simply trying to cheer Akari up. But Akari showed no mercy. With a single kick, she knocked every child to the ground. Kanan immediately shouted in disbelief, "Do you have no mercy, even for children?" The children struggled to stand. Akari walked toward one of them and asked whether she still wanted to continue. The girl instantly shook her head. Then Akari picked her up and laughed. She told them she was only joking. Today, instead of fighting, she would share her personal manga recommendations. The children cheered and rushed toward her with excitement. As Akari watched them, a realization finally settled in her heart. From the very beginning, a truly equal opponent may never have existed in this world. She had never even been able to fight seriously until facing Majima Junpei, rather than endlessly searching for a strong enemy who might not exist. Perhaps it was better to spend her days peacefully in this calm and ordinary world. Later that evening, a helicopter arrived to take them to their next aid mission. Akari said goodbye to the children. Just then, one of the boys, with determination in his eyes, he declared that when he grew up and became super strong, he would defeat her. Akari froze for a moment, then a warm smile spread across her face. That sounds wonderful. I will look forward to it. Inside the helicopter, Akari turned to Kanan. She admitted that perhaps she truly had been born to be defeated after all. The boy's bold declaration had excited her in the same way that Junpei's challenge had. Even though Junpei had only forced her into her second of 8 forms, the battle had been exhilarating. It reminded her once again how much she longed to face powerful opponents. Annoying as it was, everything was unfolding exactly as her creator had intended. No matter what happened, she was still the final boss. Kanan listened and smiled. She said she was relieved that Akari had finally resolved her doubts. Akari immediately shot back with irritation. Why was Kanan acting as though this had nothing to do with her? After all, Kanan had made a contract. Her goal was to grow stronger and one day defeat Akari herself. And that was precisely how things were meant to be. After that, Akari traveled to several developing countries, continuing her humanitarian work. Wherever she went, she provided aid to children and communities devastated by gate disasters. As more people learned about her actions, support for Akari spread across the world. At the same time, the Hunter Association continued collecting enormous defense fees while offering little in return. Public trust in the organization declined more and more each day. Back at the Reizai estate, Akari stood beside a grave. Reizai Xian approached and remarked that everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Xian explained that Akari's growing popularity was making it easier to turn public opinion against the Hunter Association. Akari quietly looked at the grave and said it belonged to a scumbag. She did not believe in religion or spirits, but she thought it was only proper to report that she had thoroughly beaten up Majima Junpei. After all, that seemed to be the custom in this world. Xian smiled and replied that Akari's popularity was likely due to her unique personality. Then she informed Akari that all preparations were complete. At last, they were ready to arrest the Hunter Association executives. Many of them were involved in illegal extortion, abuse of power, and the misuse of Hunter abilities. If investigators dug deeply enough, there were more than enough charges to bring them down. Akari listened, but said there was one thing she needed to do first. She returned home. Akari's mother welcomed her warmly and commented that things had been difficult lately. Akari was constantly appearing in the news, and celebrities often faced many dangers. Akari looked at her and spoke honestly. She revealed the truth she had hidden until now. She was not the real Yamamoto Akari. After the original Akari committed suicide, her body had been taken over by Avalon, the demon king from another world. For a moment, Akari's mother stood in stunned silence. Then, to Akari's surprise, she calmly said that she had known all along. She walked to a drawer and took out the diary that the original Akari had written before her death. As a mother, she realized immediately that something about her daughter had changed. When she searched Akari's room, she found the diary and learned what had happened. Tears welled up in her eyes as she apologized. She had been so busy working that she failed to notice her daughter's suffering. She considered herself a terrible mother. Akari asked why, knowing the truth, she had continued treating her as if she were her daughter. Although she knew the person inside was different, seeing that body move and speak made her feel as if her daughter was still with her a little longer. And because Avalon did not seem like a bad person, she chose to accept her. Akari then handed her an envelope. Inside was the money collected from the students who had bullied the original Akari. The perpetrators had already paid for their actions. This money was meant as a final message to Yamamoto Akari. Akari admitted that no amount of money could compensate for such a loss, but she hoped it would offer some small comfort. Akari's mother accepted the envelope and wondered whether her daughter's regrets had finally been eased. Then she bowed deeply and thanked Avalon. Akari lowered her eyes. There was one more thing she needed to confess. As the final boss of another world, her destiny was to be defeated by someone stronger. If that day ever came, Yamamoto Akari's body would die once again. Her mother answered gently that it was all right. Her real daughter was already gone. Akari thanked her. Based on the diary and the lingering emotions within this body, she knew that Yamamoto Akari had been kind, hardworking, and genuinely good. That goodness, she said, must have come from her mother. Then Akari prepared to leave. Just before she stepped through the door, her mother called out to her, "Avalon, dear." Akari stopped in her tracks. Her mother smiled warmly and told her that if she ever wished to stay in this home forever, she was always welcome. For a moment, Akari could not speak. No one had ever called her dear before. What a strange and wonderful feeling. With a quiet smile, she walked outside. Rise Xian was waiting for her. Xian reported that several S-rank hunters had agreed to cooperate with their plan. Akari's eyes lit up. The members of the Hunter Association had already entertained her more than Majima Junpei had. This promised to be even more interesting. Meanwhile, far away, a gigantic monster lay split in two. Standing before its corpse was the American Guild Master, Nicholas Cold. He praised the young man. Defeating a YB-class monster with a single strike was truly remarkable. Akiyama Shun remained calm. Nicholas asked whether he was satisfied. Shun replied that Nicholas knew him well. Since the day he was born, he had never once fought seriously. Nicholas laughed and said that was exactly the kind of line every boy wanted to say at least once. Shun looked toward the horizon. For the first time in his life, he had found someone who might finally push him to his limits. He said that he had very high expectations for that girl. Ground facility owned by the Rizai family. Kanan immediately noticed how similar it looked to the mock battle arena beneath their school. Xian explained that the concept was the same, but the scale was completely different. The school's underground arena was designed to withstand battles between A-rank hunters. This facility, however, was an S-grade arena built specifically to endure mock battles between S-rank hunters. Inside the arena, two S-rank hunters were already fighting. One was Darai Batbold, a Mongolian S-rank hunter wielding a massive weapon. The other was Nura Bint Saley, possessing a rare light-based ability. The moment their weapons collided, a gigantic shockwave erupted through the battlefield. Even Kanan was startled by the impact. The arena was destroyed from their attacks. Kanan recognized the material and explained that the battlefield was made from memory-shaped magic steel. Xian confirmed it. Currently, there was no known material capable of completely enduring the power of S-rank hunters. Because of that, the arena focused on rapid regeneration rather than total durability, minimizing the aftereffects of battles as much as possible. From above, several other S-rank hunters watched the duel. One remarked that Darai Batbold was still as monstrous as ever. Another commented that Nura Bint Saleh's rare light abilities remained incredibly dangerous. Akari noticed them and smiled with interest. She asked who they were. Xian explained that these were the 8 S-rank hunters who had agreed to cooperate in the operation against the Hunter Association. Xian then called down to the two fighters and told them the warm-up was over. It was time to begin the strategy meeting. Soon afterward, the gathered hunters assembled together. Xian thanked them for their cooperation and explained the objective. The operation aimed to arrest the 6 remaining top executives of the Hunter Association. Those executives gathered once every 3 months at the American headquarters. The next meeting would take place in 5 days. Their plan was to raid the location and capture everyone at once. One elderly S-rank hunter, Leo Robinson, raised his hand. He admitted that gathering this many S-rank hunters was an impressive achievement. However, even this force was still insufficient. Among the Hunter Association executives were 3 S-rank hunters, and above even them stood the world's strongest hunter, the only SSS rank hunter alive, Akiyama Shun. Originally, there had never been an SSS rank classification, but Shun was so overwhelmingly superior to every other S-rank hunter that the Hunter Association created an entirely new category just for him. Even after granting him all 13 official titles recognized by the association, it still did not feel sufficient. No one laughed at the absurdity of the SSS rank title, because everyone understood the truth. Akiyama Shun, simply on another level. Leo Robinson warned that Shun alone was stronger than all the other S-rank hunters combined. Xian calmly acknowledged his concern. That was why they had prepared a special strategy. On the day of the executives' meeting, the United Nations would submit a fabricated emergency request regarding multiple first-class gate outbreaks. Naturally, the request itself would be fake. Its purpose was to lure Akiyama Shun away from headquarters, and while the operation unfolded, Akari would personally hold him back. Leo Robinson finally understood the plan. However, another S-rank hunter interrupted. An American hunter named Brad James stepped forward and questioned whether Akari was truly capable of such a feat. Yes, they had all seen the footage of her defeating Majima Junpei, but with modern technology, deepfake videos were easy to fabricate, and according to official records, Akari still possessed only E-rank magical power. Several other hunters silently shared the same doubts. Xian tried to explain that there were special circumstances behind Akari's existence, but before she could continue, Akari stepped forward herself. She said there was only one solution. Then, Without warning, she kicked Brad James directly in the chest. The impact launched him into the wall hard enough to crack it. The room instantly fell silent. Brad glared at her furiously and demanded to know what she thought she was doing. Akari casually replied that she simply wanted to educate an ignorant boy about what she was capable of. He should be grateful. The enraged hunter declared that he would kill her. Akari smiled. She pointed out that this operation depended entirely on everyone trusting her strength. So if anyone else still doubted her power, they were free to fight her as well. Kanan sighed as she watched Akari grinning excitedly. Despite her words, it was obvious what Akari truly wanted. Inside the battlefield arena, Akari stood facing 3 S-rank hunters at once. On one side was Brad James. Beside him stood Leo Robinson. Brad laughed confidently and told Leo Robinson that he could handle Akari alone. Leo calmly replied that young Americans were always reckless. Brad immediately snapped back, mocking Leo for coming from an old dried-up country. Before the argument could continue, Xian stepped forward and announced that she would participate as well. Akari looked surprised. Xian explained that she intended to fight alongside them during the upcoming operation, so she wanted Akari to witness her abilities at least once. Akari smiled excitedly. 3 S-rank hunters at the same time sounded wonderful. Kanan warned them not to overdo things, since every one of them was an important asset. From the balcony above, the other S-rank hunters watched carefully. Kanan raised her hand and declared the start of the mock battle. But before she could properly begin, Brad already charged forward with a punch while shouting for Akari to die. The attack sent Akari crashing into the wall. Kanan immediately yelled that she had not even said start yet. Brad shrugged and said it did not matter. If they were evaluating real combat ability, then surprise attacks were perfectly valid. Akari laughed as she climbed back to her feet. Since she had surprise attacked Brad earlier, she considered them even now. Everyone watching was shocked. Brad's direct hit had landed cleanly without Akari guarding herself. Yet she was completely unharmed. Brad stared at her in disbelief. Akari pointed out that he had subconsciously held back because he did not want to kill her. Despite his appearance, he was actually rather kind. Then, she casually suggested that he might be happier spending the rest of his life appreciating flowers instead of fighting. Kanan quietly observed that Brad truly had restrained himself. Even so, the fact that an S-rank hunter's attack caused almost no damage was terrifying. Irritated, Brad removed his jacket and activated his enhancement magic, Steroid Boost. His body expanded dramatically as his muscles swelled with overwhelming power. Akari watched with genuine interest. Enhancement magic was rare even in this world, and she had never seen someone increase their physical strength to such a degree. As Brad rushed toward her again, Akari thought to herself that this time she would intentionally take the hit without guarding. She wanted to measure his full power directly. Brad's punch smashed into her face. The impact launched Akari into the air. Blood dripped from her nose. Yet instead of pain, she smiled with excitement. As she expected, Brad was strong enough to injure her. Brad laughed and jumped after her, preparing another attack. Akari grabbed his fist midair and told him that the free service only happened once. Then she admitted that while he was impressive, he was still below Majima Junpei. She then kicked him. She unleashed Fire Orb level 25 toward him, but at that moment, Leo Robinson stepped forward. With a single swing of his sword, he physically cut through the incoming fire spheres. Akari stared in surprise. He had actually sliced apart her magic itself. Leo calmly reminded Brad that Majima Junpei had been one of the 5 strongest people in the world. Reaching that level was not easy. Brad clicked his tongue in annoyance and admitted that Leo was interfering unnecessarily. Leo simply replied that now Brad understood Akari's strength. This was an opponent they needed to face together. At that moment, Rize Xian finally entered the battle. Using her ice magic, she activated Bloom Icicle Ice Kill. A gigantic bloom of ice erupted beneath Akari's feet. Akari dodged most of the attack, but some of the ice still spread across her body. Akari praised Xian's abilities, though she noted that Xian's raw output was slightly below Brad and Leo. Xian openly admitted it. Among S-rank hunters, she was on the weaker side. That was exactly why she needed allies and why she had relied on Akari to defeat Majima Junpei. Instantly, Brad and Leo attacked together. Akari blocked Leo's sword with one hand and caught Brad's fist with the other. However, Leo's blade still cut into her hand. At that exact moment, Xian activated another Bloom Icicle attack. Brad and Leo jumped away while Akari was struck directly. A gigantic icicle pierced through her stomach before exploding outward. The force blasted Akari across the battlefield. Blood dripped from her mouth as she lay on the ground. Yet even then, she was smiling. Each individual S-rank hunter was weaker than Majima Junpei, but the three of them together were unquestionably powerful. Leo laughed and stated that if Akari could not easily overcome the three of them, then she would never stand a chance against Akiyama Shun. Shion immediately warned them to stay alert. This was only the beginning. If they relaxed now, they would die. Brad looked confused. Then Akari slowly rose to her feet with a delighted smile. She promised that she would meet all of their expectations. Dark energy exploded from her body. Akari activated her second form, Angramaniu. As Akari transformed into her second form, every S-rank hunter in the arena fell silent. Dark wings spread from her back as she stood smiling before them. Even the hunters watching from the balcony were stunned and confused by the overwhelming pressure pouring from her body. Akari stretched her arms slightly and smiled at her opponents. "Please entertain me." Hearing that, Brad James realized something terrifying. He did not even need to fight her to understand. Akari was a monster far beyond normal logic. Rizi Shion quietly added that Akari still possessed several more transformations beyond this one. Brad's eyes widened in shock. Before anyone could react, Akari casually swung one arm. The impact alone blasted Brad straight into the wall. The collision was so violent that it tore a massive hole through the arena wall, and Brad was left heavily injured from a single attack. All the S-rank hunters watching were horrified. At that moment, Leo Robinson attacked from behind. As he swung his sword, Akari smiled and asked him a question. Did his ability allow him to forcibly cut through magical powers? Leo replied that his skill ignored differences in output and bypassed both attack and defense. It was an extremely effective ability. However, when he struck Akari's wings, his sword failed to cut through them. Leo's expression changed instantly. Akari calmly explained that the power of Angramaniu completely nullified the properties of other magic. If they wanted to defeat her, they would need to rely purely on overwhelming firepower. Shion immediately responded. If that was the case, then they would simply overpower her directly. Activating Blizzard Blade, countless ice crystals surrounded her body. At the same time, Brad activated Steroid Boost Triple. His body expanded to an even larger size than before as his muscles swelled with explosive power. The two S-rank hunters charged at Akari together. Akari laughed excitedly. Her second form also dramatically increased her own physical strength. When the attacks reached her, she stopped both of them with her bare hands. Then she kicked them away effortlessly. All three S-rank opponents crashed onto the ground. Akari looked at them with shining eyes and burst into laughter. It was incredible. Despite taking direct hits from her, none of them had died. Even in her previous world, people this strong only appeared once every 100 years. Now she wanted even more. Akari announced that she would show them her full power. Before she could continue, Shion quickly interrupted. That would not be necessary. At this point, nobody doubted Akari's strength anymore. She looked toward Brad, asking whether he agreed. Brad slowly admitted it. Akari truly was powerful. Akari looked disappointed. The fight had only just started getting interesting. Kanan sighed and pointed out that Akari had completely forgotten the original purpose of the mock battle. Leo Robinson laughed softly and admitted that Akari had exceeded all of his expectations. Then Akari turned toward him and asked another question. From the way he spoke earlier, it sounded as though he had witnessed Akiyama Shun fight personally. What did he think? Could Akiyama Shun defeat her? Leo was stunned by the wording of the question. Normally, people asked whether they could defeat Akiyama Shun. Akari, however, was asking whether Akiyama Shun could defeat her. It sounded almost as if she desperately wanted to lose. Akari simply smiled. After a long pause, Leo gave his honest answer. He truly did not know. Akiyama Shun was the same kind of existence as Akari, a transcendent monster who conquered everything while using only a fraction of his true power. Trying to compare the two of them was like asking which infinity was larger than another infinity. It was impossible to understand logically. Hearing that answer, Akari smiled even wider. Instead of discouraging her, it only made her more excited than ever before. In Washington, D.C., the Hunter Association possessed two headquarters buildings. One was the regular headquarters located in New York. The other stood in Washington itself, the Black House. This building served as the personal headquarters of Nicholas Gold. Aside from its black exterior, the structure was almost completely identical to the White House located only a few meters away. As Nicholas Gold walked through the corridors alongside Max Muller, he explained the reason behind the building. Symbols were important. The Black House had intentionally been built slightly taller and wider than the White House. Naturally, such a construction could have caused major backlash. But whenever politicians or influential figures opposed the Hunter Association, hunters simply stopped protecting them. Soon afterward, those troublesome individuals conveniently disappeared during gate disasters. On the other hand, people who accepted the Hunter Association's authority received safety and protection. Over time, society began trusting the association more than their own governments. That perception eventually became reality. The Black House symbolized that hierarchy in a visible form, which side stood above and which side stood below. Nicholas explained that dictators throughout history never built statues or monuments purely for vanity. Such symbols existed for practical reasons. They elevated rulers into godlike figures within the minds of the people. The Hunter Association had already become a supranational organization greater than any individual country. Nicholas told Max Muller that he too should learn how to control the masses properly. Max agreed outwardly, but internally, he reflected on the terrifying man before him. When the gates first appeared more than 50 years ago, Nicholas Gold had only been a teenager. Yet he was among the very first people to understand the importance of hunters. He founded the Hunter Association itself. That foresight allowed him to become the richest man in human history, controlling nearly 30% of the world's wealth. Soon afterward, Nicholas entered the conference room, where the World Branch representatives were already gathered. Smiling, he announced the start of another meeting of the world's rulers. Meanwhile, outside the Black House, several trucks approached the entrance. From them emerged the S-Rank Hunter Alliance assembled by the Reizi family. Reizi Xian informed the group that Akiyama Shun had successfully been lured away by the fake emergency quest. Leo Robinson laughed with relief, saying that was the best possible news. The security guards at the entrance immediately recognized the incoming group as S-Rank Hunters. Xian calmly asked them to open the gate without resistance. At the same time in Taiwan in Peach Garden Plaza, a gate had appeared. Although officially reported as a first-class gate, it was actually only third class. A woman stood near the gates as Akari approached her. Akari immediately asked whether the man called Akiyama Shun had entered the gate. The woman confirmed it. Without hesitation, Akari replied that she would head inside as well. As she began walking toward the gate, the woman called out to her and wished her good luck. Akari smiled. Then she replied that those words should instead be directed toward the other person. He would probably need them far more. The moment Akari stepped inside the gate, countless MB-class monsters attacked her. With a single slash, she instantly cut them all down. To Akari, they were nothing more than tasteless appetizers. She continued deeper into the gate. Then, finally, she found him. Standing alone in the depths of the dungeon was the world's strongest hunter, Akiyama Shun. Akari looked down at him with excitement shining in her eyes. Then she asked the question she had waited so long to ask. Will you let me taste defeat and death? Back at the Black House, it was a truly lightning-fast surprise attack. Using Kanan's electricity powers, the defense systems of the Black House were instantly disabled. The S-Rank Hunters immediately stormed the building and attacked the bodyguards protecting the executives. From the moment Reizi Xian and her companions appeared at the gate until they reached the conference room, only 1 minute had passed. The doors burst open. Standing before the Hunter Association executives, Reizi Xian declared that it was time for the dictators of the Gate era to return sovereignty back to the nations and the people. But instead of panicking, Nicholas Gold simply smiled. Meanwhile, inside the gate at Taoyuan Cultural Plaza, Akari stood face to face with Akiyama Shun. Akari smiled excitedly and asked if they should begin, but Akiyama Shun remained silent. Confused by his reaction, Akari instantly closed the distance and kicked him in the stomach. The man flew into the wall. However, Akari immediately realized something was wrong. The person she had struck was not Akiyama Shun at all. It was merely one of the Hunter Association bodyguards. Akari sighed. She knew it. The impact did not feel like she was fighting a truly strong opponent. Back inside the Black House, Nicholas Gold praised Reizi Xian. He admitted that her tactical sense was excellent. The key to a successful surprise attack was keeping information secret. Most conspiracies failed because too many people became involved, increasing the chance of leaks. Even a simple surprise party could easily be exposed. Large-scale conspiracies involving hundreds of people were almost impossible to hide. By reducing the number of people involved to the absolute minimum, Xian nearly succeeded in winning instantly. However, Nicholas explained that his side had simply prepared better. At that moment, one of the bodyguards standing near Xian suddenly transformed. His appearance changed into Akiyama Shun. The S-rank hunters froze in shock. Brad James immediately shouted in disbelief. Akiyama Shun was supposed to be in Taiwan. Another hunter questioned how Xian had failed to notice him when her magical detection abilities were considered among the best in the world. Nicholas calmly revealed the answer. The ability belonged to Max Muller. Max explained that his magic allowed him to completely swap the appearance and presence of two people, or even two groups, at the same time. One of their workers had secretly exchanged places with the Hunter Association bodyguard. In that instant, Xian realized the truth. Their information had leaked because the Hunter Association had been using Max Muller's abilities for espionage for many years. Nicholas smiled and explained that large organizations survived because they constantly prepared countless contingency plans. The Reze family had simply stumbled into one of them. Then Nicholas gave a cold warning. If they could survive this situation, they were welcome to remember the lesson. Anger filled Xian's eyes as Akiyama Shun silently stood before the S-rank hunters with a sword in hand. Brad James clenched his fists and shouted that they had no choice but to fight. Meanwhile, inside the Taiwan gate, Akari found herself surrounded by gigantic monsters. For a moment, even Akari looked surprised. These were YB-class monsters. A gate of this level should never naturally contain creatures this powerful. One of the Hunter Association workers laughed and explained the truth. The Hunter Association had deliberately released captured high-level monsters into the gate. Their goal was to force Akari into a desperate struggle. Then, the worker activated an emergency escape crystal to flee safely from the gate. Akari noticed the crystal and casually remarked that the Hunter Association's employee benefits system seemed surprisingly reliable. Then she smiled excitedly. If the Hunter Association was willing to prepare such satisfying appetizers for her, she had no reason to complain. Dark energy exploded around her. Akari activated her second form, Angramaniu. Then, looking at the army of powerful monsters surrounding her, she smiled with anticipation. The only disappointing thing was that she would have to finish eating them too quickly. The monsters charged toward Akari all at once. Instead of fear, Akari laughed with excitement. With a single punch, she completely obliterated one of the monsters. Three massive dragon immediately unleashed a stream of fire toward her. Akari took the attack head-on and walked through the flames completely unharmed. Then she smiled and praised the monster. Compared to the dragons from her previous world, it was actually quite strong. Not a bad appetizer at all. Akari declared that she would devour it in a single bite. Then she activated Fire Orb level 42. An enormous amount of fire engulfed the dragons and burned it into a crisp instantly. Meanwhile, inside the Black House conference room, Akiyama Shun stood facing Raize Xian and the allied S-rank hunters. One of the hunters admitted that this was the first time meeting him face to face. But it seemed the rumors about him were completely true. The entire room crackled from the pressure of Akiyama Shun's aura alone. Nicholas Gold suddenly laughed and proposed a bet. How many minutes would it take Akiyama to defeat everyone present? Vikram Singh considered the question carefully. Since Akiyama Shun was facing 9 S-rank hunters at once, he estimated 10 minutes. Zhang Jie predicted 18 minutes. Assuming 2 minutes per S-rank hunter, Max Muller estimated 15 minutes. Sofia Pereira representative guessed 17. Alina Petrov representative said 12. Nicholas Gold smiled confidently. His prediction was only 5 minutes. At that moment, Brad James attacked first, activating Steroid Boost. He charged directly at Akiyama Shun with tremendous force. But just before the attack connected, a massive shield appeared automatically in front of Shun and blocked the strike effortlessly. Brad stared in shock. Akiyama Shun calmly explained the ability. Automatic Aegis, a defensive end skill that automatically protected him from all attacks. No surprise attack would ever work against him. Raize Xian realized immediately what this meant. End skills stood at the very top of skill trees. Among all S-rank hunters in the world, only 4 people had ever reached that level. Naturally, every single one of them was monstrously powerful, but Akiyama Shun was something even beyond that. Shun casually stated that he had expected something like this to happen eventually. Then he activated another end skill, Shanatsu Hiko God. A gigantic tornado erupted instantly and blasted through the ceiling of the Black House itself. Brad James was thrown away violently by the storm. Nicholas Gold quickly shouted for moderation. If too much of the building was destroyed, ordinary people would ultimately suffer by paying for the repairs. One of the hunters quietly admitted that the rumors were true after all. Reize Shion nodded grimly. Akiyama Shun alone possessed 5 separate end skills. That level of power was completely abnormal. Then Shun calmly looked at all of them and announced that he would begin fighting back now. Before attacking, he politely asked whether they were truly sure about not surrendering. The atmosphere in the room froze. Then Akiyama Shun activated yet another ability. Grand Sword Confog. Only 1 minute had passed since the battle began. In response to Akiyama Shun using an end skill, the S-rank Hunters and Kanan launched a counterattack with their maximum firepower. Durai Batbold unleashed Earthquake Smasher. Nura Bint Sayla attacked with her powerful light abilities. The rest of the S-rank Hunters also released their strongest techniques at the same time. A gigantic explosion engulfed the battlefield. But before anyone could even react, Akiyama Shun instantly counterattacked. Every S-rank Hunter was blasted out of the Black House and thrown into the yard outside. Now the battle had fully moved into the open. Kanan stared at the destruction in disbelief. Akiyama Shun was far stronger than Majima Junpei, and he still possessed 3 more end skills equal in power to the ones he had already shown. He truly was the world's strongest hunter. At the moment, the only person unable to continue fighting was Brad James. Reize Shion quickly approached the others and explained the situation. There was absolutely no chance of winning through a normal fight. Their only possible strategy was relying on Leo Robinson and his ability to cut through magical powers. If they could create an opening, Leo might be able to land a fatal slash. Leo laughed and complained that it was a heavy burden to place on an old man. One of the hunters pointed out that Leo had stayed on defense during the earlier counterattack. It seemed he already expected this situation from the beginning. Leo simply laughed and claimed they were overestimating him. Shion apologized to him. Although he had originally retired, she was the one who dragged him back into battle and placed this responsibility on his shoulders. Leo quietly replied that he too had his own feelings about the Gate era. In his mind, he remembered a child being killed by a monster long ago. Shion immediately gave the order to attack. All of the hunters charged toward Akiyama Shun together. Reize Shion uses her skill Blizzard Chaff to block Shun view. Shun calmly closed his eyes. Even with the blizzard disrupting magical detection, he could still sense 8 separate presences approaching him. One person had been incapacitated earlier, so this coordinated attack clearly aimed to conceal Leo Robinson's strike among the others. It was an excellent emergency strategy, but ultimately meaningless if everyone was simply blown away at once. Akiyama Shun activated another ability, Fog Slash. A violent wave of force exploded outward and sent every attacker flying away. However, among the group was Brad James. Akiyama Shun had assumed he was already unable to fight. At that exact moment, Leo Robinson suddenly appeared behind him. Brad laughed and said, "It's on you, old man." The entire scene had been an act designed to deceive Akiyama Shun. Leo calmly explained that if the wind blew them away before reaching him, they would never have a chance. But at this distance, it no longer mattered. Leo swung his sword. Instantly, Akiyama Shun activated automatic Aegis. The defensive shield appeared once again to protect him, but Leo smiled. Against his ability, durability, and toughness meant nothing. The sword sliced straight through the shield with ease. For the first time in the battle, even Akiyama Shun looked genuinely shocked. 19 years ago, in City 432, a horrifying incident occurred. A massive number of people suddenly died from acute magic poisoning. Normally, this phenomenon only happened when ordinary humans with low magical power were exposed to overwhelming magical energy from YB-class monsters or higher. Investigators wearing hazmat suits moved through the streets filled with corpses. One of them questioned how something like this was even possible. The source of the magical poisoning was eventually traced to a maternity hospital. Inside the delivery room, the investigators found a horrifying scene. The doctors and nurses had all died from magic poisoning. The child's mother was also dead. Only the newborn baby remained alive, and the magical power leaking unconsciously from that infant was the cause of the disaster. That child was Akiyama Shun. The investigators realized the terrifying truth. The newborn baby had accidentally killed countless people, including his own parents, simply by existing. The child was later named Akiyama Shun, after the name written in his mother's maternal and child health handbook. Back in the present, Akiyama Shun apologized calmly. It seemed everyone had misunderstood something. It was not only his end skills that made him powerful. He himself was physically overwhelming as well. As he spoke, he casually caught Leo Robinson's sword between two fingers. Every hunter watching was stunned. Leo sighed and admitted that this truly was the power of an SS rank hunter. In the next instant, Akiyama Shun defeated Leo Robinson with a single attack. Then he instantly appeared among the remaining hunters and overwhelmed them one after another with pure physical ability alone. Rizi Xian watched in disbelief. He was defeating S-rank hunters without even relying on skills anymore. Suddenly, Akiyama Shun appeared directly in front of her. Before she could react, he slashed her arm. Then, he punched her so hard that she was launched through the yard and crashed into the Black House building. Standing calmly in the middle of the battlefield, Akiyama Shun remarked that this was the inevitable result, no matter how many opponents there were. Honestly, he had hoped for a little more challenge. Inside the conference room, Nicholas Gold laughed happily. Exactly 5 minutes. His prediction had been correct. Since he never specified what the bet involved, he casually suggested using his winnings to claim the next gate that appeared. The Chinese representative agreed, as long as no special resources were discovered inside it. Nearby, Rizi Shan struggled to stand despite her injuries. Her body barely moved. The other S-rank hunters were also in terrible condition. Nicholas looked at her and sighed. It was unfortunate. She was a beautiful young revolutionary with noble ideals. But the world was rigid and unreasonable. No matter how pure someone's intentions were, reality was not kind enough to change so easily. Then Nicholas suddenly noticed something behind Akiyama Shun. His expression shifted slightly. If she stood up now, he might lose the bet after all. Standing in the ruined yard behind Akiyama Shun was Majima Kanan. Rizi Xian stared at her in shock. Nicholas warned her that it was already too late, and a rank hunter had no chance against someone like Akiyama Shun. Kanan calmly replied that power ruled everything in the Gate era. Ordinary people lived in fear, while only the strong became wealthy and exploited others. As electricity crackled around her body, Kanan admitted that she hated the Gate era as well. It was the same world that had created monsters like her brother. Akiyama Shun quietly observed her. Using the cells of Majima Junpei truly was like creating a demonic beast. Still, he questioned whether resistance at this point was not simply futile. Kanan looked directly at him without fear. Whether it was futile or not was something she would decide only after fighting with everything she had. As they stood facing each other, the world representatives carefully observed the battle. The Chinese representative commented that this was the first successful example of the superhuman mass production project he had ever seen. The Russian representative added that perhaps blood relations truly were the key after all. Vikram Singh replied that he had attempted similar experiments countless times in his own country, but none had succeeded. The Brazilian representative smiled and admitted that regardless of the outcome, this was still an incredible achievement. However, whether it would actually be enough to defeat Akiyama Shun was another matter entirely. Kanan slowly raised her hand. A powerful light erupted from her palm and shot toward Akiyama Shun. In response, he instantly summoned automatic Aegis and blocked the attack effortlessly. Then, he calmly questioned whether she truly believed something like that could penetrate his shield. Kanan smiled slightly and asked him another question instead. How many shields could he maintain at the same time? For a brief moment, Akiyama Shun looked confused. At that instant, Kanan unleashed her electric powers and formed 3 massive electric dragons. All 3 dragons attacked him simultaneously from different directions. But it still was not enough. Akiyama Shun calmly generated a second shield and completely blocked the attack again. Suddenly, he noticed a bullet flying toward him from behind. Without hesitation, he formed a third shield to stop it. Kanan immediately understood. Maintaining 3 shields simultaneously was likely his current limit. She had successfully gathered information about the enemy's defensive ability. However, even though the bullet failed to fully pierce his defense, it still slightly injured him. Akiyama Shun looked at her calmly and explained the reality of their difference in rank. The gap between them was so overwhelming that it was not even a contest. She could not properly penetrate the magical defense constantly surrounding his body. Then, he drew his sword. Sharp blade-shaped boomerangs formed around him and instantly shot toward Kanan. Kanan immediately activated Lightning Step and closed the distance between them at incredible speed. Akiyama Shun easily avoided the attack. Meanwhile, Kanan lost control of her movement and smashed directly into a wall. Still struggling to stand, she angrily shouted that she was not finished yet. Raising her hand again, she unleashed another powerful lightning attack. But even that failed to break through his shield. Akiyama Shun calmly stated that she was not even close to reaching his level. Kanan glared at him and declared that she would force her way up there no matter what. The lightning surrounding her body suddenly intensified dramatically. Even Akiyama Shun looked surprised. Had her output increased again. Blood dripped from Kanan's mouth as she continued forcing out more power beyond her body's limits. Akiyama Shun warned her that she would die if she continued increasing the output rate like this. But Kanan refused to stop. She would never know her limits unless she pushed beyond them. Using power far beyond what her body could handle, she continued attacking desperately. Then suddenly, her own lightning exploded violently around her. The backlash shattered her attack and sent her flying backward. Even while collapsed on the ground coughing blood, Kanan still muttered that she needed more power. Akiyama Shun slowly walked toward her and raised his sword. The battle was over. As he prepared to strike her down, Kanan realized the truth. Even after using Majima Junpei's cells, it still was not enough. At that moment, an old memory surfaced in her mind. Back when she was a child, Junpei once sat beside her while she struggled to control her electricity. He told her not to let her powers control her. Magic was merely a tool, nothing more. Young Kanan tearfully asked whether controlling such power was truly possible. Junpei replied that it was. More than talent, it was simply a matter of attitude. After all, she was his younger sister. She needed to have confidence in herself. Back in the present, Kanan's magical power suddenly surged again. Akiyama Shun's eyes widened slightly. Even the world representatives watching the battle were shocked. Nicholas Gold muttered in disbelief. This was no longer normal. Max Muller questioned whether this was truly the power of a demonic beast. Kanan slowly stood back up. Then she calmly declared that physical attacks were useless against her now. As she raised her hand, an enormous amount of electrifying magical power exploded outward and illuminated the entire battlefield. The Russian representative stared at the battlefield in complete disbelief. What Kanan had just activated was impossible. That was Majima Junpei's end skill, plasma aura. Electricity exploded around Kanan's body as she transformed into plasma itself. The Brazilian representative was stunned. This was no longer simple imitation. Kanan had completely attained the power itself. The Chinese representative questioned whether they were witnessing it for the first time. Nicholas Gold calmly explained the truth. For the first time in history, someone who was not born as an S-rank hunter had successfully crossed the wall and reached that realm artificially. Kanan instantly charged toward Akiyama Shun at maximum speed. As she attacked, she mockingly asked whether using 2 of his 3 shields at once was really enough. Akiyama Shun calmly stood behind his shields. Then suddenly, he realized something. From behind him, a sharp rod pierced through his shoulder where no shield had been protecting him. A massive blast erupted. Even Nicholas Gold looked genuinely impressed for the first time. Kanan stood before Akiyama Shun and pointed out that it must have been a long time since he had last been injured. Akiyama Shun silently removed the sharp rod from his shoulder and tossed it aside. Then he admitted that she was correct. He had already forgotten how long it had been since someone managed to wound him. However, before Kanan could react further, the injury instantly regenerated completely. Kanan was shocked. A recovery ability. Akiyama Shun calmly explained the skill. Perfect recover. As long as his mana was not depleted, all injuries and abnormal conditions would instantly regenerate automatically. Even if his body were torn to pieces, he would likely recover completely. Though honestly, he could not say for certain, since nobody had ever pushed him that far before. Kanan looked at him in confusion. Then she admitted that there was something she truly did not understand. Someone with his overwhelming power should have no interest in wealth, politics, or control. So why was he protecting the Hunter Association and the Gate Era? For the first time, Akiyama Shun fell silent. Then he quietly responded. The society created by the Hunter Association was not entirely wrong. After hearing Kanan speak, and watching her overcome the wall herself, he wondered if perhaps there was still hope for humanity after all. His words confused Kanan completely. Then Akiyama Shun turned toward Nicholas Gold and politely asked for permission. Would it be acceptable for him to release it? Every representative present was shocked. Even Nicholas Gold hesitated slightly before replying. He believed Akiyama Shun could defeat Kanan without doing so. But since it had apparently been a long time, he agreed. Immediately, another terrifying aura exploded from Akiyama Shun's body. Kanan could not understand what she was witnessing. Akiyama Shun calmly explained. Normally, he constantly suppressed his own magical power, but now he had simply returned it to its natural state. The pressure released from his body alone shattered every window remaining in the black house. Kanan struggled just to remain standing. This was his normal state. Even the Brazilian and German representatives collapsed onto the ground from the pressure alone. Kanan realized the terrifying truth. Simply existing near him was enough to crush even S-rank hunters. Nicholas Gold casually began walking away and remarked that he should probably start evacuating the area now. Then Akiyama Shun looked directly at Kanan. As overwhelming magical power exploded around him, he calmly asked her one final question. Would she truly be able to meet his expectations? Kanan unleashed another plasma attack toward Akiyama Shun, but once again, the attack was completely blocked by his shield. Kanan immediately realized something. The strength of automatic Aegis had increased after Akiyama Shun released his true magical power. If that was the case, then ordinary attacks would never break through. Using her electromagnetic powers, Kanan manipulated iron sand into countless sharp spears and attacked from every direction at once. Yet even that failed completely. Akiyama Shun calmly explained that Plasma Aura was already among the highest class of N skills. It completely nullified physical attacks. However, Kanan's iron sand attacks shattered the moment they touched the dense magical power surrounding his body. Akiyama Shun continued explaining. Technically, attacks wrapped in extremely high-density magical power could still damage him, but because the physical component itself was nullified, the attacker ended up wasting enormous amounts of magical power instead. In other words, there was no need for him to fight aggressively at all. Kanan had already reached her limit. Unable to continue standing properly, she fell to her knees. As she struggled to breathe, she realized the terrifying truth. Simply standing in front of Akiyama Shun weakened her physical abilities due to the overwhelming difference in magical power. Their existences operated on completely different dimensions. He was no longer even the same kind of creature. The feeling reminded her of facing Akari. Akiyama Shun quietly asked about humanity's true goal. Once the final quest was defeated, Gates would disappear forever. Humans would likely lose the ability to awaken magical powers entirely. But for him, that was a problem, because he wanted another person capable of fighting him equally to appear someday. Kanan looked at him in confusion. Was he really searching for an equal opponent? Then she questioned him directly. Akari had been created specifically to seek defeat and challenge strong enemies, but Akiyama Shun was different. He was naturally born human. With his overwhelming power, he could easily dominate the world like Majima Junpei did, and indulge himself however he pleased. For a while, Akiyama Shun remained silent. Then he quietly admitted the truth. He was lonely. Kanan froze in shock. Inside the conference room, the representatives continued struggling under the magical power leaking from his body. Only Nicholas Gold remained relatively calm. Akiyama Shun explained further. Simply by existing, his magical power weakened or killed everyone around him. To him, ordinary humans felt no different from tiny insects. He could not even understand the difference between humans and small bugs anymore. Ever since birth, he had always felt trapped alone inside a sandbox, endlessly watching fragile insects crawling beneath him. Even ordinary sights, like children playing together in a park, became things he envied deeply, because no matter what happened, he would always remain alone. That loneliness had existed since the moment he was born. Meanwhile, Nicholas Gold and the other representatives moved farther away from the overflowing magical power. Nicholas casually remarked that despite the trouble, the Hunter Association's greatest weapon truly was extraordinary. Now all that remained was dealing with the rebels afterward. Back at the battlefield, Akiyama Shun looked at Kanan quietly. For a moment, he had hoped she might allow him to feel human companionship for the first time, but in the end, it seemed impossible. He apologized for expecting too much. Then suddenly, laughter echoed across the battlefield. Both Kanan and Akiyama Shun turned toward the source of the voice. a figure crashed onto the ground with a massive impact. It was Akari. Even Max Muller was shocked. Akari was supposed to still be inside the Taiwan gate. Akari stood up smiling and looked directly at Akiyama Shun. Then she admitted that she understood his feelings perfectly. The loneliness of standing alone inside a sandbox while looking down at tiny insects. Kanan sighed in relief and complained that Akari had arrived far too late. Akari casually replied that Kanan had still done very well. Akiyama Shun then realized something. Kanan truly believed Akari would come. Kanan reminded him that she had already said so earlier. One could never know the result until trying. Akiyama Shun quietly smiled. Kanan really was interesting after all. Then Akari stepped forward excitedly. She announced that she had already finished consuming all the Hunter Association's appetizers. Now, it was finally time to enjoy the main specialty dish. The battle between Akari and Akiyama Shun finally began. The strongest monster from another world against the strongest hunter humanity had ever produced. Watching from a distance, Kanan could not even imagine what kind of battle was about to unfold between the Demon King and the world's strongest hunter. Meanwhile, Nicholas Gold contacted the authorities and ordered an evacuation advisory for all nearby residents. Officially, they would announce that a first-class gate had appeared. Vikram Singh sarcastically remarked that Nicholas was surprisingly considerate. Nicholas simply laughed. Akiyama Shun disliked unnecessary killing. The problem was that he viewed ordinary humans no differently than insects. Nicholas explained it with an example. If someone placed a vase in front of you without telling you its value, you would never know whether it was precious or worthless. Only after others informed you of its importance would you consciously try not to break it. For Akiyama Shun, humanity was exactly the same. That was why evacuating civilians was necessary. Besides, if society believed this destruction came from a gate disaster, humanity would once again realize how necessary the Hunter Association truly was. Back on the battlefield, Akari smiled excitedly at Akiyama Shun. This was the first time she had ever met someone truly similar to herself. Perhaps because of that similarity, she strangely felt a sense of closeness toward him. Akiyama Shun quietly agreed. For some reason, he also felt as though he could understand her thoughts. Akari grinned. Then he probably could not wait any longer either. In the next instant, Akari appeared directly in front of him and declared that the real battle would begin now. She threw a punch powerful enough to distort the air itself. Automatic Aegis instantly appeared and blocked the attack. Even Akari looked surprised. Kanan immediately shouted a warning. Akiyama Shun possessed 5 separate end skills. Akari should be careful, but Akari immediately complained that Kanan was being rude. If she spoiled all of his hidden abilities now, there would be no chance for Akari to enjoy discovering them herself. Even though the shield protected him, the sheer force of Akari's punch still launched Akiyama Shun backward. Kanan quickly realized something. The shield itself had not broken. Instead, the force behind Akari's attack had forcibly pushed both the shield and Akiyama Shun away together. Akari immediately analyzed the situation. Automatic Aegis likely had a limit to the number of shields it could maintain simultaneously. The optimal strategy would normally involve overwhelming it through coordinated attacks and targeting the openings. Kanan was once again amazed by Akari's combat judgment. Not only was she absurdly powerful, but her ability to instantly analyze enemies during battle was terrifying as well. However, Akari rejected the idea immediately. Winning through strategy sounded boring. Instead, she wanted to crush the shield head-on. Without hesitation, Akari activated Fireball Level 41. Kanan sighed internally. Akari truly was an overwhelming battle junkie. The gigantic fireball exploded directly against Akiyama Shun's defenses. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield. Akari laughed excitedly while watching the flames clear. Kanan could barely believe it. The same attack that had left Majima Junpei completely unable to fight had failed to even scratch Akiyama Shun. That was the true defensive power of automatic Aegis. Akari trembled with excitement. She leapt into the sky and smashed another kick into the shield, launching Akiyama Shun even farther away. Then she instantly appeared behind him and struck him again, slamming him into the ground. Even then, he remained untouched. The shield simply repositioned itself beneath his body. Akari laughed even harder. She had put genuine effort into those attacks, yet the shield still had not broken. Watching from afar, Nicholas Gold calmly admitted the truth. Now he understood why Akari had been able to overwhelm every monster placed before her. Even if all the S-rank hunters in the world fought together, they still would not be capable of defeating her. Back on the battlefield, Akari stared at Akiyama Shun with shining eyes. An SSS rank hunter truly was irresistible. Then she rushed toward him once again. At that exact moment, Nicholas quietly added one final statement. Even so, to Akiyama-shun, Akari was probably nothing more than a slightly larger insect. Instantly, Akari's hand was sliced clean off. For the first time, even Akari looked surprised, but instead of fear, she smiled. Without hesitation, she charged toward him again with a kick. In the next instant, her leg was sliced off as well. For the first time, Demon King remembered when he realized the terrifying potential humans possessed. It was during the 200th year of his reign as a dungeon boss. Back then, he slaughtered countless humans mercilessly while mocking them for being weak. One day, another group calling themselves heroes arrived to defeat him. He had high expectations for them as well, but once again, they proved disappointing. Even after fighting the creator himself, Demon King still had never been forced to use his second form, not even once. Then, during that battle long ago, one of the human soldiers suddenly stood up again, despite already being on the verge of death. Power surged from his body as he screamed that it was not over yet. Using nothing but pure willpower, the man charged toward the dungeon boss again. The moment he saw that power, even he was shocked. Everything about him had changed completely. The human standing before him now was nothing like the weak creature from before. For the first time in centuries, Demon King became genuinely excited. That was the moment he first activated his second form, Angramaniu. Even after being struck by the overwhelming power of his second form, the human continued fighting until his strength finally gave out. Demon King remembered that throughout his world, there had been many powerful races. Elves possessed incredible magical talent. Beastmen possessed overwhelming physical strength. Dwarves possessed superior durability and craftsmanship. Yet despite all of that, it was always humans who managed to surpass his expectations and break through his forms. Back in the present, Akari laughed excitedly once again. Then she unleashed Fireball Max level 50. However, before the attack could even fully form, her remaining arm was sliced off as well. Akari stared in amazement. It was magnificent. In the blink of an eye, Akiyama-shun attacked. Akari collapsed onto the ground. Watching from nearby, Kanan was horrified. Even during their earlier battle, Akari's second form had never been overwhelmed this badly. Akiyama-shun calmly stood before her and requested that she continue. He already knew this could not possibly be the end. Lying on the ground covered in blood, Akari smiled. Then she spoke honestly. She liked humans. It had always been that way. Not elves with their superior magical abilities, not beastmen with their overwhelming physical power, not even dwarves. Among all races, humans possessed the most average and mediocre abilities, and yet somehow, they always exceeded her imagination. Now standing before her was the absolute pinnacle humanity had produced in this world, a human capable of defeating even her second form. To Akari, it was the ultimate proof of humanity's endless potential. Then, laughing with excitement, Akari finally activated her next transformation, third form. Lucifer Yggdrasil. From behind Akari's back, enormous roots suddenly burst outward. The roots spread underground across the battlefield, before rising high into the sky and forming a gigantic stem. At the top of the stem, a single flower bud slowly appeared. Then the bud bloomed open. Standing inside it was Akari herself. Her appearance had completely changed once again. All of her wounds had fully healed. Massive horns extended from her head as overwhelming magical power covered the entire area. Opening her eyes slowly, Akari calmly announced that this was the form of a true final boss monster. Watching the transformation, Brazilian representative says she is a monster. Then smaller flower buds began appearing beside the gigantic stem. Each one opened to reveal a single giant eye staring outward from inside the petals. Even Akiyama-shun fell silent while standing behind his shields. Akari then calmly gave a single command: destruction. Genocide burst. Instantly, all 6 flower buds unleashed overwhelming magical attacks toward Akiyama-shun at the same time. The attack was simple: pure destruction through overwhelming magical force. The explosion was so powerful that every representative nearby was thrown into the air from the shockwaves alone. Even Nicholas Gold laughed nervously and admitted he needed to move little further away. Kanan shouted at Akari that the battlefield had already become a complete disaster. Hearing that, Akari casually stopped the attack and looked toward Akiyama-shun. Then she praised him honestly. The fact that he blocked that attack was incredible. Then she activated another spell: Extinction. Catastrophe Meteor Impact. A gigantic meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, and crashed directly toward Akiyama-shun. Seeing the incoming attack, Akiyama-shun immediately moved away and barely avoided the impact. The meteor shattered the entire battlefield upon collision. However, before he could relax, Akari calmly warned him to be careful. Confused, Akiyama-shun looked upward again. Then Akari asked him a question. Had she ever said there was only one meteor? Behind her, countless more meteors filled the sky. All of them immediately rained down toward Akiyama-shun simultaneously. Watching from afar, Kanan could only stare in horror. The battle had truly become complete chaos. Meanwhile, Akari smiled excitedly and praised him once again. After the explosions finally settled, Akiyama-shun was still standing. However, for the first time, he was visibly injured and missing one arm. Akari stared at him in amazement. It seemed she had misunderstood something. Even after taking attacks from her third form, Akiyama-shun had still maintained his original human appearance. In 10,000 years, only 3 beings had ever managed something like that. One of them had been her own creator. Then Akari reminded him of his earlier words. He claimed humans looked no different from tiny insects. So what did she look like to him now? Without answering immediately, Akiyama-shun activated Perfect Recover once again. His body regenerated completely. Then he quietly admitted the truth. She still looked like a bug to him. However, she was the first large and dangerous bug he had ever seen. At that moment, Nicholas Gold announced that the evacuation of nearby civilians had finally been completed. Hearing that, Akiyama-shun activated another end skill, Transcendence. A flaming aura erupted around his body, as though his entire existence had become engulfed in divine fire. Even Akari looked impressed by the overwhelming pressure. Then Akiyama-shun finally admitted something honestly. For the first time in his life, he might truly be able to fight with everything he had. Hearing that, Akari smiled with pure excitement. Excellent. He should attack her with everything he had. After all, that was exactly what she had been created for. As Akiyama-shun stood fearlessly before her, Akari smiled and offered him a service. She would reveal the weakness of her third form. As she explained, this form specialized entirely in overwhelming ranged attacks that crushed enemies from a distance. However, because of that specialization, it possessed almost no close combat abilities. Even her base durability in this form was low. In other words, the ideal strategy was simple: get close to her and strike directly. Though Akari laughed and added one important condition. That strategy only worked if the enemy could actually get close to her in the first place. Immediately afterward, she activated another spell, Decay Hell Tempest Evil Wave. A massive wave instantly spread across the battlefield and swallowed everything around Akiyama-shun. In response, Akiyama-shun activated his wind, end skill Shinatsuiko. As the violent winds erupted around him, Akari realized something. Defense, regeneration, strengthening, and now wind manipulation. So this was his fourth end skill. Then Akiyama used Fog Scythe. Watching the attack, Kanan shouted that the version Akiyama-shun used against them earlier was nothing compared to this level of power. The powerful winds instantly erased the entire wave directed towards him. With the wave completely cleared, Akiyama-shun calmly explained the nature of Transcendence. It was the ultimate enhancement ability. Every physical and magical capability was elevated by several levels. In the next instant, he appeared directly behind Akari. For the first time, even Akari looked stunned. Akiyama-shun had crossed the enormous distance instantly. Then she quietly asked him a question. Could he still stop her now that he was this close? The roots surrounding Akari immediately attacked him, but none of them could stop his advance. Akari looked genuinely confused. Then suddenly, Akiyama-shun appeared behind her again and calmly reminded her of her own words. He had successfully gotten close. In the next moment, his sword sliced off one of Akari's horns along with part of her arm. Yet Akari only smiled wider. Now she truly understood. This really was the world's strongest hunter. Instantly, Akari activated Warp Flash. Energy sparks exploded around her body. At the same time, Akiyama-shun immediately formed another shield in front of himself. He quickly realized what the ability was: forced spatial movement. Akari explained that her third form automatically repelled opponents whenever they directly attacked her. It was a defensive mechanism possessed by large area attack type dungeon bosses. Akiyama-shun calmly replied that he would simply close the distance again. Then he charged forward once more. Laughing excitedly, Akari admitted that this time she would interfere more seriously. Suddenly, enormous flower bud monsters erupted from the ground around him. All of them attacked simultaneously. Akiyama Shun rushed through the swarm without slowing down. His sword cut through every monster in his path instantly. Even though countless creatures attacked him at once, every single one lost its head before they could touch him. Watching the destruction, Akari quietly realized something. Akiyama Shun was the same type of existence as herself. Then one final swing severed every giant root surrounding the battlefield. Akiyama Shun leapt upward and drove his sword directly into Akari's chest. Yet even then Akari laughed. Warp Flash activated again. Her body disappeared instantly. Then, from a distance, Akari unleashed another spell. Fire Orb Max level 60, and gigantic fireball is formed. Akari admitted that her third form was already reaching its limit. Now all Akiyama Shun needed to do was get close and inflict enough damage to defeat her. However, Akiyama Shun calmly apologized. She had already revealed her weakness herself. Now, he simply needed to cut through everything standing in front of him. Then he selected another end skill, Slashing System End Skill, Dimensional Slash. Watching the battle from afar, Nicholas Gold calmly explained the terrifying truth behind Akiyama Shun's latest attack. By deliberately firing the slash upward at an angle, Akiyama Shun had reduced the damage. If he had released that attack directly forward instead, the slash would have traveled over 200 miles and cut through the Statue of Liberty itself, creating a catastrophic disaster. Even so, Nicholas simply smiled and called him a kind child. Long ago, when Akiyama Shun was still a child, he had never met another person who truly felt alive to him. The magical power constantly leaking from his body unconsciously killed ordinary humans. Because of that, his entire world became a single isolated room inside the Japan Hunter Association's anti-monster research laboratory. One day, someone knocked on the sealed room. A worker immediately warned Nicholas Gold not to enter without special protection equipment. But Nicholas simply laughed and walked inside anyway. For the first time, young Akiyama Shun saw someone approach him without fear. Nicholas casually introduced himself. Then he made Akiyama Shun an offer. He would teach him how to control his power and show him where to use it. After all, spending his entire life trapped alone inside a room could not possibly be fun. Akiyama Shun quietly reached out and accepted his handshake. For the second time in his entire life, he felt another person's touch. The first time it happened the day he was born. Back then, nurses had proudly told his mother that she had given birth to a healthy baby boy. Then Akiyama Shun's power erupted uncontrollably throughout the hospital. Doctors and nurses died instantly from magical poisoning. Only his mother survived because she herself was a B-rank hunter. As a hunter, she immediately understood the future awaiting her child, a child born with power far beyond humanity itself. Even while dying, she embraced him and apologized. She could not stay beside him forever. His future would undoubtedly be lonely, but she begged him not to give up. Someday, somewhere, he would surely encounter someone who made him feel no longer alone. That was both the first and last warmth he ever felt from another human being. Later, while growing up, Nicholas Gold frequently took him outside. Akiyama Shun learned how to suppress the magical power leaking from his body surprisingly quickly. For the first time, he experienced the outside world. When Akiyama Shun thanked Nicholas and admitted how wonderful it felt to finally go outside, Nicholas questioned whether he still felt lonely. Akiyama Shun quietly admitted that nothing about that loneliness had really changed. Even so, he was surprised that someone as greedy as Nicholas genuinely worked to protect humanity through the Hunter Association. Nicholas simply laughed. He was not protecting people out of kindness. He was merely a businessman. To make money, humanity needed to survive. As long as civilization continued existing, there was still a chance that people Akiyama Shun could truly recognize as human might someday appear. Their interests aligned perfectly. Back in the present, Akiyama Shun stood before Akari and admitted something honestly. When he saw the monsters Akari defeated earlier, it was the first time he had ever truly felt expectations toward another being. Then he asked her to unleash everything she had. The first true enemy he had ever encountered in a world where only one being existed. Blood flowed from Akari's mouth as she smiled excitedly. In 10,000 years, only one person had ever managed to defeat her third form, and even that person succeeded only through a suicidal final attack, which meant Akiyama Shun had already surpassed every warrior she had ever fought during those 10,000 years. Akari truly sympathized with another person, the loneliness created by overwhelming strength. She understood it better than anyone. Then Akari thanked him sincerely. Because of him, She could finally use a power she almost never needed. Fourth form. Suda Shishin. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield. The pressure alone was so overwhelming that Kanan nearly lost her footing. Even Akiyama Shun looked confused. Then, standing before him, appeared a small childlike version of Akari. She told him something unexpected. She would save him, the world's strongest person. She would make him fall from the unbearable height of loneliness. Confused by the transformation, Akiyama Shun stared at Akari and asked why she had suddenly become so small. Even Kanan, watching from a distance, was confused. At first glance, Akari no longer looked like a terrifying final boss. She looked more like a small child. Then suddenly, Akari leapt into the air and charged straight toward Akiyama Shun. Automatic Aegis instantly formed in front of him, but before the shield could fully react, Akari disappeared. In the next instant, she appeared behind him and punched him directly in the back. Akiyama Shun was launched violently across the battlefield. The power was overwhelming, but more than that, the speed itself was abnormal. Even automatic Aegis had failed to react in time. Akari landed lightly on the ground and calmly explained her fourth form. Suda Shishin was an ultra-high-speed compact form. Instead of spreading power outward like the third form, it compressed energy far beyond that level into a tiny body. Then Akari smiled and asked him another question. Could he still keep up now? In the next instant, she disappeared again. A punch struck Akiyama Shun from behind. He struggled to follow her movements. He realized the truth. His eyes could not fully keep up with her speed anymore. Immediately, Akiyama Shun activated Shinatsu Hiko and unleashed countless sharp wind blades across the battlefield. The air itself filled with deadly boomerang-like slashes, but Akari only laughed. She charged directly through the storm of attacks, as though they did not even exist. Watching her rush forward untouched, Akiyama Shun realized something terrifying. Even after releasing all this power, he still could not compete with her speed. Then Akari appeared behind him again and smashed another punch into his body. Akiyama Shun was sent flying once more. Before he could recover, Akari appeared in front of him and punched him again. The attacks continued endlessly. Left, right, front, behind. Punches and kicks rained down on him at blinding speed. Throughout the entire battle, Akari only laughed more excitedly. Desperately, Akiyama Shun formed another shield, but this time, Akari shattered automatic Aegis completely with a single kick. Akiyama Shun crashed onto the ground. Akari smiled calmly. The fourth form required no complicated tricks, only overwhelming speed and power. Then she asked him one final question. What did he see her as now? Lying on the ground, Akiyama Shun stared at Akari silently. The giant insect image he always saw when looking at others slowly disappeared. For the first time in his life, he could clearly see another person standing before him. A human being. Akiyama Shun was speechless. He smiled. Finally, he could see her true figure. At that moment, Akiyama Shun activated Transcendence at full power and rushed toward Akari with excitement. Akari smiled just as brightly and told him to come at her with everything he had. She would become his playmate. Then, the powers of the two strongest beings in the world collided head-on. Akari and Akiyama Shun continued fighting with everything they had. The shockwaves from their battle alone were enough to destroy the surroundings. Even the S-rank hunters watching from afar could only stare in disbelief at the level of power being unleashed. Taking advantage of an opening, Akari instantly rushed toward Akiyama Shun again. Akiyama Shun prepared to slice her apart with his sword, but before the blade could reach her, Akari dodged instantly and kicked him directly. Coughing blood, Akiyama Shun calmly analyzed the attack. He had relaxed his muscles and diverted part of the impact at the last moment. However, his timing had been slightly too late. Akari looked genuinely impressed. Then she punched him directly in the stomach. Blood burst from Akiyama Shun's mouth as he was launched toward the ground. Before he could even recover, Akari instantly appeared behind him and punched him again. This time, Akiyama Shun managed to block the attack with his hand, but in the next instant, Akari had already moved behind him and struck him once more. No matter what he tried, he could not completely stop her relentless attacks. Watching him continue adapting during the fight, Akari realized something incredible. Although Akiyama Shun still could not surpass her speed, his reactions and predictive abilities were evolving rapidly. Because of perfect recover, he could continuously challenge attacks head-on without fearing damage. By taking risks directly, he was learning and adapting at terrifying speed. Akiyama Shun stood back up and charged toward her with his sword. The moment he attacked, Akari instantly vanished. Then Akiyama Shun sensed her behind him. Akari swung a powerful kick toward his head. But this time, Akiyama Shun successfully stopped the attack with his sword. Akari realized he had perfectly predicted her movement. She understood immediately. Facing danger directly and repeatedly risking his life had massively accelerated his combat growth. Akiyama Shun then explained something calmly. At this distance, there was no longer any need for wide-range dispersion attacks. Immediately afterward, he activated Shinatsu Hiko at point-blank range. The violent impact blasted Akari into a massive tree and split it apart completely. Then she admitted something honestly. She truly felt sorry for him. After standing up again, Akari immediately rushed toward him once more. The two clashed repeatedly across the battlefield. Akari attacked from every direction with punches and kicks. This time, however, Akiyama Shun was successfully avoiding many of the attacks, using either his sword or his bare hands. Watching him improve in real time, Akari became even more excited to completely match the fourth form in terms of reaction speed and combat sense. His life until now truly must have been unbearably boring. That was why this battle was so fun. Akiyama Shun smiled slightly in agreement. Then Akari suddenly suggested making the fight even more enjoyable. At that exact moment, a small boy suddenly jumped into the battlefield and kicked Akiyama Shun away. Akiyama Shun landed on the ground in confusion. Who was that? Standing there was the small childlike form of Leo Robinson. Looking at Akari, the old man sighed and called her a truly troublesome woman. The Chinese representative stared in shock at the young boy standing beside Akari. That was supposed to be Leo Robinson from England. Even Kanan realized what had happened. The old man who had collapsed earlier had somehow returned in a younger form. The younger Leo Robinson laughed and admitted that this was honestly surprising even for him. He truly felt 70 years younger. Meanwhile, Akiyama Shun calmly analyzed the earlier attack. That kick possessed nearly the same speed and power as Akari's fourth form itself. It was almost as though another Akari had appeared beside her. Akari laughed happily and finally explained the true ability of her fourth form. Suda Shishin was indeed a compact, high-speed combat form focused entirely on direct physical battle. However, she never once said there was only a single body. At that moment, both Akari and the younger Leo Robinson dashed toward Akiyama Shun simultaneously and attacked together. Even Akiyama Shun was forced to block seriously. Then two more figures appeared beside Akari, the younger versions of the S-rank hunters. Brad James laughed and admitted this reminded him of his old days surviving in the slums. Akari then revealed the horrifying truth behind the fourth form. Its true power was the ability to control nearby dying creatures. From the challenger's perspective, it meant every defeated ally became a servant of the enemy and attacked them instead. Kanan immediately realized how terrifying the ability truly was. It was exactly the kind of cruel ability expected from a demon king. Akari casually agreed. Then every defeated S-rank hunter slowly appeared behind her in younger forms. All 10 of them now stood beside Akari. Akari explained the situation clearly. During their earlier exchanges, every one of these fighters had adapted and evolved. Now their abilities had reached levels extremely close to her own combat speed. Then Akari smiled and asked Akiyama Shun a question. Would the world's strongest hunter finally despair now? For the first time, Akiyama Shun could clearly perceive the S-rank hunters as genuine threats alongside Akari herself. He smiled. This feeling was ridiculous, but it was also incredible. For the first time in his life, he truly felt alive. In the next instant, Akiyama Shun launched himself into the sky. Immediately, all the revived S-rank hunters and Akari charged after him at once. 3 hunters attacked simultaneously from different directions. Akiyama Shun instantly cut them down with a single slash, but before he could recover, 2 more hunters attacked from the sides. He blocked one attack successfully. The other struck directly into his side. Blood burst from his mouth as he was launched backward. Even while flying through the air, Akiyama Shun released another slash attack toward them. However, Nura bint Sayla and another hunter instantly appeared and blocked the attack together. Then Akari suddenly appeared directly in front of him and punched straight through his shoulder. Akiyama Shun violently coughed blood as the force sent him flying again. When he looked behind himself, Durai Batbold was already waiting with his gigantic axe raised overhead. Akiyama Shun blocked the strike at the last moment, but the sheer impact still blasted him away. Then it became Rize Xian's turn. She instantly appeared from the side and smashed her knee directly into Akiyama Shun's face. The impact shattered several of his teeth. Watching the battle unfold, Nicholas Gold was stunned. For the first time, he seriously questioned something. Could Akiyama Shun actually lose? That thought reminded him of his younger days. Back then, He had awakened in a hospital room after surviving a dangerous situation. Someone asked him how he felt. Young Nicholas replied that it felt incredible. It was as though he had discovered the greatest opportunity imaginable. The mysterious woman beside him explained that now he could protect himself from the massive changes coming to the world. Only one person would successfully escape the coming revolution. Young Nicholas immediately declared that although he missed the first revolution, this time he would take over the entire world. The woman calmly gave him a prediction. Someday, he would meet the strongest being alive and obtain everything in the world. However, the moment that strongest being was finally defeated, his kingdom would also collapse. Nicholas simply laughed. Entrepreneurs always accepted risk. Even if destruction awaited them, they would still struggle toward success. Even if it meant opposing human nature itself or sacrificing precious things along the way. Back in the present, Nicholas stared silently at the battlefield. The empire he spent decades building now stood on the edge of destruction. And once again, he quietly asked himself the same question. Would Akiyama Shun really lose here? The battle had finally reached its end. Even after fighting against Akari and all the younger S-rank hunters at the same time, Akiyama Shun was still standing. And more than anything, he was genuinely enjoying himself. The younger hunters continuously attacked from every direction, while Akari pressured him head-on. Akiyama Shun desperately used automatic Aegis to defend himself, but the attacks from the hunters shattered them one after another. Even so, Akiyama Shun continued fighting. Using his sword, he severely injured 2 of the hunters and forced them backward. Then 2 more attacked him at the same time. Instead of targeting his body, they specifically aimed for his sword. The attack successfully knocked the weapon out of his hand. The moment the sword left his grip, another hunter immediately attacked and sliced deeply through his stomach. Akiyama Shun tried to stop the attack with his bare hand, but he failed and was thrown backward. At that exact moment, Brad James appeared from behind and punched him even farther away. Then Leo Robinson slashed him with his sword. Immediately afterward, Rize Shion attacked him as well. Akiyama Shun managed to block her attack with his scabbard at the last second. But before he could recover, Akari kicked him away again. By now, Akiyama Shun was covered in injuries. Blood continuously poured from his mouth. Watching the battlefield, Kanan could barely believe it. Even against 10 opponents, that monster was still fighting equally. Meanwhile, Nicholas Gold quietly realized something terrifying. Perfect Recover was finally reaching its limit. Akiyama Shun's body was now heavily damaged. One of his legs was completely gone. One of his arms had been torn apart. And yet despite all of that, he still smiled. Then, in the middle of the battlefield, Akiyama Shun suddenly remembered his mother. Back when he was born, she told him something while holding him in her arms. If he never gave up, then someday, somewhere, he would surely meet someone who made him feel that he was no longer alone. Those were the final words she left him before dying. Back in the present, for the first time in his life, he truly understood. Right now, he was not alone anymore. The enemies standing before him were no longer insects. They were powerful beings standing beside him equally. While getting beaten down from every direction, Akiyama Shun cried tears of happiness. Then suddenly, he saw his sword flying back toward him. Using his regenerated hand, he caught it. At the same time, his missing leg regenerated as well. Immediately afterward, he activated another skill. Dimensional Slash. A massive slash exploded outward toward Akari and all the hunters at once. The S-rank hunters and Akari all attacked together to stop it. The attack was finally destroyed. However, the impact shattered all of their weapons in the process. Now nobody had weapons left. Even so, the hunters and Akari immediately charged toward Akiyama Shun again without hesitation. At that moment, another memory surfaced inside Akiyama Shun's mind. He once sat alone watching a line of ants moving together. Then suddenly, a young Akari appeared beside him. She pointed toward the younger S-rank hunters nearby and pulled him toward them. For the first time, he was no longer alone. Back in the present, the hunters continuously attacked Akiyama Shun from every direction. Then finally, Akari delivered the last blow. As he looked up at her, Akiyama Shun quietly thanked her. Then he apologized. From this point onward, it seemed he would no longer be able to stay beside her the same way. Akari calmly replied that it did not matter. There was still the final quest waiting ahead, and she was looking forward to that as well. After the battle, Akari quietly sat beside the defeated Akiyama Shun. Even after losing, Akiyama Shun was still smiling peacefully. Looking at him, Akari quietly muttered to herself that even this was not enough to defeat her. Defeating her creator's design was proving far more difficult than she expected. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association executives across the world were finally arrested. As a result, the massive influence the Hunter Association held over countless nations was broken apart. The defense contract fees that acted like double taxation disappeared, and companies that once feared the Hunter Association were finally free to operate independently again. Because of that, the economies of many countries slowly began recovering. Back at the Rizi family mansion, Rizi Xian explained the situation calmly. The world had been abnormal for a long time. If wealth had been earned through creating value, that would have been understandable. However, the Hunter Association monopolized power by essentially holding the world hostage through fear of the gates. A healthy society could never grow properly under those conditions. Both Kanan and Akari listened quietly. Kanan admitted that even the Majima family had benefited greatly from that system. Still, no matter the method, supporting peace and the country's development was the true pride of the Majima family. Xian then asked about Kanan's injuries. Kanan replied that losing an arm was not something that healed quickly. Recovery magic became less effective if treatment was delayed too long after the injury. Akari suddenly changed the topic and asked about the remaining keys. Xian explained that they managed to locate the hiding places by interrogating the captured Hunter Association executives. Hearing that, Akari smiled excitedly. The final quest was finally getting closer. However, Xian apologized and explained that the final quest was considered the most dangerous quest in existence. Nobody knew what might happen once it began. Because of that, they planned to cooperate with multiple nations and prepare the highest level of security possible. To Xian's surprise, Akari showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, she casually admitted that she was still an outsider in this world. She had no hobby of creating unnecessary trouble for others. Relieved, Xian thanked her. The final quest would begin in 3 months. Until then, Akari was free to do anything she wanted. The Rizi family would support whatever arrangements she needed. Hearing that, Akari began thinking quietly. Kanan also thought to herself. For Akari, who only wished to be defeated as the final boss, the final quest was now her only remaining goal. Even Kanan herself could no longer imagine reaching Akari's level. Then Akari suddenly announced what she wanted to do. She wanted to travel to the sea. Meanwhile, in a suburban area outside London, Leo Robinson was relaxing at home when Brad James angrily arrived. Brad complained that Leo had called him sounding like he was dying, so he rushed over thinking something terrible happened. Leo calmly thanked him for his concern and explained that modern games were too difficult for old people like him. Brad immediately got angry after realizing the truth. Then he noticed Akiyama Shun casually sitting nearby and playing video games. Brad shouted in disbelief and asked why Akiyama Shun was acting like coming over to their house was completely normal. Akiyama Shun innocently replied that visiting a friend's house was perfectly natural. Brad immediately denied ever becoming friends with him. The moment he heard that, Akiyama Shun quietly moved into the corner, looking depressed while apologizing. Seeing that reaction somehow made Brad even more frustrated. Leo then changed the topic and brought up the invitation they received. He showed Brad an envelope. Apparently, Akari invited all the former members to go on a beach trip together. Brad complained that the inn looked cheap and meant for ordinary people, so he had no intention of going. However, Akiyama Shun suddenly appeared behind him while listening excitedly. He happily suggested that they all go together because it sounded fun. Brad immediately yelled that he never invited him in the first place. Once again, Akiyama Shun looked depressed, unable to deal with him anymore. Brad finally gave up and shouted that they would all go together. Meanwhile, back at the Hunter Academy, Tanaka Manabu quietly studied inside the classroom. Recently, the Hunter Association's power weakened while the economy improved. Even his mother said their family finances were becoming better. Still, Manabu believed life could change at any moment. That was why he continued studying seriously to secure his future career, instead of wasting time playing around like his classmates. Then suddenly, someone called his name. When he looked up, he froze in shock. Akari was standing in front of him. Then she casually invited him to go to the sea with her tomorrow. Hearing that completely unexpected invitation, Manabu was left speechless. Caught completely off guard, Tanaka Manabu replied that he did not have any plans at the moment. The moment she heard that, Akari happily made the decision for him. They would meet in front of the school gates at 9 o'clock the next morning. Manabu agreed, but even after returning home, he could not stop thinking about it. That night, while lying in bed, he desperately tried to calm himself down. First, he needed to organize the situation properly. Earlier that day, the girl sitting next to him in class had invited him to the beach. No matter how he looked at it, that sounded like a date. Then another thought entered his mind. Did Akari actually like him? Manabu immediately tried to reject the idea. He was not exactly popular. Still, he did have a good impression of Akari. In fact, this would be his first date. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. How was he supposed to act? The next morning, Manabu arrived early and waited outside the school. He had barely slept at all. Then another worry hit him. Was wearing his school uniform the right choice? Before he could think any further, Akari arrived. She greeted him cheerfully and praised him for not being late. Manabu greeted her back, but then he noticed something shocking. Standing behind Akari were numerous S-rank hunters. Akari casually explained that the group had somehow become much larger than expected. Manabu stared at them in disbelief. He recognized every single one of them. These were all famous S-rank hunters listed in the hunter directory. As the hunters chatted among themselves, another familiar figure appeared. It was Akiyama-shun. Akiyama-shun complained that Akari never invited him personally. Manabu almost fainted from shock. The person speaking so casually was literally the world's strongest hunter. Akari laughed and explained that Reizai Shion had forgotten to give her his contact information. Then Reizai Shion arrived and announced that everyone was ready. Akari turned toward Manabu and asked if they should leave. Manabu could only stare blankly. At this point, he was honestly wondering whether they were heading to the beach or preparing for a war. A short while later, the group finally arrived at the coast. Standing on the beach, Manabu was still trying to understand what had happened. Just yesterday, he thought a girl had invited him on a date. Now he was surrounded by the strongest hunters in the world. Of course, he knew about Akari's achievements from the news. It probably was not strange for her to know famous hunters. Still, he could not help feeling disappointed. Maybe it really was not a date after all. Then several female S-rank hunters arrived and greeted everyone. Soon after, the male S-rank hunters joined them as well. Leo Robinson laughed while looking around. Everyone looked so young that he could not help feeling jealous. Standing nearby, Akiyama-shun was carrying several watermelons. He pointed out that Leo Robinson still looked young too. Then Akari arrived from behind and announced that everyone was finally here. Manabu looked at her for a moment before quickly turning away. Akari noticed immediately and asked what was wrong. Manabu claimed it was nothing. Akari simply smiled and told everyone to stop standing around. Now it was time to have fun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the former headquarters of the Hunter Association had become a prison. Inside one of the cells sat Nicholas Gold. Someone asked him how he felt now that his empire had fallen. Nicholas merely smiled. He said there was no point discussing it anymore. Then he changed the subject. Around the same time, the keys for Whiteout had been collected, had they not? The officer questioning him refused to answer. Nicholas simply laughed. Then he offered one final warning. It would be better if they stopped now, because attempting Whiteout was a very bad idea. The man guarding the prison looked at Nicholas Gold and replied that from his perspective, it made sense. Once the Gate era ended, the entire hunter industry would eventually collapse. However, Nicholas simply shook his head. That was not the real issue. He told the man to think carefully and ask himself why. The guard remained silent. Seeing that, Nicholas laughed and said it was useless anyway. Meanwhile, the beach trip continued. One of the S-rank hunters suddenly challenged everyone to a race toward a small island in the distance. Several hunters immediately accepted and rushed into the water. Some of the female hunters relaxed beneath umbrellas while enjoying the ocean breeze. Nearby, Leo Robinson and a few others were busy building a giant sandcastle. Not far away, Akiyama-shun stood with a wooden stick in his hand. Wearing a blindfold, he carefully swung the stick forward. The next moment, a large boulder split perfectly in half. Everyone around him stared in shock. Removing the blindfold, Akiyama-shun smiled proudly. One thing he had always wanted to try in life was splitting a watermelon while blindfolded. Instead, he accidentally cut a boulder in half. Watching from nearby, Manabu could only stare in disbelief. Even when casually playing, the world's strongest hunter was absurd. Elsewhere, Akari was running across the beach playing with the children. Watching her laugh and play, Kanan smiled. Akari had always been surprisingly popular with children. A little later, Akiyama-shun entered the beach house. Inside, Reizai Shion was sitting alone. She noticed that he seemed genuinely happy. Akiyama-shun admitted that he was. Shion then asked whether the way he viewed people had changed since his battle with Akari. After a moment of thought, He nodded. For the first time in his life, he could truly see everyone as people. The world felt lively. It felt warm. Honestly, he had almost given up hope of ever experiencing something like this. That was why he could never thank Akari enough. Then his gaze shifted toward Xian's missing arm. He casually told her not to worry. After all, they had fought with the intention of killing him as well. Extending his hand, Akiyama Shun activated recovery magic. To Xian's surprise, her missing arm completely regenerated. Akiyama Shun explained that once someone obtained an end skill, they could also use the lower-level skills beneath it. After that, he smiled and said he was returning to the beach. He still wanted to enjoy the rest of the day. That evening, the S-rank hunters shared dinner together. They relaxed in the sauna, laughed, talked, and enjoyed a peaceful night. After an entire day of fun, everyone eventually went to sleep. The next morning, Manabu woke up earlier than everyone else. As he walked outside, he reflected on the trip. The S-rank hunters were far more normal and approachable than he had imagined. The experience was completely different from what he expected. Still, he had genuinely enjoyed it. Although one thing was certain, it definitely was not a date. Then a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw Akari. She greeted him with her usual smile. After exchanging greetings, Manabu asked something that had been bothering him. Why had she suddenly wanted to come to the beach? Akari looked at him curiously and asked if that was strange. Manabu explained that she had spent so much time traveling around the world recently that he never imagined she would want to do something so ordinary. Akari thought about it for a moment before answering. Before facing something important, she wanted to experience the kinds of things an ordinary high school student would do. She wanted to know what that life felt like, and honestly, it had been fun. But even now, her mind was still filled with anticipation for the next battle. Maybe she was simply not meant to live a peaceful life. Hearing that, Manabu smiled. He told her that she had changed. She looked brighter than before, more confident. Akari immediately grinned and declared that she was a rough diamond that shined when polished. That answer caught Manabu off guard. Then he admitted something unexpected. He actually liked the previous Akari better. For a moment, Akari was genuinely shocked. Quickly, Manabu clarified what he meant. He was not talking about romance. Becoming more confident was obviously a good thing. However, he still felt sorry for her situation. Unlike him, Akari possessed power far beyond ordinary people. It felt like a waste that she could never truly enjoy a peaceful everyday life. Akari listened quietly to his words. Meanwhile, far away, Sheen stood before the collected keys. Everything was finally ready. The final quest, White Out. As the activation process began, Akari's eyes lit up with excitement. A huge smile appeared across her face. Now she wondered what kind of enemy would appear. At last, the final quest had begun. After closing the box containing the keys, Rizi Xian calmly announced that it was time to move. Akari immediately looked confused. She thought they were about to start the final quest right away. However, Xian explained that Whiteout was a completely unknown quest. Nobody knew what would happen once it activated. Because of that, they needed to proceed carefully. As they traveled by car, Kanan reported that the Majima family's facilities were fully prepared. Xian thanked her. Over the past few months, the Rizai family had requested cooperation from governments around the world and prepared for every possible scenario. High-ranking hunters had been stationed around major facilities such as power plants, water treatment centers, and other critical infrastructure. Many world leaders believed it would be enough to secure only the area where Whiteout would be activated. However, Xian had pushed for worldwide security measures instead. Soon, they arrived at the activation site. It was one of the Majima family's highest-level research facilities, a facility dedicated to studying powerful hunter abilities. Looking around, Akari commented that it looked similar to the facility where the S-rank hunters had gathered before. Xian agreed. Kanan then explained the difference. This facility was covered by multiple layers of special alloy. According to her, it could withstand an explosion even if a nuke exploded inside. Standing before the keys, Xian took a deep breath. Everything was finally ready. Akari impatiently asked how the keys were supposed to work. Xian explained that all they needed to do was supply magical power. Besides the keys, there were also other rare items dropped by monsters that could be used to unlock the quest. Akari immediately urged her to hurry. Without wasting any more time, Xian placed her hand over the keys and released her magic. Quest open. A massive beam of light instantly erupted from the keys. At that moment, a strange realization appeared in Xian's mind. Something felt wrong. Whiteout had supposedly existed for years. Everyone in the world knew about it, and yet nobody had ever actually seen it. Why had nobody ever questioned that fact before? Why had everyone simply accepted its existence? Meanwhile, far away in prison, Nicholas Gold quietly smiled. It seemed Xian had placed the entire world on high alert, but it was already too late. The inhabitants of this world could no longer question the existence of Whiteout. Nicholas praised Xian as a truly talented girl. Then he looked toward the sky and wondered if everything was unfolding exactly as expected. As the beam of light shot upward, it pierced through the facility, passed through the atmosphere, and continued into outer space. There, far beyond Earth, it struck a mysterious gate floating between planets. Then another beam of light shot from it and struck a spacecraft waiting on the other side. Inside the spacecraft, a trooper reported receiving a white signal. Hearing that, a woman named Annie smiled. At last, she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. She spoke about gathering the Demon Lord, the Witch, the Dwarves, and the Glass Slipper. Then she ordered the activation of a space transfer device. To her, everything was finally ready for a very entertaining ball. Back on Earth, in Tokyo, an ordinary man was arguing on the phone. He was in the middle of complaining about money when he suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. A giant gate had appeared above the city, then a massive spacecraft emerged from it. The man stared upward in disbelief. Before he could react, a young girl appeared nearby, holding a magical wand. She cheerfully recited a spell. Then she summoned giant teddy bears. These were not ordinary teddy bears. Each one possessed enormous claws and monstrous size. One of the bears immediately attacked the man. Its jaws opened wide and devoured half of his body in a single bite. The people nearby screamed in terror. At the same time, Hunter, named Kawakami Kenjin, engaged one of the creatures in battle. After exchanging blows, even he was shocked. Each teddy bear possessed incredible strength. Then things became even worse. Portals suddenly opened across the sky. From those portals, countless giant teddy bears began falling onto the city. While chaos spread across the world, a young boy desperately ran through the streets. Behind him, one of the giant teddy bear monsters was rapidly closing the distance. The terrified boy screamed for help. Just as the monster was about to catch him, a blade flashed through the air. In an instant, the teddy bear was sliced cleanly in half. The person who saved him was Hunter Kawakami Kenjin. After rescuing the boy, Kenjin analyzed the situation. The teddy bears were not opponents that an A-rank hunter like me could never defeat. However, anyone below B rank would struggle badly against them. The real problem was their overwhelming numbers. Looking toward the sky, Kenjin wondered what that mysterious flying object was and why it had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, aboard the gigantic spaceship, an operator reported the results of the attack. The Murder Puppet Assault Corps had successfully begun operations and was causing massive damage across Dimension 4. Hearing the report, Lady Annie clapped her hands happily. Everything was proceeding wonderfully. However, one operator pointed out that the situation differed from the original plan. The teddy bears were not only attacking hunters, they were slaughtering ordinary civilians as well. Lady Annie simply smiled. According to her, there was still much fighting left to enjoy. A clumsy dance, lacking beauty, was not entertaining. What she wanted was a performance created by those who had mastered the art of battle. Then she gave another order: prepare the remodeling villain unit. The operators immediately acknowledged the command. Moments later, the massive spaceship began to shake. Lady Annie raised her hand and gave the order to fire. The operators activated the launch system. Immediately, numerous villain units were launched from the spaceship and descended toward Earth. The artificial warriors scattered across cities, beaches, and populated areas. The moment they landed, they began attacking civilians and hunters alike. One of the villain units struck Kawakami Kenjin directly. The impact launched him backward. As he stood up, Kenjin realized the attack had broken multiple bones. The enemies were far stronger than the teddy bears. Everywhere he looked, villain units and murder puppets were massacring people. For the first time, even Kenjin felt the true scale of the disaster. This was not an invasion, it was a massacre. Then suddenly, a powerful attack swept across the battlefield. Using Grand Shrine Ida-Ryu, a S-rank hunter instantly destroyed multiple teddy bears and villain units. Kenjin immediately recognized him as a S-rank hunter. The hunter explained that Reizei Xian's global emergency alert allowed many S-rank hunters to respond quickly, especially throughout Japan. Back aboard the spaceship, Lady Annie smiled again. The strongest beings of this world had finally appeared. That made the performance much more interesting. Then she ordered the deployment of another unit, Hestia 2V. The operators immediately obeyed. Large sections of the spacecraft opened. Inside were enormous humanoid robots. One after another, the machines launched toward the surface. Seeing them descend from the sky, the hunters below were stunned. Giant robots had now joined the battlefield. One of the machines immediately targeted an S-rank hunter and fired. Elsewhere, Kanan was speaking through a video call with another hunter. She demanded to know what was happening. The hunter admitted that nobody understood the situation. A mysterious spacecraft had appeared over Tokyo, and monsters and robots were now attacking all over the world. Listening to the report, Rize Xian began connecting the pieces. Something about Whiteout had always felt wrong. Everyone somehow believed there was a final quest that would end the Gate era, yet nobody had ever actually seen it. Nobody questioned where the information came from. Nobody even questioned why they believed it in the first place. As she thought about it, Xian felt increasingly uneasy. What exactly was Whiteout? And more importantly, what terrifying truth was hidden behind it? Before anyone could answer, a new voice suddenly appeared through the communication system. The image of a woman appeared on every screen. It was Lady Annie. She calmly greeted the people of Earth. Then her eyes moved toward Akari. A smile spread across her face. Finally, she spoke directly to her. It had been a long time. Her dear Demon Lord. Lady Annie said, "It's been a while, my dear Demon Lord." Akari was quiet for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" Behind her, Kanan asked, "You don't know her?" Lady Annie laughed and said, "Well, it's okay if you don't remember," Akari replied. "No, I remember. In my previous world, there was a party that was defeated by me at the beginning. In that party, this woman carried the luggage." Lady Annie replied, "Thank you for remembering me. I am honored, Supreme Demon Lord." Akari continued, "Even if I remember all those who challenged me in the last 10,000 years, you were by far the weakest of them all." Hearing that, Lady Annie replied, "Yes, I am weak. That's why I had no choice but to carry the luggage of the powerful hero." The hero was strong, his combat ability was incredible, and the way he became even stronger when cornered made him a true protagonist. He defeated powerful enemies one after another and ended the Great War. He became known as a hero throughout the world. I thought I could simply follow behind him, but that hero was defeated. It happened too suddenly. At that time, after defeating the hero's party, the Demon Lord walked toward Lady Annie and said, "You may return. Not only are you weak, but you also have no fighting spirit in your heart. I do not even want to defeat you." Hearing those words, Lady Annie thought to herself, "I want to defeat you, the strongest Demon Lord. I want to defeat him." However, she was still overwhelmingly weak. Even if she fought normally, she would never stand a chance against the Demon Lord. "The first thing I did was develop immortality magic. The lifespan of a human is too short. I was so excited when I completed it right before the end of my life. The next thing I did was develop dimensional transfer magic. I believed that the things that existed in my world alone would never be enough to defeat the Demon Lord. It was based on the Gate of Reincarnation that even the Demon God himself could use. As long as that existed, it was obvious that other worlds existed. And so, over a very long period of time, I traveled through many worlds and gathered the strongest elites who could defeat the strongest Demon Lord." Then Lady Annie calls, "The strongest protagonist union." 4 figures stepped forward and stood behind her. Lady Annie continued, "They are the protagonists of their own worlds. They fought through their destinies, overcame every fate, defeated every enemy, and saved their respective worlds. The one and only #1 heroes. Everything was done to defeat you, Demon Lord. The keys to Whiteout were merely devices used to send a message to me while I waited in another dimension. They existed only to let me know that you had arrived in this world. In other words, I am the one who made the gates appear in this world." Lady Annie smiled. "How about it, my beloved Demon Lord? How are the guests I have prepared for you?" Akari smiled. "Of course, it's the best. I can tell that what you're saying isn't a bluff. Every single one of them feels different. I can't help but look forward to it." Akari looked at Lady Annie and the heroes standing behind her with excitement in her eyes. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters fought outside. Inside the facility, Akari smiled at Lady Annie and asked, "Now then, who is coming first? You all don't seem like the type to attack together." Lady Annie nodded. "That's right. The Demon Lord understands the feelings of the strong." Immediately, the 4 heroes began arguing. One of them laughed and said, "It's obviously me." Another hero frowned. "What's so obvious about that?" The first hero pointed at himself proudly. "I am #1, so I will go first. It's inevitable." A third hero looked annoyed. "Aren't you weaker than me, though?" The first hero immediately replied, "No, I am #1 because I am #1. Watching them argue, Kanan sighed. They're fighting already. Lady Annie smiled. I knew this would happen. They really are a strong-willed bunch. She took out 4 sticks. One of them had a bearhead mark on it, like a lottery ticket. The little magical girl looked at the others. I don't mind going later. I still have some cleaning up to do first. Lady Annie nodded. Go ahead, magical girl. Take as much time as you need. Then she looked toward the remaining 3 heroes. Now then, no more complaining. Each of them drew a stick. One hero looked at his result. I got a blank. Another hero checked his own. Me too. The hero who had insisted on going first suddenly burst into laughter. I knew it. I am number 1. If you had just let me go from the start, everything would have been much quicker. He looked proudly at the others. Lady Annie smiled. Then go. Hero Max Sanders. Without hesitation, Max Sanders launched himself out of the spaceship. A massive explosion echoed through the air. One of the heroes watched him leave and sighed. Why did he make a hole when he could have just used the exit? Lady Annie ignored the complaint and looked back at Akari. Now then, have fun, Demon Lord. Outside, Max Sanders flew through the sky with excitement. He could feel it. The Demon Lord was directly below him. Found you. Let's start from the front. Gathering power into his fist, he activated his skill. Justice Punch. Max crashed straight through the facility roof. The entire structure shook violently. Layer after layer of reinforced metal was destroyed by a single punch. The impact tore through the building and sent debris flying in every direction. Landing inside the facility, Max laughed loudly. The hero has arrived. I found you, evil Demon Lord. Akari smiled. That's right. The evil Demon Lord who has been killing people for about 10,000 years is me. I hope you succeed, hero. Then she jumped into the air. Max laughed and immediately flew after her. Don't run away, evil door. Just wait. Kanan watched the 2 disappear almost instantly. He's already gone. Rizi Xian nodded. Let's leave them to Miss Akari. We need to protect the civilians. She looked around at the destroyed facility. Even destroying a structure like this with a single punch, that power is probably greater than even Akiyama Shun's. Xian looked toward the sky where Akari and Max had vanished. This may be exactly what you wanted. Still, please be careful, Miss Akari. Akari flew into the air with Max Sanders chasing right behind her. Max laughed. Within an instant, he closed the distance and appeared above Akari. Akari thought to herself that he was fast. Max threw a punch. The impact sent Akari crashing into the ground. Both of her arms were broken, and blood covered her body. Max landed and said, "What a pity. You will die from this fist of justice. You are definitely an enormous evil." Akari slowly stood up. "A hero of justice, huh? But you are still." She paused. "Well, that doesn't matter. I came to this world and watched a lot of anime and manga. I always wondered if those heroes would come and defeat me." Dark energy erupted from her body. Akari activated her second form, Angra Mainyu. Then she smiled. "You are very welcome. Hero, now defeat me. I will take on the role of the true final boss of your story." Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters continued fighting across the city. The demonic teddy bears and humanoid robots rampaged everywhere, destroying everything in their path. The S-rank hunters worked together to eliminate the monsters while protecting civilians. One of the S-rank hunters looked toward the battlefield and thought, if it's just the dolls and the black tights, we can manage somehow, but those humanoid robots are a pain. Suddenly, one of the robots attacked. The hunter was sent flying into a wall. At that moment, Shrine Ito Ryu stepped forward. Don't underestimate them. Activating Tiger Flash Sword, he slashed at the humanoid robot. The attack completely destroyed one of the robot's arms. Shrine Ito Ryu looked at the damaged machine and said, "It's not completely helpless. It has combat ability comparable to an S-rank hunter." He looked at the large number of robots gathering around them. These numbers are going to be difficult. Just as the robots prepared to attack, Riazai Xian arrived. Using Blizzard Dust, she froze multiple enemies at once. She apologized for being late. "It's not just me." Standing on top of a nearby building, Kanan activated her end skill. Her body transformed into plasma. With a wave of her hand, she fired a powerful laser. The beam pierced straight through one of the humanoid robots, leaving a massive hole in its body. The remaining robots immediately turned their weapons toward Kanan and attacked her with their guns, but the beam of light completely passed harmlessly through her plasma body. Kanan calmly replied, "Physical attacks are ineffective." She then unleashed Lightning Strike. The robot exploded instantly. Watching the scene, Rizi Xian nodded. It's a machine. She can disrupt its systems with lightning, and physical attacks don't work on her. Hearing that, Shrine Ito Ryu laughed. "That end skill is definitely a cheat. It seems like we can handle these things." Then he looked toward the humanoid minions and the endless waves of dolls. But what about those? If we leave the humanoid minions and dolls alone, the damage will continue spreading, Arize Xian nodded. There is a solution. We have some very strong people on our side. On top of a building stood Akiyama Shun. Looking over the city, he spoke quietly to himself. I lost to Akari. I didn't understand it until then, but now I can see people as humans. Every human life is precious. Everyone has a history. Everyone has their own joys. There are joyful births, Mom, I will protect these people's lives. At that moment, he received a communication. Akiyama Shun, location B13. Evacuation has been completed. Hearing the report, he immediately launched himself forward. Moments later, he landed in the middle of a street where demonic teddy bears and humanoid minions were attacking civilians. Akiyama Shun looked at them and said, I would be grateful if you let them go. The demonic teddy bears and humanoid minions surrounded him from every direction. A blue aura suddenly erupted from his body. The pressure alone blasted everything away. Windows shattered throughout the surrounding buildings. In an instant, every demonic teddy bear and humanoid minion collapsed to the ground defeated. Then he looked up. Above him, numerous robots were flying through the sky. Akiyama Shun said, apparently those robots protect the person inside from magical pressure. I'll leave those to everyone else. Let's move to the next location. Then he leaped into the air. The robots immediately began chasing after him. Meanwhile, Noura bint Sayla and Brad James were fighting a group of robots. Brad James threw a powerful punch directly into one of the machines. On the other side of the battlefield, Shrine Ito Ryu spoke to Arize Xian. I see. It's like a convenient wide-area suppression weapon. Arize Xian nodded. Yes. Now that the civilian evacuation is complete, everything except the machines can be defeated at once. Nearby, Kanan unleashed her powers. Electricity spread across the battlefield as she electrified dozens of robots. Many of them were destroyed instantly. After finishing them off, she landed beside Arize Xian. The machines have been cleaned up, Arize Xian nodded. Let's buy more time until then. Suddenly, a magical star appeared behind them. A small girl stepped out of the light. She smiled brightly and struck a pose. Don't underestimate me. Everyone turned toward her in confusion. The little girl introduced herself. I am Komura Hotaru. I will super-duper purify your dirty hearts perfectly. I am a magical girl. Shrine Ito Ryu stared at her in disbelief. Before anyone could react, Kanan stepped forward. Be careful. This girl is part of the protagonist union. She may look like that, but she is a protagonist who saved her own world. Everyone fell silent. Even through the screen earlier, Akari had been able to sense her talent. And now that they were standing face to face. Meanwhile, Akari laughed as she charged forward with a punch. Max Sanders also rushed forward. Their fists collided head-on. The impact was so powerful that the surrounding buildings cracked apart from the shockwave. Akari was surprised. One of her hands was completely shattered. Akari immediately activated Fireball level max 50. A massive sphere of fire appeared above her and rushed toward him. Seeing it, Max raised his fist. The source of my power is a just heart. I can hear them. The voices of innocent people lamenting. The citizens who have been tormented by you are calling out to me. That's right. He clenched his fist. I am on the side of justice, so I can't afford to lose. Max launched himself forward and punched the gigantic fireball. The attack exploded instantly. The shockwave swallowed the area. Akari was blasted away and crashed into the wall of a nearby building. The entire structure cracked apart. She fell to the ground covered in blood. Max landed in front of her and laughed. Do you understand the power of justice now? That's right. That's exactly what a protagonist should be. To be able to destroy my second form so easily. Dark magical power began to gather around her. Max watched silently. Akari smiled wider. Hopefully this one will be broken through just as easily. As Akari activated her third form, Max Sanders looked up at her enormous appearance. What a disastrous form. Surely this must be the root of all sickness, suffering, and evil in this world. Akari smiled. That's often said. Now then, here I come. Max Sanders pointed toward her. Perhaps your power is incredible. Defeating you may require many sacrifices. It's a dangerous battle. However, someone has to do it. If someone has to do it, then I will do it. People, don't worry. Justice is here. With that declaration, he launched himself forward. Akari laughed. Is the one-man show over? Then let's go. She activated her skill. Extinction. Catastrophe. Meteor impact. A gigantic meteor descended from the sky toward Max Sanders. Back in Max Sanders' world, evil organizations once ran rampant. One day, an officer reported, "This is District 33. The villain organization Skull Dead is on the run after raiding an underground research facility. They stole a small experimental nuclear bomb. Inside a truck, a thief laughed. "If I sell this to another country, I'll make a fortune." Several police cars chased after them. Suddenly, the thief opened the truck door and threw explosives toward the pursuing vehicles. The police cars exploded. His partner laughed. Direct hit. Then the truck suddenly stopped. The driver repeatedly pressed the accelerator. The engine stopped. However, the real reason was standing directly in front of them. Max Sanders. "It's over. The hero is here." With a single hand, he lifted the entire truck. The criminals stared in disbelief. Max threw the truck into the air. The surrounding citizens cheered. Then he jumped up and smashed the vehicle apart with his bare hands. The thieves trembled in fear. Max landed beside them. "Here I am." Terrified, one of the thieves activated the nuclear bomb. "Then all of you are dying with me." The countdown began. An officer shouted, "Idiot, what are you doing?" The timer started counting down. The officers turned toward the civilians. "Run. There's going to be a nuclear explosion." Another officer looked around desperately. "Where can we even run in 120 seconds? Max calmly said, "It's all right, I'm here." One officer yelled, "It's hopeless. Just save yourself." Max closed the suitcase. A man who abandons citizens for the sake of his own life is no hero. Then he flew into the sky carrying the bomb. He traveled as far away from the city as possible. Moments later, the nuclear bomb exploded. The officers froze. "We lost a great hero." Then someone pointed upward. "Look, Max Sanders descended from the sky completely unharmed." He smiled. "I'm back, everyone." The citizens erupted into cheers. After that, Max Sanders defeated every major evil organization across the world. Within only a few years, humanity was freed from the fear of large-scale crime. Using his power alone, he brought peace to the world. Back in the present, Max Sanders flew straight toward the meteor. Akari watched him and remembered the countless anime and manga she had read after arriving in this world. Back then, she often thought to herself, "How nice. The protagonists of those stories always appear in the end. Can't they come and defeat me too?" A smile appeared on her face. "You really came. You really came to defeat me." Max Sanders raised his fist. Justice punch. The giant stem of Akari's third form was completely destroyed. Looking at the scene, Lady Annie smiled. The third form in one hit. How amazing. As expected of a hero who saved his world, one of the other heroes looked surprised. He destroyed the third form that easily. Lady Annie nodded. "Don't judge things by your own standards. In the world I came from, Lucifer Yggdrasil was powerful enough to wipe out humanity if it wanted to. He is completely out of the ordinary." Then she smiled. "I am jealous of Akari." Meanwhile, Koimura Hotaru stood in front of the S-rank hunters. Kanan looked at her carefully. Each of them was a hero who had saved a world. What kind of battle would this girl fight? Hotaru smiled. "Well then, here I go." Everyone prepared themselves. From her pocket, she pulled out a small object. At first, everyone thought it was a mirror or a makeup compact. The S-rank hunters looked confused. Hotaru tossed her wand into the air. Then she opened the compact and applied something to her eyes and cheeks like eyeshadow. Blue powder scattered around her body. Instantly, her outfit transformed into a completely different dress. Her shoes changed as well. Next, she applied yellow powder to her hair. Her hair turned orange. Cat ears appeared on top of her head. After putting the compact back into her pocket, she caught the wand. She spun around dramatically and pointed it toward the sky. "Super purely clean your heart. Love and justice. Magical girl, purely clean is here." A colorful explosion erupted behind her. Everyone stared in complete silence. Kanan looked exhausted already. "Are you kidding me?" Hotaru ignored her. "Here I go." Healing Night Heart Beam. A giant heart-shaped beam of light shot toward the S-rank hunters. Kanan frowned. "It looks like some kind of purification attack. You would probably be fine even if it hits you." The S-rank hunters jumped aside to avoid it anyway. The moment the beam touched the ground, a massive explosion erupted. Everyone froze. A gigantic heart-shaped crater was left behind. Hotaru tilted her head. "Oh my, it was dodged." "You're strong, sisters." Kanan stared at the crater. "That is some pretty rough healing." Meanwhile, Max Sanders landed on the ground. He looked at Akari and spread his arms. "Did you see that? Even this is the power of those who love justice." Back in his world, the battle was being broadcast live. Citizens cheered as they watched. Max Sanders is our hero. He saved not only our world, but other worlds as well. Fortunately, dimensional communication cannot transmit sound, but it looks like he dealt massive damage. He truly is our invincible hero. Max smiled proudly. "Right now, everyone is watching my success." Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from inside the destroyed stem. Max stopped talking. "What?" The smoke cleared. Standing there was Akari's fourth form. Her small childlike body floated in the air. She smiled brightly. "How amazing, superhero." Max nodded. "I heard about it from Lady Annie. A full recovery after every transformation." Akari laughed. "That's right. The strongest hunter in this world was defeated by this form. Please break through it. Max grinned. Of course. Who do you think I am? Seeing Akari's fourth form, Lady Annie smiled. It came out. The fourth form. Behind her, one of the heroes looked confused. What the hell? It looks even weaker. Another hero said, it's not good to judge by appearance. In your world, you fought machines, so it may be hard to imagine. Monsters and demons that look like that are usually the most troublesome. Meanwhile, Akari stood in front of Max Sanders. Max looked at her small appearance, the appearance of a young girl. Akari tilted her head. What is it? Max scratched his cheek. Well, even if you're an evil demon lord, it still feels wrong to hit a young girl. I wonder how this will look in the heroic records. This battle is being broadcast to my world after all. Akari nodded. Oh, I see. In that case. Then she suddenly charged forward. Let's make them realize that if they don't kill this girl immediately, it will be very bad. Her punch landed directly on Max Sanders. The hero was launched backward. However, he stopped himself before crashing into the ground. I see. So, the huge amount of energy has been condensed into a small body. Akari nodded. That's right. Can you keep up with this super physical battle? Then she vanished. Suddenly, Akari appeared behind him and kicked him. Unfortunately, Max blocked it with his arm. He grinned. Justice. Akari looked surprised for a moment. Max laughed. Super physical combat is my specialty, little girl. He punched her directly in the ribs. Akari was sent flying, blood spilled from her mouth. She thought to herself that he had directly surpassed the fourth form in physical strength. Akari landed on top of a building. Without hesitation, she launched herself forward again. Using the full power of her body, she attacked Max. The impact made blood spill from his mouth. However, Max only smiled. Hero toughness. Then, he charged forward and punched her. At that moment, Akari understood something. This man was stronger than Akiyama Shun. The punch sent her flying through multiple buildings. Huge holes appeared wherever her body passed. Finally, she crashed onto the ground covered in blood. Max flew towards her. You are a completely unpleasant person. Every attack you use makes me want to hit you even harder. Akari smiled. Then she repeated his words. An unpleasant person. Max looked confused. This is exactly why I came to a city. Above them, countless humanoid minions filled the sky. Akari continued speaking. The ability of the fourth form is the servitude of nearby dying creatures. Thanks to all of you for taking care of those hordes of humanoid minions. Now I can use them as much as I want. Max looked at the massive army gathering behind her. For a moment, he seemed confused. Akari turned around. Behind her stood an enormous army of humanoid minions waiting for orders. She pointed toward Max Sanders. Come on, hero, be the protagonist. Why don't you mow down all those bad guys? On the other side of the battlefield, Koimura Hotaru stood in front of 3 S-rank hunters. Reize Shion activated Blizzard Icicle. At the same time, another use. Ize Grand Shrine Itoryu, a giant dragon formed from his power and charged forward. Koimura Hotaru simply smiled. Heart Shield. A heart-shaped barrier appeared around her. The attack struck the shield. Nothing happened. The barrier protected her completely. The S-rank hunters were shocked. The hunter said that it looks like a silly barrier, another added, but it easily blocked attacks from 2 S-rank hunters. From behind them, Kanan stepped forward. Please, stand back. She activated Plasma Aura. A beam of light shot toward Koimura Hotaru. In response, Hotaru raised her wand, Healing Light Heart Beam. The 2 attacks collided. The resulting explosion shook the battlefield. However, while Hotaru remained completely relaxed, Kanan struggled. Kanan crashed into the ground. Even through Plasma Aura, the impact had reached her. Kanan gritted her teeth. There shouldn't be physical damage while using Plasma Aura. Just the power from a magical collision caused this much damage. Seeing that the S-rank hunter said, so what Kanan said was right. She's a complete monster. Reize Shion nodded. Simply a beast in a different league. The pressure from her abilities feels similar to when I fought Akiyama Shun. Hotaru smiled brightly. Even so, I am a magical girl of justice who saved the world. Don't let your guard down. Kanan slowly stood up. That makes no sense. Hotaru tilted her head. The reaction confused her. Kanan looked directly at her. You're a magical girl of justice, right? Then why are you using dolls to attack innocent people? For a moment, Hotaru was silent. Then she answered calmly, I am a magical girl who purifies evil hearts, but people will always have bad intentions. There is no one who truly has a completely good heart. That can't be helped. It's obvious. That's why I decided to kill everyone with the dolls. The answer shocked Kanan. Even the S-rank hunters were speechless. Hotaru raised her wand. If everyone is gone, the world will become pure and clean. She activated another skill, Earthbreak Shooting Star. Countless stars appeared in the sky. From each star, beams of light rained down upon the battlefield. The surrounding area was devastated. Meanwhile, Max Sanders stood before the massive army of humanoid minions. Akari watched with excitement. Come on, hurry. The humanoid minions rushed toward Max. Please defeat us. Like grains of sand. Like bugs, like insignificant existences. The army attacked from every direction. Max was forced onto the defensive. He blocked attacks with his arms. Several minions kicked him in the face. Others slammed their heads into his stomach. Every single one of them possessed tremendous power. Another attack struck him. Max was sent flying into a building. The entire structure collapsed. Watching the destruction, Akari smiled. Is that the end of the first round? You put up quite a resistance. At that moment, Max remembered a battle from his past. It was the final battle against the world's strongest terrorist organization, Dark Messiah. The enemy had unleashed an army of next-generation AI soldiers. Watching Max struggle, the lead scientist laughed. Your legend ends here, Max Sanders. They have mastered the combat techniques of legendary mercenaries and martial artists through AI. They also possess super-powered equipment. Each one of them has the fighting ability of an entire army. With this, I will rule the world. Give up and watch from the afterlife. Back then, Max had thought the situation was impossible. The difference in strength had been overwhelming. There had seemed to be no chance of victory. Watching from the spaceship, Lady Annie smiled. Now then, from this point onwards, you will see hero true value. Beneath the rubble, silence filled the battlefield. Then a voice echoed out, not yet. A tremendous power erupted from within the debris. The collapsed building exploded apart into countless fragments. Akari looked surprised. Standing before her once again was Max Sanders. He had gathered every ounce of his strength. His body overflowed with power. Max smiled. All right, Demon Lord. I'll show you exactly what you want. My unrivaled drama. A golden light erupted from Max Sanders' body. The hero charged forward with a punch. His fist struck the army of humanoid minions. The impact was so powerful that dozens of them were blown away instantly. Akari watched in surprise. His power had increased again. And that golden light, what exactly was it? Watching through the screen, Lady Annie smiled. Hero's soul, the light of the hero, the golden spirit, the destiny of victory. I realized something after traveling through countless worlds. When humans exist, every world has one special person chosen as the protagonist. Without exception, their abilities soar whenever they are faced with a real crisis. There is no logical reason. If I had to explain it, it would simply be because they are the protagonist. For that reason alone, they awaken unreasonable power. Meanwhile, Max laughed as he fought. Several humanoid minions attacked him at once. Blood flowed from his mouth. Yet he continued smiling. Not yet. The golden light intensified. He shouted and unleashed a barrage of punches. One after another, humanoid minions were launched into the sky. The army was being destroyed at an incredible speed. Akari watched everything with shining eyes. What is this? A power-up with no rhyme or reason? Wonderful. Then she charged toward him. Max immediately rushed forward as well. Akari laughed excitedly. Now, defeat me. The distance between them vanished. Max activated his strongest attack, Golden Justice Punch. Their fists collided. A gigantic explosion erupted across the battlefield. This time, Max's punch was powerful enough to shatter one of Akari's arms completely. Max smiled. Akari smiled even wider. Using her remaining arm, she immediately launched another punch. Max caught her hand. Then he spun and threw her away. Akari tried to control her fall. Suddenly, he appeared below her. Max sighed. It really isn't a good image. A hero beating up a little girl. Then he punched her directly in the stomach. The impact was overwhelming. Blood burst from Akari's mouth. She was launched high into the air before crashing into the ground. Max looked toward the dimensional cameras broadcasting the battle. I hope the people in my world don't misunderstand. What should I even say when I get back? The public is inevitably drawn to appearances. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed behind him. Max froze. The sound resembled the roar of a giant beast. He slowly turned around. From beneath the rubble, a voice spoke. Splendid hero. It is the greatest achievement since the creator. The ground shook violently. Massive wings emerged from the rubble. A gigantic tail smashed through the surrounding buildings. Max looked on in confusion. What is that? Akari's body transformed completely. Her small fourth form disappeared. In its place stood an enormous black dragon. Akari had activated her fifth form, Fafnir Edelstein. Then the giant dragon opened her mouth. A terrifying roar shook the heavens. The entire battlefield trembled. Meanwhile, Kanan coughed up blood. That little girl is so strong. The little girl smiled proudly. Of course, We are protagonists after all. No matter the battle, we will win in the end. Hearing that, a hunter spoke. Normally I would dismiss this as ridiculous. But after seeing power like this in action, the little girl interrupted him. But I think you sisters are strong too, at least compared to the executives of the evil organization Psyarch. As she spoke, a beam of light shot toward her. It was Kanan's attack. However, the little girl easily dodged it. Scary, you're still not giving up. Kanan did not hesitate. Obviously, even if you were invincible in your own world, this is another world. Your victory is not certain. Above all, I know of a being far stronger than any of you. You are not residents of this world. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned toward the sound. Watching from the spaceship, Lady Annie smiled. Now it's here. This time, let's show them the true nature of the unreasonable hidden boss. Meanwhile, Akari sat quietly before Max Sanders in her fifth form. Max looked up at the enormous black dragon. I've never fought such a huge creature before. The second form had black magic that nullified the properties of magic. The third form had wide area annihilation attacks. The fourth form had a super enhanced physical body and the ability to strengthen nearby dying creatures. The fifth form has a completely different appearance. What kind of ability does it have this time? As he watched her, 3 green lines appeared above Akari's head. Max looked confused. Is that like a game's HP meter? Suddenly, a powerful wave spread from Akari's body. Max's expression changed. What? It's absorbing my energy. Akari nodded. That's correct. The fifth form's ability is to steal and absorb an opponent's energy. So as you can see, it is extremely durable. In other words, the question is whether you can defeat this evil dragon before all your strength is absorbed. Max laughed. That's actually easier to understand than the previous forms. The speed and maneuverability have decreased. Immediately, he launched himself forward. Golden Justice Punch. His fist slammed into Akari's back. A tremendous explosion erupted. Akari looked impressed. I figured it had great power, but to think it would cause enough damage to be clearly visible to the naked eye. Max stared in disbelief. Impossible. I definitely hit with all my might. Without warning, Akari swung her massive tail. The attack crashed into Max and sent him flying. He landed on the ground and slid across the battlefield. Looking at his own body, he realized something. It's being absorbed faster than expected. Akari lowered her enormous head and smiled. Come, hero. This is the image you desired, subjugating the evil dragon. Isn't this the hobby of heroes throughout history and around the world? As Max Sanders thought about how to fight, Akari spoke from within the giant dragon. I will give you one piece of advice, hero. 10 minutes. I recommend you defeat me within 10 minutes. Max narrowed his eyes. A bluff. No. I don't know whether it's true or not. But even if she hadn't told me, I would still need to defeat her quickly. As his energy continued being drained away, Max analyzed the situation. If I attack blindly, I won't make it in time. The tail attack lacks speed. The movements are slow, so the attacks themselves are simple. The problem is that ridiculous durability. But there is probably a strategy. His eyes focused on the giant dragon. The voice is coming from inside the dragon. The Demon Lord's real body must be somewhere inside. That's the weakness. The critical hit point, just like in games. I'll find it and strike it directly. With that thought, Max charged forward. Akari laughed. Surely you didn't think I would fight using only this clumsy body, did you? Max suddenly stopped. Behind Akari's back, 3 openings appeared. From those openings, 3 giant eggs emerged. What? Eggs? The shells cracked. 3 dragons appeared from within. Akari smiled. Be careful. Each of these is far stronger than my 4th form. The yellow dragon immediately charged. It slammed into Max and drove him straight through a building. Max burst from the rubble and launched a punch. Take this. However, just before the punch connected, the dragon vanished. Max clicked his tongue. Damn. Too fast. That makes them difficult to hit and difficult to dodge. Suddenly, the red dragon appeared. Fire orb, level. Max 70. A massive blast of fire struck Max directly. The impact burned his clothes and sent him flying. What power is this? This one is pure firepower. Each one is stronger than the 4th form, so it wasn't a bluff. Before he could recover, the blue dragon rushed toward him. Max punched him directly. The punch landed, but the dragon was made up of water. It did nothing. Akari explained calmly. Physical attacks won't work. Max gritted his teeth. The blue dragon opened its mouth. A massive torrent of water erupted toward him. Max barely escaped. This is bad. I'm still losing energy. Akari's voice echoed again. 10 minutes are over, you know? Max looked up in confusion. Akari continued. In the 5th form, this can be fired every 10 minutes. Black smoke began gathering around the giant dragon's body. Max's expression changed. Dragon breath. The enormous black dragon slowly opened its mouth. The dragon unleashed its breath. A pillar of destruction erupted toward Max Sanders. The impact of the dragon breath was so powerful that it pierced through the sky, and its light could even be seen reaching toward the moon. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship, Lady Annie watched the attack with excitement, an unreasonable blow worthy of a final boss. How wonderful. On the battlefield, Max Sanders saw that one of his legs was completely gone. The fact that he had survived the dragon breath at all was pure coincidence. As blood dripped from his body, he analyzed the attack. The firing rate is fast. No, it wasn't fast. A beam appeared the instant it was fired. In other words, if you're in line with its mouth when it shoots, there is no way to dodge it. The moment the attack begins, it's already too late. The dragon only needs to turn its head toward the target. If you overlap with the attack line even once, it's a guaranteed hit. Akari laughed. Looks like the hero is quite lucky. Max remembered what had happened. Just before the dragon breath was fired, the yellow dragon had rushed toward him. He had instinctively moved to avoid the dragon. As a result, he had accidentally escaped the dragon breath as well. However, before he could think further, Akari interrupted him. Now then, will another 10 minutes pass while you're standing there? The 3 dragons surrounded him. Max clenched his fists. I won't give up. A hero of justice cannot be defeated. He charged forward. His fist struck the red dragon. The dragon was sent flying. Akari tilted her head. A hero of justice, huh? The red dragon recovered instantly and charged back. It slammed into Max with its head. The hero was thrown across the battlefield. Akari continued speaking. I have one question. Are you really a champion of justice? Max looked confused. Akari continued. The general public is being massacred, but you haven't even tried to help them. Above all, the heroes I've seen in this world's comics and movies always struggled with justice. They questioned themselves. What is justice? Am I really doing the right thing? They suffered because of those questions. But I don't feel any of that from you. Max's face twisted in frustration. Shut up. He charged forward again. Akari continued speaking calmly. Well, I don't really care whether you're a champion of justice or not. As long as you defeat me. The 3 dragons attacked simultaneously. The yellow dragon unleashed a burst of lightning. It was far too fast. Before Max could react, another dragon was already behind him. A torrent of water exploded when he collided. Max was trapped inside the raging current. Then, the red dragon appeared and uses fire orb level Max 70. The fireball exploded directly on him. The impact blasted him across the battlefield. He crashed into the ground. His body was covered in wounds. Looking down at him, Akari spoke again. The golden energy surrounding you. It's born from your willpower, isn't it? Max remained silent. Akari continued. If you keep hiding your true feelings like that, you'll never show your true potential. If you want to defeat me, you should reveal your true colors. That's what puts people in the mood. The hero slowly said, I am a hero of justice. Back in Max Sanders' world, a thief grabbed money from the counter and ran through the streets. The thief laughed. Since the large villain organizations are gone, everyone is living peacefully. It's so easy to do bad things now. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. It was Max Sanders. Hello, gentlemen. The thief froze in fear. Max casually flicked his fingers. The thief was instantly launched several meters away and landed headfirst in a pile of garbage. The shop owner ran over. Thank you, Mr. Max. A police officer also arrived. Thank you, Mr. Max. Thanks to your efforts, violent crime has almost been eradicated. Now it's mostly thieves like this. Max remained silent. Inside, he thought to himself, yes, with my victory over Dark Messiah, I brought peace to the world. Now only minor crimes remain. There are no giant villain organizations spreading chaos anymore. Most incidents are small enough for the police to handle. Max floated high above the city and looked down. What I do now is just catching thieves. Criminals, the police could have handled themselves. There are no longer opportunities for me to perform in ways that excite the citizens like before. Then a voice spoke behind him. Not pleased with peace. Max turned around. Lady Annie was standing there. She continued. A hunter who hunts too many wild dogs will eventually be fired. A hero in a world without great evil can only accept peace and retire. Max frowned. Who are you? Lady Annie smiled. I am Annie White. Don't worry. I'm a small fry that could be killed in less than a second if you felt like it. Max looked behind her. The two behind you don't seem the same way. Lady Annie laughed. You don't really want peace, do you? Max's eyes widened. She continued. If necessary, just create enemies. Right, hero. At that moment, a giant robot launched from her ship and attacked a nearby building. The structure exploded. People immediately began screaming. A giant robot. Lady Annie smiled. Now the enemy you've been hoping for has appeared. Isn't it your turn, Max Sanders? Max stared at her in confusion. she continued laughing. Even though civilians are being attacked, your body isn't moving on its own. Suddenly Max shouted, "That's not true!" He flew away at full speed. A moment later, his fist destroyed the robot. The citizens erupted into cheers. I knew he would come. Our hero! Everyone began chanting his name. Max smiled. His smile grew wider and wider. This is it. This is what I wanted. It feels so good. The cheers of the people filled his heart. Watching from a rooftop, Lady Annie smiled. The story should go like this, Max. A new enemy has appeared from beyond dimensions. Become the wonderful hero who saves not only your world, but other worlds as well. Fight against the strongest demon lord. I'm sure everyone will be intoxicated by that achievement. Back on the battlefield, Max lay on the ground. That's right. I am the ally of justice. A golden aura erupted around him. He launched into the sky at incredible speed. I don't care whether it's justice or not. I really don't care. If it's for my success, who cares? Who cares about the lives of citizens? Who cares about world peace? Let ordinary people catch petty thieves themselves. He burst forward. The red dragon charged at him. Max flew straight through it. The dragon exploded behind him. Then he laughed like a madman. Just me. Everything I do has to be dramatic. Akari watched in shock. Inside the spaceship, Lady Annie smiled. That's great. Just act to your heart's content. The audio being broadcast to his world is turned off anyway. Back on the battlefield, Max spread his arms. It looks like I defeated the dragon. My beloved citizens. He laughed with joy. Akari looked at him and smiled. What an honest guy. The golden energy surrounding Max suddenly intensified. Akari's eyes widened with excitement. Your power increased by 2 levels. Akari smiled as she looked at Max Sanders. So that is your true nature. Max laughed. That's right. I am an approval seeker. In the first place, I started defeating villains because people praised me for it. When I was an office worker, every time I defeated an enemy, I was admired as a hero of justice. So, I started dressing like one. I started talking like one. And this is what I ended up becoming. He pointed at himself and laughed. In fact, I would deliberately let incidents get worse until the police could no longer handle them. That way, it would be more exciting when I showed up. Well, that's how it is. I'm just an ordinary man. I'm not a hero of justice, Akari said. I don't care. Absolutely nothing. I don't care at all. I am the demon lord who hungers for defeat, whether it is justice or a desire for approval. Whether you are a saint, a scumbag, or an ordinary person. If it makes you stronger, you are welcome. Come, Max Sanders. I won't deny you. For a moment, Max was stunned. Then a huge smile appeared on his face. As he rushed forward, he shouted, "Then become part of my stage performance." The remaining 2 dragons attacked him. Max laughed. "I'll blow you away, you bastards." He slammed his head directly into the yellow dragon. The dragon was completely overwhelmed. Then Max followed up with a punch. The yellow dragon exploded and disappeared. The final dragon descended from above. Max unleashed a barrage of punches. The heat generated by the incredible speed of his fists evaporated the water body of that dragon. Moments later, the final dragon was destroyed as well. Akari watched with excitement. That was a really powerful move. She quickly analyzed what had happened. The speed of Max's punches had generated so much heat that it evaporated the water and completely erased the dragon. Max turned toward the giant black dragon. Now let's hit to the main body. He flew forward and punched Akari's 5th form. The impact shook the battlefield. However, only a tiny portion of the health bar disappeared. Max frowned. I missed. Akari laughed. That was impressive. You dealt twice as much damage as before. Max immediately began flying around the dragon. Punch after punch landed across her massive body. Damn it, where is it? Where is the main body? Akari smiled. However, if you move around too much, surely there is a limit. Energy observation complete. Now then, do you give up? Max roared. Golden energy erupted from his body once again. Not yet. I will win. I'll be celebrated as the superhero who saved multiple worlds. The praise, the admiration, the applause, all of it belongs to Max Sanders. Again and again he forced himself forward. Akari watched him with interest. Max's relentless punches continued. Slowly but steadily, the giant health bar decreased. Yet something bothered him. It's strange. I've already attacked every part of her body. So where is the main body? Akari suddenly spoke. Oh, right. The dragons you destroyed. Behind her, the eggs cracks that was produced by the giant dragon's body. The dragons emerged once more. Max's eyes widened, but this time there was something different. A 4th dragon appeared, a green dragon. Akari smiled. 1 minute left until dragon breath. Now then, how long will you last? A cruel smile appeared on her face. Please last forever, hero. The dragons attacked Max Sanders from all directions. The green dragon released a strange liquid from its body. The substance stuck to Max's body. Immediately, he felt his movements slow. At the same time, the yellow dragon slammed into him and sent him flying. Max gritted his teeth. The green dragon's magic has a debuff effect. So the green dragon has a different ability. How many other types of dragons can she create? He clenched his fists. Not yet. Golden energy burst from his body. The strange liquid evaporated instantly. All the debuffs attached to him disappeared. Max immediately flew forward. He attacked every dragon in sight. Watching him, Akari smiled. What amazing bravery. Regardless of your personality, you are definitely worthy of the leading role, Max Sanders. But the dragons continued their assault. One dragon attacked him directly. Another covered him with a debuff. The yellow dragon rushed in immediately afterward. Max roared and unleashed a justice punch. The yellow dragon was blown away. However, Max was heavily injured. Blood flowed from his body. Even so, he refused to stop. Not yet. I won't admit defeat. Akari looked at him calmly. It's time. The mouth of the giant black dragon slowly opened. Max froze. A memory suddenly surfaced. Back in his own world, a group of criminals stand around a table covered in weapons. One of them picked up a gun. That's a nice weapon. I'm going to rob a bank with this and make a fortune. Another laughed. I've already arranged your escape route. Let's have a profitable business. Nearby, Max watched from behind a stack of boxes. He listened quietly to their plans. Then he thought to himself, I have hero intuition. I can detect incidents before they happen, but I don't prevent them. I make sure the incident happens first. Because when I save people afterward, I get praised. Doctors who perform difficult surgeries are praised. Medicine that prevents illness is ordinary and unremarkable. It's the same thing. I save people afterward. Just like successful people don't want to do mundane work that doesn't make money, if casualties happen, who cares? If someone has a problem with it, they can do it themselves. Without me, nobody would be saved in the first place. He paused. Then a strange thought crossed his mind. I wonder if divine punishment will ever come for me. The memory faded. Back on the battlefield, Max's eyes widened. The dragon breath had already fired. The beam swallowed half of his body. The explosion devastated the surrounding buildings. The entire battlefield shook. Inside the spaceship, one of the heroes, that idiot, Lady Annie, calmly raised her glass. Goodbye, Max. If you enjoyed yourself, then inviting you was worth it. Akari watched the beam with excitement. It was a wonderful battle, hero. Now then, who is next? She looked toward the strongest protagonist union. Strongest heroes. Which one of you will entertain me next? Inside the spaceship, Lady Annie smiled. Everything is proceeding perfectly. The ball is progressing exactly as planned. She raised her wine glass toward the screen displaying the giant dragon. I can't wait, my demon lord. Akari's gigantic dragon form slowly turned its head toward the spaceship floating above the world. Inside the ship, Lady Annie calmly swirled the wine in her glass. This bitterness is irresistible, both in wine and in life. True flavor cannot be achieved through sweetness alone. Even if time and space change, the taste of wine in which I poured my soul remains the same. She glanced toward an empty seat. The magical girl still hasn't returned. Then Lady Annie turned toward the remaining heroes. Lady Annie raised 2 lottery sticks. Shall we draw lots? Back on the battlefield, Kanan fired another plasma beam. The magical girl effortlessly dodged it. It's important not to give up. But doesn't it hurt when you try your hardest and still see no results? Kanan refused to back down. Even so, I won't give up. At that moment, 2 additional S-rank hunters joined the fight. One unleashed a massive ice attack. The other released a powerful fire attack. The 3 attacks converged simultaneously. Plasma, ice, fire. All of them struck the magical girl at once. The explosion engulfed her completely. Yet from within the smoke came cheerful laughter. How strong. If this had happened before I defeated the 4 executives, I might actually have lost. Suddenly, Brad James appeared behind her. Then, should we add 4 more people? His fist swung forward. However, the magical girl blocked it effortlessly. Reze Shion's eyes widened. Mr. Brad. Brad grinned. Yo, I got everything sorted out. I'm here to help. The magical girl tilted her head. Friends, that's fine. When I fought the 4 executives, it was 4 against 1. Before anyone could react, 2 more S-rank hunters joined the assault. Their attacks crashed toward the magical girl from opposite directions. Once again, she blocked everything. I see. At this rate, even I, who defeated the 4 executives, might lose. Then she raised her wand. But a gigantic heart ray erupted from its tip. The attack expanded across the battlefield. Reze Shion felt chills run down her spine. What kind of magical power is this? The magical girl smiled brightly. I defeated the previous 4 executives. So I wonder if I can win. The heart ray exploded. The resulting shockwave blasted 3 S-rank hunters backward. Brad James landed heavily on the ground. It's unbelievable. That magical power. It might be as large as Akiyama Shun's. Another hunter nodded. Even so, I can barely feel any magical pressure from it. Reize Shion immediately understood. It's the same as Akari. The magic from another world doesn't seem to affect us physically. That's probably why magical poisoning isn't occurring, another hunter agreed. In any case, there's nothing we can do unless we can properly sense the magic itself. Brad cracked his knuckles. I don't really like teamwork. Recently, it's been nothing but team battles. Then all of the S-rank hunters spread out and completely surrounded the magical girl. The magical girl simply smiled. Meanwhile, in Max Sanders' world, millions of people watched the broadcast. They witnessed what appeared to be Max's final battle. Although he had fallen, the edited footage showed him defeating the dragon alongside his own sacrifice. People began crying. Others cheered. It's true justice, pure justice. The light of justice he ignited will continue shining in all of our hearts. Back inside the spaceship, Lady Annie watched the broadcast and smiled. It's a fake video, but at least it provides proper aftercare for my contestant. If he happens to be watching from the afterlife, it should bring him ecstasy. She placed her wine glass down. Then her eyes moved toward one of the remaining heroes, a young man with calm eyes going to fight next. Lady Annie smiled. Now then, the next performance belongs to you. Super Adaptive Humanity, the strongest pilot in the entire universe. Ferret. Lucas Starwind. Inside the spaceship, the Black looked at Ferret. You used it, didn't you? Ferret said. Was it cowardly? The girl hero shook her head. No. In fact, it's usually better to be the last one. Anyway, I've always had bad luck. Even if we drew normally, you probably would have gotten it. Ferret looked away. I'm sorry. I got jealous while watching Max. I want something like that too. I want to stand on that stage. I couldn't just sit still. Lady Annie smiled as she listened. You want an ending? After the hero's spectacular exploits, the story reaches its grand finale. That's all people know. However, their lives continue afterward. There is no guarantee they will spend the rest of their lives in peace and happiness. Even after becoming the strongest in their stories, even after reaching the end, there is still something left unfulfilled, a dryness that keeps scratching away at the soul. Ferret silently entered the cockpit of a giant machine. The massive humanoid robot activated around him. Its name was Kronos 3X. Ferret rested his hand on the controls and said, "As always, it fits perfectly in my hands." It's annoying. The machine hummed to life. One of the operators shouted, "Brother, ready to launch." Ferret glanced at a photograph attached beside the controls. It showed his friends from his original world. Then, he looked forward. The hangar doors opened. Ferret pushed the controls forward. I am Ferret Lucas Starwind. Kronos 3X deploying. The giant machine shot out of the spaceship. Like a meteor, it descended toward the battlefield. Below, Akari watched with excitement. Her enormous dragon eyes followed the approaching machine. Are you the next hero? Ferret's voice echoed from inside the robot. That's right, Akari smiled. I see. In the world I came from, the closest thing to this was magical armor golems. I'm looking forward to this. Since you've come all this way, I'll listen. What wish brought you here to challenge this demon lord? For a moment, Ferret was silent. Then he answered honestly. We're the same. I want to die in battle, surrounded by enemies stronger than me. My remaining energy exhausted, my aircraft breaking apart. My body pierced by shrapnel. It's painful, but no matter how hard I struggle, I can't escape. That's my deepest desire. I want to die in battle. Akari burst into laughter. That's right, I don't know your reasons, but it's the same for me. I want to be destroyed by something greater than myself, Akari said. Mechanical warrior, Ferret said. Demon lord. Then they spoke at the same time. Kill me. The battlefield trembled. Akari's dragons roared and charged forward. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the S-rank hunters surrounded the magical girl. Reize Shion observed her carefully. First, they had to do something about that overwhelming amount of magical power. The hunters unleashed their attacks simultaneously. However, she casually raised her heart shield. Every attack was blocked. I told you before. You can't win with power alone. Kanan immediately responded. If we can't win with power, then we'll keep fighting until we can. She and another hunter released massive amounts of plasma and fire. The attacks engulfed the magical girl completely, yet when the smoke cleared, not a single scratch could be seen on her body. The magical girl giggled. Wow, you really are muscle brains. Even so, the hunters continued attacking without hesitation. The magical girl smiled. How nice. The feeling of never giving up. It reminds me of the first time I fought an executive. In the end, they didn't win either. Suddenly, countless magical stars appeared around Kanan and the other hunter. Before either of them could react, beams of light shot out. Both hunters were blasted away. The magical girl folded her arms. In this world, giving up is important too. Then, she suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, there were other hunters. Looking down, she noticed a large magic circle glowing beneath her feet. 3 hunters stood around it. Reize Xian said, "While Kanan and Hunter William were keeping your attention, we supported Mr. Brad, a specialist in auxiliary magic," Brad James added. "After fighting Akiyama Shun, I was so pissed off that I learned a debuff type N skill." He activated the ability, Darkness Normalization. The magic circle released a black beam that engulfed the magical girl. She blinked. "This is..." Before she could finish speaking, she fell in the ground. Brad said, "That's right. This temporarily reduces your magical power to 0. The effect doesn't work on Akari, but it seems to work on you." Brad lunged forward. "It's a troublesome skill that requires support, but now all I have to do is beat you up. You'll just be an ordinary brat." The magical girl slowly looked up. "I see." Brad's punch shot toward her face. However, she caught it with one hand. Brad froze. The magical girl tilted her head. "Didn't you know? Girls who transform and fight are also strong at hand-to-hand combat." A moment later, her fist slammed into Brad's face. He was sent flying across the battlefield. Then Nura bint Salah attacked from behind with her sword. The magical girl effortlessly dodged. She grabbed Nura's arm. With a violent throw, she slammed her into the ground. A cracking sound echoed as Nura's arm broke. The magical girl laughed, then she flew toward the remaining hunters. A barrage of punches followed. The 2 hunters were overwhelmed instantly. Both were launched into nearby buildings. Next, she charged straight at Reize Xian. Xian raised her guard. The kick connected. Even while blocking, she was sent flying backward. As she flew through the air, Xian said, "It's a shame, I couldn't beat you. I've been in a similar situation before." Then she continued, "But, unlike back then, this time we made it in time. We didn't have to force Akari to handle everything." Before Xian could hit the ground, someone caught her. It was Akiyama Shun. The magical girl looked at him. Akiyama Shun said, "I rushed here. The cleanup is finished." His eyes met the magical girl. Then he asked calmly, "What exactly are you doing to my friends?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the red dragon flew toward Ferret Lucas Starwind's giant robot. Kronos 3X immediately raised its weapon and fired. The shot pierced straight through the dragon. The red dragon was killed instantly. Akari watched the scene with excitement. It looks similar to the mass-produced mechas, but it's far more powerful, and on a completely different level. Ferret nodded. Psychological response. Power system. Zeus. It is a device that responds to the pilot's mind and generates special energy. In my world, this is the reason pilots had no choice but to fight. Zeus doesn't work when controlled by AI. And annoyingly enough, my synchronization rate with Zeus was extremely high. I was just an ordinary student who wanted to become an engineer. Before I knew it, I was fighting on the front lines. Akari laughed. It's a similar situation. Before I knew it, I had been fighting challengers for thousands of years since the day I was born. At that moment, the yellow dragon charged toward Kronos 3X. Ferret calmly drew the giant sword mounted on the mech. The blade flashed. Before the dragon even realized what had happened, it had already been cut in half. The 2 halves fell from the sky. Akari's eyes widened. "It boosts its speed to 3 times that of my 4th form." Not only did it see through the yellow dragon's attack, it cut it in half as a counterattack. The green dragon immediately attacked with a stream of green mana filled with debuffs shot toward the robot. The attack attached itself directly to Kronos 3X. However, nothing happened. Ferret flew straight through the attack. Without showing any sign of weakness, he punched the green dragon. Then he fired his gun point blank. The dragon exploded. Akari smiled. Marvelous. Then she suddenly remembered something. "By the way, some unfortunate news. You took a long time to come out. It's already fully charged." Inside the spaceship, Lady Annie smiled. "Now then, Galaxy Pilot, the inevitable blow that brought down the hero. How will you prevent it?" Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Akiyama Shun stood before the magical girl. The magical girl tilted her head. "Handsome big brother, you're strong. You're on a completely different level than the people I was fighting." Akiyama Shun looked at his injured friends. Many of the S-rank hunters were badly wounded. His expression became serious. "Don't you have anyone important to you?" The magical girl blinked. Akiyama continued. "Do you see people as the same as yourself? When you kill someone like this, can imagine the grief their loved ones will feel?" The magical girl smiled. Several magic circles appeared around her. From them, countless demonic teddy bears emerged and landed on the battlefield. The magical girl then said, "If you don't like it, stop me. I've decided to make everything pure and clean." Bears immediately fired lasers from their backs. Akiyama Shun calmly activated a skill, Automatic Aegis. Every laser was blocked. At that moment, the magical girl appeared behind him. She launched a kick toward his head. However, another shield appeared automatically and blocked the attack. Akiyama glanced at her. Surprise attacks won't work. Then he activated another skill, God Shinatsuhiko. A violent wind exploded outward. Every teddy bear in the area was sliced apart instantly. The magical girl watched in surprise. The difference in level is really… Before she could finish speaking, Akiyama Shun had already appeared behind her. His sword slashed toward her. The magical girl barely managed to stop the blade using her magic wand. Even so, she managed to smile. And it's still not powerful enough yet. Akiyama's eyes narrowed. If you want it, I can go all out. The giant robot suddenly accelerated to its maximum speed. In an instant, it vanished from the path of the dragon breath. Akari watched carefully. He increased his speed. Before she could react, Chronos 3X was already above her. The giant dragon immediately turned its head toward the robot. The robot disappeared again. Akari's eyes narrowed. The fifth form's dragon breath isn't fired. It's generated. Even if a bullet is caught in the muzzle of a gun, an ordinary person can theoretically avoid it during the time between pulling the trigger and the bullet reaching its target. But dragon breath has no delay. If someone overlaps with my mouth for even a moment, it's supposed to be a guaranteed hit. Yet Ferret continued to evade it. The robot moved so unpredictably that after images appeared all over the battlefield, dozens of Chronos 3X units seemed to exist at once. Akari stared at them. It's not speed. I completely can't predict his movements. Inside the cockpit, Ferret glanced at the timer. The giant dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Dragon breath erupted straight into the sky. 30 seconds, huh? I only need to avoid it during that time, so that's the maximum duration you can maintain it. The robot immediately counterattacked. A powerful blast struck the dragon. For the first time, the fifth form suffered visible damage. Akari's real body became visible through the damaged section. Akari looked surprised. A critical hit on the first shot. The energy bar dropped significantly. She stared at the giant machine. To completely avoid dragon breath, what exactly is this mechanism? What allows him to do that? Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Akiyama Shun and the magical girl continued fighting. The two exchanged blows at incredible speed. The shockwaves alone threw nearby hunters away. The magical girl smiled. Kitchen cleaner. A giant spray bottle appeared above her. The massive object released a stream of destructive magical energy. Akiyama calmly activated automatic Aegis. The shield blocked the attack. The magical girl giggled. It's a useful defense, but it washes away both magic and the opponent. The shield began melting. Akiyama remained calm. No problem. He created another shield behind the first. The magical girl tilted her head. How useful. Then 3 additional spray bottles appeared. All 4 released their attack simultaneously. The shields began dissolving one after another. The magical girl smiled. A maximum of 3 shields. You can't defend against all of these. The final shield evaporated. Instantly, she rushed forward. Her magic wand transformed into a blade. With a single swing, she cut off Akiyama Shun's head. The magical girl landed gracefully. Cleaning complete. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Then, Akiyama's body moved. Even without a head, he attacked. His blade cuts the magical girl's face. She stumbled backward in shock. A new head rapidly regenerated from his neck. Akiyama calmly spoke. Perfect recovery. You can't defeat me until I run out of magical power. The magical girl blinked. Then she burst into laughter. Oh my goodness. That handsome guy's face has grown back. In Dimension 3, humanity had expanded far beyond Earth. People had spread throughout space and left behind the cradle known as Earth. From the outside, it seemed as though all problems had been solved, but that was not the case. For 500 years, the interstellar war had continued. The Galactic Federation, centered around the Earth government, fought endlessly against the Universal Unified Empire, which sought to escape Earth's influence and seize control of the galaxy. During one battle, countless enemy robots filled the battlefield. Explosions erupted around a combat unit. One pilot shouted, "What is that?" Another added, "Perhaps a new spaceroid. The beams are coming from places we can't even see." A scorpion-shaped enemy robot appeared. Its pilot laughed. Pathetic dogs of the Federation. Tremble before the stealth bits. Small drones emerged from the robot and spread across the battlefield. Ferret Lucas, everyone stand back. I'll handle this. The drones surrounded Ferret. The enemy pilot laughed. No matter what you do, it's pointless. The stealth bits don't appear on any sensors. You'll continue to suffer unseen attacks until you die. However, moments later, every stealth bit exploded. The enemy pilot froze. Ferret's voice echoed through the battlefield. I don't rely on instruments. The enemy pilot immediately understood who he was against. The Union's ace pilot, the strongest adaptive human, the demon of time, Ferret, Lucas Starwind. Back in the present, Ferret stared at Akari's giant dragon form. Akari smiled excitedly. I'm so grateful to Anne White. I can't believe she brought someone this wonderful. Even though I'm the demon lord, I almost want to kiss her in gratitude. Then 7 more eggs emerged from the body of the giant dragon. Cracks spread across their shells. One after another, they hatched. Numerous dragons appeared around the battlefield. Akari said, "In fact, I can summon up to 7 baby dragons at once. You don't even know the abilities of 3 of them yet. So, what will you do?" Despite the danger, excitement filled her heart. Until recently, she had never experienced a true battle. Now she could hardly contain herself. "Show me, strongest man from another dimension. Threaten me with your strength." The dragons immediately surrounded Kronos 3X. The red dragon fired fire orb. Ferret dodged it easily. "I'll start by defeating the one with the highest firepower," he said to himself. His attention shifted toward the red dragon, but Akari smiled. "You can't dodge it." Suddenly, a warp gate opened. It had been created by the indigo dragon. The fire orb that Ferret had already avoided passed through the portal. The attack reappeared directly in front of him. However, Ferret dodged again. At the same time, he cuts the red dragon. Then, the orange dragon vanished completely. The purple dragon released countless scales from its body. Ferret avoided them. Yet the scales suddenly changed direction. Like guided missiles, they chased after him. The robot instantly drew its sword. Every scale was destroyed before it could reach him. Akari watched in amazement. Even when facing a new ability, he deals with it as though he's seen it before. It's as if he can see the future. At that moment, Ferret suddenly turned. The invisible orange dragon had been preparing an ambush. Without hesitation, he cut it in half. Ferret calmly explained, "Seventh sense. Only a small percentage of humanity in my universe are born with an intuition-like ability. Unfortunately for you, mine happened to be the strongest in existence." He pointed toward Akari's main body. "It's almost like predicting the future. Even when meeting someone for the first time, I can generally tell what they're about to do." The giant cannon of Kronos 3X locked onto the dragon. Ferret's eyes remained calm. "That's why I will defeat you." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Akiyama Shun and Koimura Hotaru continued their battle. Hotaru smiled and said, "You really have a lot of useful abilities. The wind alone is incredibly strong and versatile, but you can't beat me, you know?" She raised her wand. Power-up release. Healing heart beam. A massive heart-shaped beam shot toward Akiyama Shun. He immediately activated automatic Aegis. A shield appeared and blocked the attack. Hotaru giggled. "It's pointless." Power-up. The heart beam intensified. Its output increased dramatically. The beam shattered one of Akiyama Shun's shields. The impact launched him through a nearby building. Hotaru floated in the air and looked down at the injured S-rank hunters below. Then she smiled. "Big brother is strong, but there's a problem. These hindrances," she pointed at the hunters. "You can't fight at full power because of your friends, right?" Every hunter froze. Kanan immediately understood. That's right. If Akiyama Shun released his full power, everyone nearby would be placed in danger. However, Akiyama Shun calmly replied, "I don't think so." Hotaru tilted her head. "Really? You're kind, aren't you? But if you're kind without facing reality, you'll only end up hurting yourself. You know, humans don't have true allies." Akiyama Shun shook his head. "What a sad way of thinking. I don't believe that at all." Suddenly, magical power exploded from his body. The atmosphere shook violently. Hotaru's eyes widened. That magical pressure. Had he abandoned his friends? Before she could react, Akiyama Shun vanished. The next moment, he appeared directly behind her. "I'm not abandoning them." Hotaru was shocked. She couldn't sense any magical power being emitted while he moved. She quickly raised her wand and blocked his strike. She thought, "I couldn't detect anything." "How?" Akiyama Shun answered as if reading her thoughts. "After fighting Akari, I started thinking. I wondered if I could fight together with everyone. I wanted to spend more time with my friends. This is the answer I arrived at. Instant magical power release. Magical poisoning only occurs when exposure continues for a prolonged period. In other words, brief bursts won't affect them." The impact sent her flying. As she tumbled through the air, Hotaru realized. So that was it. Instead of constantly releasing magical power, he was compressing everything and releasing it only at the moment of action. While flying backward, she smiled. "I see. And your output increases if you release it instantaneously." Akiyama Shun activated another skill, Exceed Boost. Hotaru immediately sensed danger. Something incredible was coming. A special move. Without hesitation, she raised her strongest defense, Heart Shield, full power. The barrier expanded around her. Akiyama Shun lowered his stance. Then he spoke. Dimensional slash. The world seemed to split apart. A single slash crossed the battlefield. Inside the spaceship, Lady Annie watched the battle. "Is this the strongest hunter in this world? He's pretty good, isn't he?" Standing nearby, the heroine Black remained silent. Lady Annie smiled. "Oh my." "Does the monster princess seem interested?" Black said nothing. Lady Annie chuckled. "Black, you're hopeless." She looked back toward the battlefield. "Magical girl. World's strongest warrior. Your deadly battle will become a glittering carriage. Back on the battlefield, Hotaru looked down at the wound across her body. Blood slowly dripped from the injury left by dimensional slash. She smiled. Handsome older brother is merciless. She touched the wound. These scratches, they're really hard to heal. Akiyama Shun lowered his blade. Give up. If possible, I don't want to kill anyone. Hotaru grabbed the wand and looked up at him. Then she smiled brightly. I don't want to, because I want to kill everyone. Meanwhile, Akari continued her battle against Ferret Lucas Starwind. The remaining dragons charged toward Kronos 3X from every direction. Ferret immediately responded. His giant robot moved with unbelievable precision. The yellow dragon attacked from one side while the green dragon launched a debuff attack from another. Ferret sensed both attacks before they even happened. He kicked the yellow dragon away and sliced through the green dragon's attack. Watching the battle, Akari couldn't help but think about the world she had once ruled. There had been hope in science and technology. In her world of magic and martial arts, technology had slowly begun to develop. Unlike magic, whose limits were already visible, science seemed to possess endless potential. The yellow dragon charged again. Kronos 3X intercepted it instantly and destroyed it. The green dragon repositioned itself while the indigo dragon opened a warp hole. Ferret fired his weapon. The shot disappeared into the warp hole. An instant later, it emerged from another portal behind Kronos 3X. However, Ferret had already predicted it. He turned and deflected the attack towards the indigo dragon and destroyed it. Then, Ferret noticed its position relative to the remaining warp holes. He fired again. The beam entered one portal and emerged from another. The green dragon was struck directly and exploded. The purple dragon released countless homing scales. At the same time, the blue dragon unleashed a massive torrent of water. Ferret remained calm. This is how you use projectiles. Several drone weapons emerged from Kronos 3X, called as free bits. The autonomous weapons launched forward. They intercepted the scales, destroyed them in midair, and continued toward the dragons. The purple dragon was annihilated. The drones then targeted the blue dragon. Ferret swung his blade onto the blue dragon falling body. The water instantly vaporized, destroying the blue dragon as well. Akari watched with shining eyes. Yes, wonderful. A long-lived civilization. Ferret lowered his weapon toward the massive dragon body. Alright, that's done. Now, it's time for the main body. Akari smiled. Then will you try for the weak spot again? Ferret nodded. The location of your true body keeps changing. Even if someone searched your entire body, they would never find a fixed weak point. I am amazed you figured that out so quickly. If I couldn't do that much, I wouldn't be here trying to die in battle against you. He raised his weapon. A beam shot forward. The attack struck the correct location. The dragon's health bar dropped once again. Akari's eyes widened with excitement. How wonderful! A critical hit again. Then she raised her head. It's time for my breath attack. The enormous dragon prepared dragon breath. However, when she searched for her target, Kronos 3X was everywhere. After images filled the battlefield. The robot moved so quickly that even Akari struggled to track it. Akari laughed. What a ridiculous thing. He really can see the future. At that moment, Ferret spoke. It's time. Akari unleashed Dragon Breath. The devastating beam tore across the battlefield, but Ferret was already somewhere else. The attack missed completely. He accelerated forward. Inside Kronos 3X, energy gathered into the weapon mounted on its arm. Super compressed charge particle cannon. Amalthea. The weapon charged beyond its limits. Ferret locked onto the constantly shifting critical point hidden inside Akari's massive dragon body. Then he fired. A blinding beam erupted across the battlefield. Its power was so overwhelming that even Akari's eyes widened with excitement. The beam pierced through the battlefield and struck the dragon directly. After the beam struck the dragon's neck, Akari's health bar dropped dramatically. For the first time, visible damage spread across her enormous dragon body. Even Akari herself was injured. Despite that, she smiled. Splendid. Ferret looked at the damage and calmly analyzed the situation. With this level of damage efficiency, it will be enough. I have already observed the amount of energy you absorb from me and the rate at which you recover. I can deplete your HP before my energy runs out. All that's left is to do the work perfectly and avoid making mistakes. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Akiyama Shun continued fighting Koimura Hotaru. Akiyama Shun activated Exceed Boost at full power and rushed forward. Hotaru immediately reacted. Cleaning spray. 3 giant spray bottles appeared around her. The sprays released powerful streams of magical energy. Automatic Aegis instantly created shields in front of Akiyama Shun. The attacks were blocked. Hotaru watched carefully. The defense has become stronger too. Akiyama Shun closed the distance and swung his sword. Hotaru blocked with her magical wand. The impact sent her flying backward. While sliding through the air, she thought to herself, his control is incredible. The on and off switching is almost as natural as moving a limb. It seems impossible to aim for the moment he stops releasing magical power. After landing on the side of a building, Hotaru smiled. "Mr. Handsome, don't people call you a genius?" Akiyama Shun shrugged. "They say that often, but personally, I'd rather be called cheerful or fun." Hotaru blinked. "A cheerful and fun person. Is that because you seem gloomy?" Akiyama Shun immediately looked depressed. Seeing his reaction, Hotaru laughed. Just like that. Then her expression became serious. "You really are strong. Probably much stronger than the Psyarch bosses." Akiyama Shun nodded. "You still defeated them, didn't you?" As he spoke, he launched another attack. Hotaru blocked it using a magical bubble. Akiyama Shun. "Impressive." Hotaru responded by creating dozens of magic circles around him. Beams fired from every direction. Automatic Aegis instantly generated shields and blocked the attacks. At the same time, Hotaru disappeared. A magic circle opened behind Akiyama Shun. She emerged from it and attacked. However, Akiyama Shun sensed her presence before she could land a decisive blow. He avoided the attack. Even so, the edge of the strike managed to cut his hand. Akiyama Shun looked at the wound. "That's a good application. It's probably a spell originally meant for long-distance travel. You customized it into a combat teleportation technique." Hotaru grinned. Bingo! The two immediately exchanged blows again. Akiyama Shun noticed something. "Your fighting skills have improved during this battle." Hotaru nodded. During the final battle against the Psyarch boss, experience was what made the difference. Akiyama Shun thought about it for a moment. "Is that so? However, for me, I think the power of friendship is the strongest." At that exact moment, Brad James appeared. His punch slammed into her side before she could react. Hotaru was launched across the battlefield. Then more figures appeared. For the first time, Akiyama Shun wasn't fighting alone. Looking at Hotaru, he raised his sword. "For the first time in my life, I can fight together with my friends. And for the first time in my life, I can win with them. I won't lose to someone like you." Hotaru looked at the gathered hunters. Then she slowly smiled. The magical girl was still bleeding from the wounds Akiyama Shun had inflicted on her. Brad James said, "Just so we're clear, I have no intention of being friends with you." Akiyama Shun replied, "I understand. You just a tsundere, right?" Brad immediately became irritated. "You know nothing. I really hate you." Akiyama Shun became depressed again. Seeing that reaction, Brad shouted, "Fine, we're friends all right. Now stop dropping your weapon during combat." Kanan wondered how much our help can actually contribute. Without answering, Akiyama Shun activated another skill, Healing Mist. A gentle mist spread across the battlefield. Every injured S-rank hunter was instantly healed. Akiyama Shun looked at his companions. "It's extremely reassuring. Unfortunately, I have very little experience defeating opponents stronger than me. I'll leave the strategy to you, Reize Shion." Shion nodded. "Right now, you and our opponent are evenly matched. We only need to give you a little support." It's much easier than before. The hunters charged together. Seeing them advance as a united group, Koimura Hotaru sighed. "Wouldn't it have been better to save the magical power used to heal everyone and use it on yourself instead?" Dozens of magic circles appeared around her. Beams rained down from every direction. The hunters ignored the attacks and continued charging forward. Hotaru said to herself, "It'll be troublesome if they fight together." She stepped into one of her magic circles and teleported. An instant later, she appeared above the hunters. However, two S-rank hunters were already waiting behind her. Hotaru blocked their attacks with her wand. "Without Mr. Handsome, none of you are a threat." At that moment, Shion activated Blizzard Icicle. Ice spears rushed toward Hotaru. She blocked them with a bubble shield. That won't work either. Then she noticed Brad's mana was gathering around him. Without hesitation, Hotaru rushed toward him. "He's dangerous. I'll eliminate you first," Shion said. "Exactly. The thing you fear most is Mr. Brad's end skill. If your magical power reaches 0 while facing Akiyama Shun, the battle will be over. That's why we prepared a little trick." She called someone. Inside a prison cell, Brazilian representative was speaking on the phone. "I'll cooperate as much as I can if it shortens my sentence." Then Hotaru realized what had happened. Brad James had been swapped. Standing before her was actually Akiyama Shun. The Brazilian representative's ability had disguised him perfectly. Shion continued calmly. "The second thing you fear is Akiyama Shun's special move. Your regeneration is impressive. However, your injuries still haven't fully recovered." Akiyama Shun stepped forward. His magical power compressed into a single point. Hotaru immediately realized her mistake. He was already preparing the attack. Akiyama Shun said, "Isn't it nice fighting with friends?" Knowing she had no choice, Hotaru raised her wand. Clean Excalibur, a gigantic sword of light formed above her. At the same time, Akiyama Shun completed his preparation. The magical power is condensed enough. It's at maximum output. Dimensional slash. The slash erupted forward. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Akari continued fighting Ferret Lucas Starwind. Akari laughed as more dragons emerged from her massive dragon body. "You're truly something special." The newly hatched dragons immediately surrounded Kronos 3X. Ferret calmly drew his sword. With a single swing, numerous dragons were cut down. At the same time, he continued firing at Akari's main body. Each shot landed precisely on a critical point. Akari watched with excitement. "You never make mistakes. Your analysis and execution are flawless." This machine is specialized for mobility and firepower, but its armor is extremely thin, Ferret nodded. "That's right. Attacks weren't hitting me anyway. So I ordered the armor reduced to the minimum." His autonomous bits destroyed the remaining dragons. Ferret remembered the mechanic who had built Kronos 3X. The mechanic had laughed and said, "This aircraft was designed for idiots." Akari laughed loudly. "It's okay to be stupid. My HP is already below half. Come on. Break through my fifth form." Ferret glanced at his energy reserves. Only 1/3 remained. As expected, this battle was consuming enormous amounts of power. Still, it was enough. Then Akari casually spoke. "By the way, it seems your young friend is struggling against the people of this world. She's being pushed into a corner." Ferret remained silent. Akari continued. "The people of this world are stronger than you think. What will you do if she's defeated?" Finally, Ferret answered. "I don't think that'll happen. Koimura Hotaru is stronger than me." Back on Hotaru's battlefield, blood flowed from her body. Akiyama Shun's dimensional slash had wounded her once again. Akiyama Shun lowered his weapon. "If possible, I want you to surrender. You're a hero who saved a world. You should understand the feeling of caring for someone. Surely you once had friends. It may be difficult to avoid punishment, but I'll personally negotiate on your behalf. Reflect on what you've done." For a moment, Hotaru said nothing. She remembered the companions from her own world. A small smile appeared on her face. Then she slowly opened her makeup compact. She selected the white one this time and said, "Princess form." A gigantic pillar of light shot into the sky. Dimension 45. The world of the magical girls. On Floating Island, 3 magical girls stood barely able to remain on their feet. All of them were heavily injured. The yellow magical girl, Yuka, struggled to breathe and said, "This is the first time we've fought together like this." The blue magical girl, Midori, nodded. "Yes, if possible, I would have preferred for it to be after defeating Sayark." Nearby, Koimura Hotaru was also covered in wounds. Standing before them was the true mastermind behind Sayark, a being known as Evil. The monster laughed. "My name is Evil. I am the chaos born from the darkness within humanity, the product of human hearts themselves. I will turn this world into a paradise of evil." Cacao. The magical cat trembled. "Even though we barely managed to defeat Sayark, this guy is on a completely different level." Hotaru slowly stood up. She refused to give up. "That's not true. Certainly there are things I dislike. Sometimes I think other girls are cuter than me. Sometimes I get jealous. Sometimes the boy I like dates another girl. Sometimes I wish tomorrow would never come. Even so, I love this world." She called out their names. "Yuka, Midori, Cacao. I love the world where I can laugh together with everyone. I love the world where we can live peacefully." At that moment, she took out a white makeup compact. A brilliant white light erupted into the sky. The entire island trembled. Hotaru transformed. A new power was born. The boss, Evil, stared at her in confusion. "What is that form? I don't understand that kind of thing." Cacao smiled proudly. "A magical girl's pure feelings create miracles. This is the pure, clean power. The true appearance of the legendary magical girl. The princess form, back in the present." Kanan watched the battle unfold. As someone who had spent her life around monsters like Akari, Akiyama Shun, and other top-class hunters, she understood something most people could not. The magic from another world could not truly be felt. Unless it physically touched someone, its presence remained difficult to perceive. Because of that, magical poisoning never occurred. Even so, Kanan could still tell the difference between them, the gap between Hotaru and everyone else on the battlefield. It was hopeless. Suddenly, Hotaru appeared directly in front of Akiyama Shun. Automatic Aegis activated instantly. 3 shields appeared between them. Hotaru casually flicked her hand. The shields shattered. Akiyama Shun was launched away. Before he could recover, Hotaru appeared behind him. A kick landed directly on his back. The force was unbelievable. Akiyama Shun was sent flying upward. Until he reached space itself, Hotaru appeared in front of him once more. "You flew a little too far. I'll help you come back." She kicked him again. Even with another shield appearing, Akiyama Shun was blown away. Then Hotaru raised her hand. Healing light, Princess Heartbeam. A gigantic heart-shaped beam engulfed Akiyama Shun completely. The beam descended from the sky like divine punishment. On the ground, every hunter was forced to retreat. The pressure alone was overwhelming. Then the beam struck. A massive explosion shook the battlefield. When the light disappeared, a gigantic heart-shaped crater remained. At its center lay Akiyama Shun. His condition was horrific. One arm was gone. Both legs had been blown away. Most of his body was severely burned. Even the surrounding hunters fell silent. Hotaru slowly descended into the crater. She stood before the injured hunter and smiled. Now then, let's make this world pure and clean. Brad James looked at the battlefield in disbelief. What are we supposed to do now? Kanan stared at the destruction around her. What am I going to do? Nothing. That was the answer she arrived at. The gap between them was simply too large. Suddenly, Koimura Hotaru appeared directly in front of Brad. Every hunter froze in shock. Hotaru smiled innocently. Wild brother, you're troublesome, so I'll take care of you first, okay? Before Brad could react, Hotaru kicked him. The impact launched him through multiple buildings. The ground shook from the force. Then Hotaru instantly appeared behind Reize Shion. You also seem smart and troublesome, so I'll take care of you too, okay? A beam of light shot from her fingertip. The attack pierced straight through Shion. Blood splattered into the air. Shion collapsed onto the ground. Not good. My body isn't moving. I have to at least maintain my life. Kanan immediately activated Plasma Aura. Her body transformed into pure plasma. She charged toward Hotaru. The remaining hunters followed behind her. One of them shouted, "You're a monster!" Hotaru paused. Monster! For a brief moment she remembered evil, the final enemy from her own world. Then she smiled. I guess you're right. With a single swing of her wand, a wave of magical power erupted outward. The hunters were struck instantly. The attack cut through them as though they were paper. Bodies fell across the battlefield. Hotaru looked at the destruction she had caused. All right, if I'm a monster, then I'll thoroughly clean and purify this world. Her eyes turned toward Kanan. Physical attacks don't work on you. So here you go. Healing Heart Beam. The beam struck Kanan directly. The impact launched her into a field of ruined buildings. Hotaru slowly approached. It's just a collision of magical power. The effectiveness dropped considerably. Then she appeared directly in front of Kanan. Still, being able to survive attacks like this is a really convenient ability. She gathered magical power into her fist. Now then, should I try compressing my magical power to the limit and hit you with it? Kanan's eyes widened. If that attack landed, she would disappear. Just as Hotaru's punch was about to connect, Akiyama Shun blocked the attack. However, the force was overwhelming. His arm shattered instantly. Bone burst through his skin. Blood sprayed everywhere. Kanan shouted, Akiyama! Hotaru tilted her head. Oh my. That regeneration ability is convenient too. Ignoring his own injuries, Akiyama Shun activated recovery magic. Healing energy spread across the battlefield. The hunters who had been cut apart began recovering. Even Kanan's wounds vanished. Akiyama Shun said to himself, Mom, I will protect them, those precious human lives. Kanan watched silently. His arm was regenerating, but far slower than before. Just like when he fought Akari's fourth form, the damage was too severe. His magical power was running low. Hotaru noticed it as well. You should stop healing everyone. You're wasting your precious magical power. Don't you realize that? Akiyama Shun stepped forward anyway. Despite his condition, he pushed Hotaru backward. My friends, human lives. I want to protect them all. Those words caused something to stir inside Hotaru. For a brief moment, she remembered her own past. Then Akiyama Shun raised his sword. Dimensional slash. The attack exploded forward. Hotaru simply raised one hand. To everyone's shock, she caught the slash barehanded. Akiyama Shun's eyes widened. It was the first time anyone had ever stopped that attack so casually. Hotaru looked at him sadly. Your magical power is decreasing, so your attacks are becoming weaker too. I told you before. If you refuse to face reality, things will only become harder. Then she kicked him in the stomach. The impact blasted him across the battlefield. His body bounced across the ruined ground. His wounds regenerated slowly, far too slowly. Hotaru walked toward him. Well then, I'll put you at ease before you fall into despair. Suddenly, someone stepped in front of her. Kanan. Hotaru looked at her. You're still trying. I think you know you can't win. Kanan glared at her. Shut up. Her voice shook with anger. I'm angry now, and I'm going to beat you up. Back on Akari's battlefield, the fifth form dragon's health bar was nearly empty. Akari opened her mouth and released another dragon breath. Ferret Lucas Starwind easily avoided it. This is the eighth one. At the same time, countless shots were fired from Chronos 3X. Every single shot landed on the dragon's body. Every hit was a critical strike. The health bar continued to decrease. Ferret looked at the damage display. Even so, it's really tenacious. My remaining energy is already halfway gone. I haven't even been hit, but my energy is constantly being absorbed. It's really annoying, Akari laughed. Tenacity is the fifth form selling point, Ferret said. But it's a shame. Akari tilted her head. A shame. A ferret looked toward the battlefield where Koimura Hotaru was fighting. You couldn't go help your friends. In fact, it looks like they're in serious trouble. Akari followed his gaze. Then she laughed. Are you worried about them? Ferret frowned. Akari smiled brightly. I'm actually looking forward to it. Ferret was confused. Akari continued. I told you already. The people of this world are quite interesting, especially that noisy blonde girl. She's got guts. In a situation like this, she'll show everyone how much she has grown. Meanwhile, on Hotaru's battlefield, Kanan charged forward. Hotaru smiled. You said you were going to beat me up, remember? Hotaru threw a heartbeam punch. Kanan narrowly avoided it. Instead of attacking, she quickly gathered the injured hunters together and moved them onto safer ground. Then she immediately rushed back toward Hotaru. Hotaru tilted her head. How exactly are you planning to beat me up? You can't even damage me while I'm standing still, Kanan answered. I'll think about that from now on. Kanan thought, she's stronger than me. In magical power, in speed, in skill, in experience, basically everything. Before she could finish her thought, Hotaru suddenly appeared in front of her. Hotaru attacked. Kanan dodged. Hotaru's eyes widened slightly. Kanan said to herself, all right, it worked. Hotaru tilted her head. You've already figured out how you're going to beat me. Countless electric threads filled the air. Hotaru understood what she was doing. I'm too fast to follow with your eyes. So you automatically react by transmitting information at the speed of light. Kanan's expression became serious. Even though she's still a child, her combat experience is incredible, and her analytical ability is terrifying. Hotaru smiled. But unfortunately, in my current state, I operate according to magical laws, not physical laws. Kanan frowned. What does that mean? Hotaru answered casually. It means that if I want to move, I can move faster than the speed of light. Before Kanan could react, Hotaru appeared directly in front of her. Kanan's eyes widened. The electrical threads reacted too late. Hotaru kicked her plasma body. The attack passed through, but Kanan still felt the force. Hotaru smiled. You're really skilled. You transformed into plasma to avoid the damage. But that's not the whole trick, is it? Kanan remained silent. Hotaru continued. You leave your existence ambiguous, like dust floating through the air. Even if someone attacks, there's almost nothing to hit. Kanan nodded. That's correct. Immediately she launched a point-blank attack. Hotaru casually stopped it. It's pointless. In your world, a difference of 2 ranks is absolute. That was true. When there was a difference of 2 ranks, attacks simply failed to connect. Even S-rank hunters struggled to harm opponents above them. Even Akiyama Shun's attacks had failed against Hotaru. Kanan's thoughts accelerated. What's important isn't the amount of power, it's compression. Hunter attacks surpass conventional weapons because magical energy is compressed. An atomic bomb can destroy an enormous area, but its power disperses too much. That's why it can't defeat ultra-high-rank monsters. The key is concentration. Even if the total amount is small, if it's compressed enough, then it becomes a blade. A very thin blade. A blade capable of cutting through anything. Electricity gathered in front of Kanan's hand. The plasma compressed further and further, until it resembled a razor-thin blade of pure energy. Hotaru watched curiously. A slash crossed her face. Blood splashed into the air. Hotaru stepped back in shock. A thin cut had appeared across her cheek. Kanan looked at the cut she had managed to inflict and said, I'll call it Plasma Saber. With this, my attacks can go through. It can also block your attacks. Now I can fight you. Koimura Hotaru smiled. Nice. Why don't you try defeating me then? Kanan immediately rushed forward. I'll do just that. However, Hotaru effortlessly avoided the attack. She sighed. I still think it's useless. Kanan gritted her teeth. She's so fast. Hotaru pointed at the Plasma Saber. The best part is that it's easy to break, if I hit your hand directly. Before Kanan could react, Hotaru kicked her. However, Kanan's body reacted automatically. Her plasma body became ambiguous like floating dust, causing the kick to pass harmlessly through her. Kanan thought, alright, the automatic dodge effect is working. Hotaru nodded. An attack with a wider range and greater penetration power is better for cleaning. She raised her hands. All clean. A massive wave of magical power exploded outward. The attack shattered the surrounding space with a magical shockwave. Kanan was struck directly. Blood sprayed from her mouth. Her plasma aura collapsed. She returned to her human form. Hotaru smiled. All clean is an attack that destroys everything in the surrounding area. This should work perfectly against plasma bodies that try to escape damage. She slowly walked forward. I'm sorry if you misunderstood, but a battle and a match are different things. It's the same result though. There is simply too much difference in power, and I have absolutely no reason to lose. Kanan understood. More than anyone, she had spent her life facing overwhelming superiority. Even so, she remembered Akari's words, "Don't give up, stand up again. By doing that, you'll open possibilities beyond who you are now." Kanan slowly stood up. She activated plasma aura again. "The inability to give up, that's my strongest point." Hotaru laughed. "That's amazing, but you still can't win. The blade only cut through my defense because I wasn't serious. If I defend properly, it won't be easy anymore." Kanan rushed forward and attacked Hotaru's diamond shield. The plasma saber struck. Nothing happened. The barrier remained completely intact. Hotaru smiled. "It's useless. All clean." The shockwave exploded again. Kanan was hit directly. Her transformation was cancelled once more. She nearly collapsed. But before she could fall, she activated plasma aura again. "Not yet." Hotaru stared at her. "It's really hard for you to give up. How long are you planning to keep standing up?" Kanan wiped the blood from her mouth. "Until I can smash your head." Hotaru blinked. "I see." Magical ropes appeared from countless circles and wrapped around Kanan's body. The ropes tightened. Kanan struggled but could not escape. Hotaru slowly approached. "If you don't accept reality, won't it just become painful?" Then she activated countless all-clean attacks from every direction. Explosions of magical power struck Kanan repeatedly. Her body was torn apart. Blood flowed from countless wounds. Her transformation disappeared again. She collapsed onto the ground. Hotaru looked down at her. "Sorry." Silence filled the battlefield. Then Kanan moved. Slowly, painfully, she stood up again. Hotaru's eyes widened. "What? Why isn't she dead? Is it just stubbornness? Or something else?" Kanan raised her head. Blood covered her body. Her legs trembled. Yet she shouted, "It's not over yet." A massive amount of energy erupted from her body. Hotaru froze. Inside the spaceship, Lady Annie watched silently. Then she smiled. "There is always one person in every world, a person chosen as the hero." Looking at Kanan, she continued, "It seems you are that person, the hero of this world." The energy surrounding Kanan intensified. Her plasma aura evolved. Golden light mixed with the blue plasma. The atmosphere itself trembled. Hotaru stared at her in shock. Kanan slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. A new power surrounded her. "Plasma aura, hero soul." Hotaru's smile disappeared. Kanan said, "Now, let's continue. I'll crush your heart." Kanan stood in her new form. Across from her, Koimura Hotaru watched carefully. Kanan lowered her stance. With incredible speed, she charged forward. Hotaru immediately raised her diamond shield. A powerful shockwave exploded across the battlefield. Hotaru remained calm. "Your power is stronger than before, but the difference between us is still too large. It can't pierce through." Kanan gritted her teeth. "It's not over yet." Plasma erupted from her back like a jet engine. Then, the shield shattered. Hotaru immediately retreated and avoided the attack. Kanan did not stop. She raised her hand. Electromagnetic power erupted from her body. Entire buildings began floating into the air. The magical girl looked up. The floating buildings aligned like gigantic railgun projectiles. Then, she fired them. The buildings shot forward at terrifying speed. Hotaru dodged the first one, then the second. Before she could escape, dozens of buildings surrounded her from every direction. Kanan clenched her fist. All of the buildings collided at once. A massive explosion shook the battlefield. Dust and debris filled the sky. From a distance, the other hunters watched in shock. The smoke slowly cleared. Then a voice echoed from within the rubble. "The hero is promised the fate of victory." The buildings exploded outward. Koimura Hotaru emerged completely unharmed. "That is why heroes are invincible." She smiled. "And will definitely win." Kanan narrowed her eyes. Hotaru pointed at herself. "However, I'm a hero too, you know." Her magical power surged. "It's a hero showdown." Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Akari's fifth form was reaching its limit. The dragon's health bar was finally nearly empty. Ferret had finally done it. Akari watched Kanan through the distant battlefield and smiled. "Good job, Blondie." Ferret tightened his grip. "This is the final attack." The weapon on Chronos 3X charged to maximum output. A brilliant beam erupted forward. The attack pierced through the dragon's body. The health bar finally reached zero. The gigantic dragon screamed. Its body collapsed. Then it crashed into the ground. Ferret exhaled heavily. The remaining energy. "It's already below half. I wonder how long it's been since I've been pushed this far." The enormous dragon body began melting away. Soon, only Akari remained standing in the center of the battlefield. The melted remains of the dragon surrounded her. She said, "Someday, for you too. Maybe I'll be able to show you this, Blondie." Ferret narrowed his eyes. "Is it coming?" "The next form." Akari nodded. "Yes." Then her smile widened. "Be careful. The next form is even more disgusting than the fifth form. The liquid surrounding her suddenly turned crimson red. It began gathering around Akari. They swirled together, forming a gigantic sphere. The red orb expanded higher and higher into the sky. Inside the center of the sphere, Akari floated silently, releasing sixth form. The crimson orbs surrounding Akari began to split apart. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Ferret watched in confusion. Then, from each orb, a figure emerged. They were all Akari. However, they no longer appeared as the young girl he had fought before. Each one looked like a mature woman, elegant, terrifying, and completely identical. Ferret's instincts screamed at him. Something is wrong. What is this? What is happening? He immediately fired his cannon. The beam pierced straight through one of the Akaras. It caused absolutely no damage. Akari smiled. Ferret quickly analyzed the situation. Just as I thought. The other 7 are exactly the same. Akari nodded. Even an evolved human cannot perceive an opponent that doesn't truly exist. It seems you've already figured it out. In my 6th form, we are visible, but we do not exist in this place. In other words, no matter what you do, your attacks won't work. And the unfair part is that we can still attack you. Instantly, all 8 Akaris raised their hands. Dark beams erupted toward Kronos 3X. Ferret immediately moved. He dodged one. But one of the attacks struck his machine. The robot shook violently. Damage detected, left shoulder destroyed, initiating recovery function. Ferret's expression became serious. Akari said, "Now then, Clockwork Doll, a dance of death. From the bottom of my heart, I hope I'm the one who dies." Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Kanan continued fighting Koimura Hotaru. Their fists collided. A shockwave exploded across the area. Kanan's right hand was blown apart from the impact. Hotaru landed gracefully on the ground. "We're in completely different leagues when it comes to being heroes," Kanan staggered, then slowly stood back up. "Not yet." Plasma gathered around her arm. The destroyed hand began rebuilding itself. Hotaru watched silently. Reconstruction of a plasma body. Kanan immediately fired a massive plasma beam. The attack raced toward Hotaru. Hotaru simply pointed her hand forward. Big cleanup. The beam instantly dispersed. The backlash struck Kanan directly. She was thrown backward. Hotaru sighed. "Too bad. If I weren't a hero, you probably would have won." Suddenly, Akiyama Shun attacked. Hotaru immediately blocked with Diamond Shield. Reize Shion looked toward him. "You're still heavily injured," Akiyama Shun replied. "The hero always comes with dependable allies." He glanced at Kanan. "How about I become your #1 ally?" Hotaru laughed. "With you in your current condition, isn't that a little unreliable?" A voice suddenly interrupted. "Then let's increase the number." Hunters were arriving from every direction. The old swordsman stepped forward. Behind him stood countless hunters from every country. All of them had gathered here. Meanwhile, Akari continued her battle against Ferret Lucas Starwind. 8 versions of Akari surrounded Kronos 3X from every direction. Without warning, dark beams erupted toward the giant machine. Ferret pushed his reaction speed to the limit. He avoided them, but eventually one of the attacks struck the robot's leg. Ferret gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Since the beams don't exist until the instant they appear, I can't predict them." Akari smiled. "Even without prediction, your reaction speed is impressive." Inside Kronos 3X, the system issued another warning. "Recovery system failure, cause unknown." Akari raised her hand again. "Here it comes." The 8 Akaris surrounded the robot once more. Dark beams fired simultaneously. Ferret shouted, "Aegis Assistant." Every bit's attached to Kronos released. A massive prism-like barrier surrounded the machine, a transcendent defensive field capable of enduring even planet-destroying weapons. However, it was useless. The dark beams passed through the prism as if it did not exist. Several attacks struck Kronos 3X directly. Akari spoke calmly. "I believe you've already realized it. The 6th form, Dark Beam, possesses the trait nullification property of my 2nd form. It also possesses absolute penetration and incurable damage. If you don't continue avoiding them, it will soon be too late. Personally, I'm not particularly fond of this form. It's far too difficult to be defeated in this state." Meanwhile, on the battlefield against Koimura Hotaru, hunters from all over the world had gathered. Hotaru stood in the center while countless hunters surrounded her from every direction. Kanan looked around in surprise. Everyone came. Standing atop a ruined building was Leo Robinson. He looked at the magical girl and sighed. "To think that a young girl like you would contemplate the destruction of humanity. I wonder, did you experience something terrible? Something painful?" Hotaru tilted her head. "Now that you mention it, I wonder as well." Leo Robinson smiled faintly. "I see. I normally have a principle against raising my hand against children, but I suppose I'll make an exception this time." Every hunter immediately prepared for battle. Reize Shion tightened her grip on her weapon. We can't afford to rest either. The hunters beside her nodded. Across from them, Hotaru slowly looked around at the army surrounding her. Then she lowered her head. I hate you. When she looked up again, she was smiling. Very well. I shall slaughter the hero of this world, and all the rest of you together. She raised her hand toward the building where Leo Robinson and several hunters stood. Before she could fire, Kanan kicked her arm aside. The attack missed its target and tore through a distant building instead. The structure exploded. At the same moment, Leo Robinson and the other hunters launched their assault. Hotaru immediately activated Diamond Shield. However, Leo Robinson's sword cut directly through it. Hotaru's eyes widened. The blade ignored her defense completely. Leo Robinson smiled. It truly is an inconvenient ability. A power capable of severing magical energy itself, young lady. At that moment, a hunter charged forward with his giant axe. Another hunter unleashed a massive cannon attack. Hotaru looked around at the incoming attacks. I see. So it has started. The battle where numbers overcome the difference in power. A gigantic explosion engulfed her position. The battlefield shook violently. Not far away, Akiyama Shun dropped to one knee. His body was covered in wounds. He watched the battle unfolding before him. I want to join them, but I'm already at my limit. Several hunters approached him. One of them spoke. I'll reverse my curse-type magic. It will allow you to perceive the magical power of every hunter gathered here. Akiyama Shun looked surprised. If you do that, you'll suffer severe magical depletion. The hunter smiled. I don't mind. Another hunter stepped forward. Our strength alone isn't enough to help against that monster, so we'll entrust everything to the strongest hunter in our world. The others nodded. Every hunter agreed. For the first time, Akiyama Shun could clearly perceive the magical energy of everyone around him. The countless presences he once viewed as insignificant, now they looked completely different. They looked human. Akiyama Shun lowered his head. Thank you. Meanwhile, Akari continued fighting Ferret Lucas Starwind. The 8 versions of Akari once again surrounded Chronos 3X from every direction. Ferret gritted his teeth. Since when was the last time I fought a battle where I couldn't predict the future? Dark beams appeared all around him. He immediately maneuvered Chronos 3X and avoided them. By the way, does there really not exist a way to attack this form? Then Akari suddenly raised her hand. Ferret sensed the upcoming attack for the first time since the 6th form appeared. Gigantic fireballs appeared above all 8 Akaris. Without hesitation, Akari launched them. The fireballs rushed toward Chronos. Ferret immediately dodged. Then his expression changed. They're tracking me. The fireballs turned in midair and continued pursuing him. Ferret immediately activated his weapon, Amalthea double attack system. Start. 2 overwhelming beams erupted from the robot. The attacks collided with the incoming fireballs. One after another, the giant fireballs exploded. The sky filled with explosions. Akari watched the scene with interest. This is similar to what you showed against the scales of the purple dragon during the 5th form. Her smile widened. Does that mean you finally felt it? Ferret's eyes narrowed. Then he remembered something. The moment the fireballs were launched, Akari had become tangible. For a brief instant, she had existed, and at that moment, his 7th sense had reacted. Ferret looked directly at her. Now he understood. Meanwhile, on the battlefield against Koimura Hotaru, every S-rank hunter continued fighting together. Despite facing multiple opponents at once, Hotaru was still keeping up. Only Leo Robinson could consistently breach her diamond shield. Leo swung his sword again. I intended to finish you in a single blow, but your combat experience is far more abundant than I expected. Hotaru smiled. You guys are pretty good at fighting too. Then she vanished. The next instant she appeared behind 3 hunters. Honestly, this isn't a level of strength that should appear in a final battle. Don't you think? She kicked all 3 hunter away. You'd need to be at least as strong as handsome brother Akiyama Shun over there. She laughed, then appeared directly in front of Reize Shion. If the gap is 10,000, it's meaningless. Before Hotaru's attack could land, Kanan intercepted her. Their fists collided. Hotaru looked surprised. You're still standing? Kanan smiled. I wonder about that. Suddenly, Hotaru noticed something. A giant magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. Her eyes widened. Brad smiled. Hotaru recalled the moment she had kicked him away earlier. I felt the sensation of killing him. Then why? I slowed my own time to the extreme and delayed my death. He added that a young man wearing glasses helped him. He could use a rare recovery skill. Brad grinned. So, take this. Darkness normalization. The magic circle activated. Black energy surged upward. Hotaru was struck directly. Brad's eyes widened. It worked. It actually worked on that ridiculous form of yours, he shouted. Everyone, the time until her mana reaches 0 is 5 minutes. Kanan immediately stepped forward. This was their chance. The only chance to defeat this monster, she pointed at Hotaru. Everyone. Let's go. All of them charged forward at once. Back in Dimension 45, Yuka and Midori were fighting a gigantic monster truck that rampaged through the city. Just then, Koimoda Hotaru arrived. Thank you, both of you. She raised her wand and released a powerful heart beam. The beam struck the monster truck directly. When the light faded, the monster truck had transformed back into an ordinary truck. The battle was over. Hotaru returned to her normal form. Yuka and Midori transformed back as well. Kakao immediately ran toward them. You did it, Hotaru smiled. Yeah, I was surprised at first, but I'm getting used to it. Suddenly, Kakao transformed into a handsome young man. He was the first prince of the Chocolate Kingdom. Hotaru immediately blushed. The prince bowed politely. The power of pure clean can only be wielded by girls with pure hearts. That is why I dragged all of you into this. Hotaru quickly shook her head. I told you it's fine. I want everyone to be able to live in peace too. She looked toward her friends. Yuka and Midori nodded in agreement. At that time, Hotaru knew nothing. She was simply a girl fighting to protect the peace of her world. Back in the present, the battle had reached its decisive moment. Kanan and the S-rank hunters charged forward. Kanan appeared in front of Hotaru and kicked her directly in the face. For the first time, Hotaru was sent backward. Blood spilled from her mouth. The surrounding hunters immediately followed up. Attack after attack landed on her. Brad shouted, "Time to finish her off." He rushed forward and threw a punch. But suddenly, Hotaru's eyes turned cold. She struck Brad before his punch could land. The impact sent him flying. Hotaru shouted, "Even without my magic, Princess form is still the strongest form of a hero." Conan appeared behind her. "And yet you're still being pushed back." Boom. Kanan's punch connected. Although Hotaru blocked it, she was forced backward. Hotaru clicked her tongue. "I can handle this much." Then another figure appeared. Akiyama Shun, the world's strongest hunter. "Don't forget about me." Hotaru was sent flying. More blood poured from her mouth. Conan stared directly at her. "Your hero's soul isn't activating, even though you're cornered. I don't know why. Is it because you've completely surrendered to despair? Let it end here." The hero who has lost her way. Conan activated her strongest skill. At the same time, Shun also selected his skill. Their powers merged into one overwhelming strike. The attack flew directly toward Hotaru. Brad looked at the timer. Exactly 5 minutes. The combined attack exploded. A massive blast swallowed Hotaru completely. Silence followed. When the smoke cleared, Hotaru lay defeated. Then cheers erupted everywhere. "We did it. She's down, finally." Conan transformed back into her normal form. The hunters celebrated together. For the first time since the invasion began, hope filled the battlefield. Above them, Hotaru slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at the celebrating hunters. A lonely expression appeared on her face. Her voice trembled slightly. "Everyone only unites when it's against me." Slowly, she opened her compact. Inside the compact there was one more color, black. Hotaru slowly said, "All of you, just die." Back in Dimension 45, Koimura Hotaru finally defeated the final boss, Evil. As he faded away, Evil laughed. A miracle born from the pure heart of a young girl. To think it could become this powerful. That heart is more dangerous than evil itself. Before disappearing completely, he declared, "That is why I must bring this world absolute chaos." The battle ended, and Hotaru turned to her friends and Kakao. "We did it. The world is saved." After saving the world, Hotaru became a celebrity. She appeared on TV shows and famous streaming channels. One day, Hotaru, Yuka, Midori, and Kakao were watching one of her appearances. "You were amazing out there," Kakao said. "I was so nervous," Hotaru replied. Yuka laughed. "You've become a real celebrity. Appearing on Beat Boy's channel is every streamer's dream," Midori added. Kakao smiled. "You looked cute on screen." Hotaru blushed and thanked him. Later that night, Hotaru sat with Kakao on a rooftop. "Even after saving the world, I'm still just an introvert. I thought saving the world would change me." Kakao shook his head. "That's not true. To me, you're the most wonderful of all." Hotaru blushed and tried to tell him something, but suddenly, Kakao collapsed and transformed back into his cat form. After placing him on a bed, Hotaru listened as he explained the truth. The clear compact was a forbidden artifact. As the price for breaking its seal, I was cursed. My life force has been draining ever since. The curse lasts 2 years. It took 11 months to find you, and we spent 1 year fighting together. I thought I could last another month, but it looks like I won't make it. Hotaru refused to accept it. "I'll give you my life force." Kakao shook his head. "It won't work. Saving me would require the life force of tens of thousands of people." Then Hotaru remembered the power of the clear compact. If it can gather everyone's power, then maybe I can save you. The next day, Hotaru uploaded a video asking the world for help. Kakao, who fought beside me to save the world, is dying. If he can survive one more month, he'll be saved. Even a little bit of your life force is enough. Please help. People around the world responded. All donated a small amount of their energy. Watching the growing light inside the clear compact, Hotaru smiled. Everyone is helping. Kakao nodded. Thank you. You're someone incredibly precious to me. To me as well. You are precious. However, not everyone felt the same way. A famous content group called Beat Boys uploaded a new video. The title quickly spread across the internet. Is the magical girl actually a villain? The video claimed that Koimura Hotaru had never actually saved the world and was secretly working with the final boss. Since the final battle took place in another dimension, there were no witnesses or recordings. One of the Beat Boys said, I felt something was strange about her when we met. Another added, the real reason she's collecting life force may be to resurrect the final boss. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The video went viral. Content creators around the world followed the trend and began posting videos linking Hotaru to the final boss. Although some people defended her, the accusations spread much faster. The situation became worse because people were constantly giving away their life force. Even though each person only shared a little, it still caused fatigue and minor health effects. Many people eventually stopped helping, convincing themselves that Hotaru might actually be a bad person. Meanwhile, Kakao's condition continued to worsen. At school, Hotaru spoke with Yuka and Midori. It's no use. I uploaded a video explaining everything, but nobody believes me. She looked at Yuka. You have 700,000 followers. Can't you help me spread the truth? Then she turned to Midori. Your family is wealthy. Can you ask your parents to help? Neither of them answered. Hotaru became desperate. We've overcome so much together. Please help me. At that moment, she accidentally activated the compact's heart connection ability and heard their true thoughts. Yuka thought, serve you right. I've always been your sidekick. Midori thought, I hate you. I hate that Kakao chose you. Hotaru froze in shock. Soon after, both girls left. We're sorry. We can't help you. As support continued to disappear, fewer and fewer people shared their life force. On the 23rd day, the number finally dropped to 0. Kakao smiled weakly. Thank you. It's okay now. You can stop. No, Hotaru cried, but Kakao shook his head. We knew this could happen. Even so, I wanted to save this world. Please don't hate the people. Then he smiled. I love you. Hotaru hugged him tightly. I love you too. Moments later, Kakao died. Afterward, Hotaru wandered the streets carrying his body. Suddenly, Yuka attacked her. If I get rid of you, everyone will believe I was the real hero. Hidden nearby, a Beat Boy recorded everything, hoping the footage would make his channel #1. Then Midori picked up Kakao's body. He's so cold now, but at least nobody can take him away from me. Give him back, Hotaru pleaded. Instead, Midori kicked her away. Yuka raised her weapon. From now on, I'll be the center of attention. As they prepared to kill her, Hotaru remembered Kakao's final words. Please don't hate the people. She tried. She really tried. Then she remembered the final boss's words, and finally replied, I'm sorry, Kakao. I can't do it. The compact suddenly opened. Inside was a new color, black. Hotaru applied the black makeup and transformed. Dark clouds covered the entire world. Her eyes filled with despair. Then she whispered, just die, all of you. And so, one world was destroyed. Lady Annie stepped outside the spaceship and looked at the destruction below. Just because a world has a hero doesn't mean it will have a happy ending. Some worlds end in tragedy. She looked toward the magical girl. Magical girl of despair, let it all out. Your regrets, suffering, anger, and despair. The hero beside her said, it's dangerous outside. Lady Annie smiled. As long as you're here, this is the safest place in any dimension. Call it parental affection. I wanted to witness the end of her sorrow myself. Below, Koimura transformed into a monstrous form. The hunters were shocked. Leo Robinson frowned. What an ominous and pitiful form, Koimura said. Dispose of it. Black energy erupted from her body and spread across the world, destroying everything in its path. Akiyama saved everyone. Koimura looked at the hunters. It's over. This world is over too. I hate humans. I hate their ugly hearts. That's why I'm going to erase everything. Konan immediately transformed into plasma and attacked. Koimura attacked as well. Their powers collided, but Kanan was completely overwhelmed. Inside the spaceship, Black looked at the battle. Her magical power increased again. Lady Annie nodded. Kanan is practically the embodiment of this world's hero soul. Koimura's dark energy continued to grow. I hate it. I despise it. It hurts. I hate everything. Lady Annie explained. Koimura Hotaru is the hero of a bad-ending world. Despair itself is her hero plot armor. Unless someone overcomes that despair, she cannot be defeated. Kanan continued fighting but was eventually thrown away and forced back into her human form. "Not yet," she shouted. Koimura looked at her coldly. "Disappear." A wave of dark energy struck Kanan directly. Then she noticed something. Kanan was still alive. Someone had protected her. A familiar voice echoed across the battlefield. "Good grief, you really are a handful, little sister." Standing in front of Kanan was her brother. Kanan asked why he had come, and her brother replied, "Does a big brother need a reason to protect his little sister?" Shion thought the cells of her brother, that was implanted in Kanan, has some kind of residual thought left inside them, and they acted on its own to protect her. After protecting her, he reminded Kanan that she wasn't meant to fight someone like Koimura Hotaru through raw power and then disappeared. Getting back up, Kanan faced Hotaru. "When your dark aura hit me, I saw your memories. I understand your despair, but I can't accept it. People have both good and bad sides. Even my brother does. That's why I won't be swallowed by your hatred." Hotaru became furious and created a massive sphere of dark energy capable of destroying an entire country. Realizing she couldn't win through normal means, Kanan remembered Akari's teachings about understanding magic at its smallest level. She focused on the very strings that formed the world itself and created a new attack. As Hotaru unleashed her ultimate attack, Kanan fired hers. The beam pierced through the darkness and struck Hotaru's chest. Kanan had found the real body hidden inside the monster. Hotaru said, "I knew people had good sides too, but I couldn't forgive their bad sides." Her monster form began to crumble. "Thank you for stopping me," Kanan replied. "I'm sorry I couldn't reach you sooner." As Hotaru faded away, she found herself in a flower garden. There, Cacao was waiting for her. Hotaru burst into tears and apologized for destroying the world he loved. Cacao smiled. "I was wrong too. I left all the burden to you." Hotaru asked for one final thing. "Will you kiss me?" "Of course, my beloved." Back on the battlefield, Kanan watched the light fade away. Chapter 95. Akari continued enjoying her battle against Ferret. Ferret analyzed the sixth form and realized that counterattacking was nearly impossible. The 8 bodies existed and teleported instantly, while the dark beams possessed trait nullification and absolute penetration. The only option was to keep dodging. Akari then activated X Fireball Max level 80 once again. Ferret immediately understood that this was the only moment when Akari materialized and could actually be attacked. However, the homing fireballs were deadly, and once they exploded, Akari would return to her untouchable state. Activating ADS double attack system, Ferret destroyed nearly all the fireballs, intentionally leaving one alive. He guided the remaining fireball toward Akari and attempted to strike her with his plasma sword, but Akari instantly teleported away. Ferret followed up with a gunshot. The attack connected, yet it dealt no damage. "Too bad. You missed," Akari said. Ferret finally understood the truth behind the sixth form. Out of the 8 bodies, only one could receive damage. The other 7 were not illusions. They were real bodies as well. Even his 7th sense could not identify the correct target because all 8 existed simultaneously. Akari smiled. "Well then, let's reset." The 8 bodies surrounded Ferret once again. Inside Chronos 3X, warning messages appeared. Damage rate, 25%. Energy efficiency, dropping. Ferret realized that every failed attempt forced him to start over from the beginning. This was the true horror of Akari's 6th form. From the spaceship, Lady Annie laughed. As expected, the nastiest ability among all her forms. The hero asked how she knew so much about the Demon Lord's abilities. Lady Annie smiled. Demon Lord was surprisingly diligent. She often tested her transformations in magic. "I created magical creatures to observe and spent over 9,000 years watching." The hero stared at her. "You are a deranged stalker." Lady Annie laughed. "Please call it pure love." Back on the battlefield, Akari looked at Ferret. "If this continues a few more times, you know what will happen. Are you not worried?" Ferret remained silent for a moment before answering, "No. This is fine." He tightened his grip on his weapon. "I am terrified of you. I want to run away right now. And that's exactly why this is the perfect end for me." In the year 1023 of the space era, the 500-year interstellar war was entering its final battle. The commander addressed the fleet before the assault on the unified space empire's headquarters, Ordo Aurum. The soldiers asked Ferret Lucas Starwind, their greatest ace pilot, to give a speech. Embarrassed at first, Ferret finally stepped forward. "Even now, I still think of myself as a student who wanted to become an engineer. But I truly want to bring peace to the world. Humanity can already access resources from across the universe. This war is the last conflict remaining. Let us make today the final bloodshed in human history." His comrades cheered. One of his old friends, Boji, laughed and said, "Let's become heroes together. When this is over, Let's eat at the school cafeteria again. The final battle began. As Ferret fought his way through the battlefield, the enemy's strongest pilot, the Golden Prince, challenged him inside a golden mech. During the battle, Ferret received a transmission from Boji. Boji's mech was destroyed, his energy was exhausted, and he was mortally wounded. Boji cried before the signal cut off. Ferret shouted his friend's name, but there was no response. At the same time, the Golden Prince revealed the Empire's ultimate weapon, capable of annihilating the Alliance fleet. Knowing there was no other choice, the commander ordered a suicide attack. Before departing, a female comrade confessed her love to Ferret. Their flagship rammed directly into Judicium, destroying the ship at the cost of everyone aboard. Enraged, the Golden Prince attacked Ferret, but in that moment, Kronos 3X fully awakened. Activating Zeus Hyperburst mode, Ferret overwhelmed the Golden Prince, severed his mech's arm, and gained the upper hand. The Golden Prince could not understand the sudden power increase. Ferret declared, "Let's put an end to it. The fighting, the tragedy, and the bloodshed." With that final strike, Ferret destroyed the Golden Prince and brought down Ordo Aurum, ending the 500-year war. The Empire surrendered and peace was finally achieved. Later, Ferret attended the funeral of the countless soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. Standing before their graves, he whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm the only one who survived." Humanity finally obtained complete peace. Unfortunately, that peace lasted only 3 short years. 3 years after the war ended, conflict returned to the universe. In one battle, a man destroyed a combat robot with an RPG, only to discover that the pilot inside was a child. Back in the present, Ferret Lucas Starwind continued fighting Akari's 6th form while remembering the events that followed the war. The first major conflict began over Fashonium, a rare substance that granted euphoria without side effects. Its immense value caused disputes over mining rights, and soon entire planets went to war over it. Even though humanity had united under a single government, people still fought over status, wealth, and pleasure. Ferret repeatedly intervened, destroying armies and begging both sides to stop throwing their lives away. However, new conflicts continued appearing across the galaxy. One day, Ferret met with Forina Kujosh, the chairwoman of the Unified League. Ferret questioned what all his fallen comrades had died for if the universe remained trapped in endless war. Rena urged him to rest, but Ferret refused and continued fighting. Soon afterward, Ferret encountered a mysterious pilot whose movements perfectly mirrored his own. After defeating the enemy, he discovered the pilot was actually a clone of himself. Rena later revealed the truth. During the war, the Empire had obtained Ferret's cells. Those samples had been used to create clone soldiers and mass-produce combat units based on both Ferret and Kronos. The clones were now being sold throughout the galaxy. Hearing this, Ferret laughed bitterly. Despite ending the war, he had only helped create even more conflict. From that day onward, his reason for fighting changed. He no longer believed in a peaceful future. Instead, he wished for the same fate his fallen comrades received. He wanted to die fighting against overwhelming enemies. With his energy exhausted, his machine destroyed, and no escape left. But as the fully awakened ultra-adaptive human, Ferret had become too strong. No enemy could kill him. Then one day, a dimensional gate opened before him. A massive spaceship emerged. Standing aboard it were Lady Annie and the hero. Ferret immediately attacked, but the hero casually deflected his strike with one hand. Surprised, Ferret stared at them. Lady Annie smiled. "Greetings, citizen of this universe." Then she asked, "You are troubled because you have become far too strong, aren't you?" Lady Annie looked at Ferret and smiled. "Becoming too strong is a burden, isn't it?" Black disagreed, but Lady Annie continued. "Too much and too little both bring suffering. Excess always causes trouble." She then revealed Ferret's clones behind her. "I rescued them from the organization producing your clone soldiers. If the original disappears, no more clones will be created." Ferret asked about her true objective. Lady Annie replied that she wanted to return to the ball, no matter the cost. "I've decided to go, even if I have to force others along with me." Ferret understood that she was chasing a monster capable of defeating him. Lady Annie extended her hand. "Come with me, hero. Whether you want to or not, I will bring you before the one destined to crush you." Back in the present, Ferret's clones watched the battle. "Please grant our wish, Father." Ferret looked at Akari. "Lady Annie's methods are terrible, but I am grateful she gave me a chance to fight this monster." Dark beams rained down on him. He dodged most of them but was still struck several times. Then Ferret activated Zeus Hyperburst. Akari smiled. "That looks like an interesting trump card." The robot's speed instantly tripled. Ferret charged through the storm of dark beams. "My power output and energy consumption are both tripled. But against an opponent like you, this is my only choice." Akari laughed. Good, entertain me. Dark beams surrounded him from every direction. Ferret thought about his dream, facing enemies stronger than himself, running out of energy, suffering, struggling, and finally dying in battle. But just as his energy neared depletion, his hero soul activated. Golden energy surged through Kronos, restoring its power. Akari smiled. Of course, you're the hero. At that moment, she unleashed a fireball level 80s. Ferret cut through one fireball with his sword and destroyed the others with his cannons. Using the opening, he rushed straight toward Akari. His remaining energy dropped below half. With a shout, he launched his final attack. Akari laughed. So you decided to gamble on a 1 in 8 chance. This time, Ferret had chosen correctly. The real Akari caught his attack with her bare hand, causing blood to drip from her palm. However, she smiled. The 6th form isn't physically weak. It's about 10 times stronger than the 4th form. She threw Kronos away, and unfortunately, that was your last chance. Akari's 8 bodies began merging together. The 6th form is a truly terrible game. The fragments gathered into one place and transformed back into the giant black dragon. Akari's 5th form returned completely restored. If you fail to defeat the 6th form before the materialization ends, it simply resets and returns to the 5th form at full health. Inside Lady Annie's spaceship, one of Ferret's clones entered a room. "Father, dinner is almost ready." The clone was shocked to see Ferret struggling in bed and quickly rushed to his side. "Father," Ferret looked at the clones and said weakly, "I'm sorry everyone. It's because of me. I dragged all of you into this." At that moment, Lady Annie entered the room. "He's such an earnest boy. It would be much easier if he simply accepted that none of this was his fault. But he just can't forgive himself." Back on the battlefield, Ferret faced Akari's fully restored 5th form. The dragon released more eggs and new dragons hatched and charged toward him. Ferret checked Kronos' status. More than half of his recovered energy was already gone, and the machine was heavily damaged. He smiled bitterly. "I'm going to die." Despite his fear, he had waited for this moment for a long time. Akari looked at him and said, "Come at me, strongest hero pilot. This demon lord will grant your wish." Ferret replied, "Sorry, Kronos, I'm taking you with me." The machine answered, "Understood," until the very end. Ferret charged forward. He fought desperately, cutting down dragons, dodging attacks, and using every ounce of power he had left. But the damage continued to accumulate. Kronos reported, performance degraded, extensive damage detected, unable to fully defend. Ferret's energy reserves dropped lower and lower. His body was covered in injuries. Breathing became painful. "I don't want to die." Even so, he continued fighting. One dragon after another fell before him, but eventually he found himself surrounded. The main dragon opened its mouth. Ferret remembered all the comrades who had died during the war, everyone he had failed to save, everyone who had fallen before him. A smile appeared on his face. "At last, I can be like the rest of you." The dragon breath fired. The overwhelming blast swallowed Ferret and Kronos completely. His long-awaited death in battle had finally arrived. Inside the spaceship, Lady Annie raised her glass. "Thanks to you, I have taken another step toward the castle." One of Ferret's clones asked, "Lady Annie, may I have a glass as well?" She smiled. "Be my guest. I am a villain after all." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the spaceship. One of the clones stood up in shock. "Intruders detected. 5 hunters have infiltrated the ship.